Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 6 of What If Naruto Refused to Give Up Despite It All. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto's Path, Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto stared at Kuretsuchi, not paying attention to Kakashi stating the rules. He had always enjoyed a good fight. Neji and Ino often teased him that he was some sort of berserker. But the truth was, fighting simply made things simpler. Naruto felt he could understand someone better in combat, and as long as things were kept safe, he could work through grief painlessly, for the most part, anyway. Perhaps that was why he was so excited to fight Kuretsuchi. Kuretsuchi had seemed intent on fighting him as well, not because she hoped to kill or hurt him like Gaara, but more out of a competitive urge. Naruto could understand such. Happy to hear of his dream to be Hokage, she had seemed determined to gauge their progress by determining who was stronger. Naruto supposed he could see where she was coming from, but it seemed so weird. They had the same dream and ambition. The singular difference was the title of the position and the village over which it would grant them dominion. Why did it matter who was stronger? Why should their fight have anything to do with proving someone superior? Naruto simply wanted the two to do their best. He wanted to win, but he didn't think that would make him better. Why did Kuretsuchi decide to become a Kage? Had it been out of a desire to be beloved like himself? The drive to be the best? Why did Naruto feel as if her answer would upset him? Naruto had never been an overthinker. He would get to the bottom of this. Hey, shorty, come on, already, the fight has started. Kuretsuchi roared, knocking Naruto out of his inner musing. I don't want any excuses from you when I'm done kicking your ass. Keep joking, Naruto replied with a small smile. I was just thinking, can I ask you something? Yes, I'm single, and no, I'm not interested, Kuretsuchi said with a raised brow. You're not interested, Naruto countered, with a slight frown now. I was just wondering why you decided to become Tsuchikage. Why? It was expected of me. I'm the granddaughter of Onoki of the Scales. To become anything less would shame my family. Besides, I want to prove to that old bastard I'll surpass him and everyone else. Naruto seemed to frown a little deeper at this. But you don't need to surpass anyone to do that. Why do you seem so keen on being superior to people? Keen? No, I'm not keen on it, but that's how the world works. There are people in this world who are simply greater than everyone else. Then, some are born weaker than everyone else. If you want to be remembered as anything more than another body, you gotta prove you are better than the rest. Give them a reason to remember you as a bar they can never surpass. I want to leave behind a legacy just as my grandfather has done. And in the process, serve my village well. Kuretsuchi explained. Not that it matters much, but I can tell you don't like my answer. She finished with a shrug. Naruto cracked his neck as he drew Riptide and did some slow stretches. No, he started as he now eyed Kuretsuchi intensely. No, I don't. His mind wandered to his time training with Jiraiya. I haven't thought to ask yet, brat. Jiraiya mused as he lay lazily on a branch. He sipped greedily from a bottle of sake as Naruto and a clone of Jiraiya were engaged in a vicious taijutsu spar below him. Why do you want to become Hokage anyway? You realize just because Minato did so, you don't have to either. No, of course not, you damn drunk pervert. Naruto growled angrily after crawling up to his feet after a particularly harsh beatdown from the clone. I just want to become the kind of person everyone can count on. Make the Hidden Leaf a better place to live. Prove everyone who looked down on me wrong. Become the best, I guess. It never really mattered to me what my dad was. I never intended to become a copy of either of my parents anyway. I'm my own man. Jiraiya nodded somberly as his clone whipped Naruto violently into a tree. So it's an ego thing for you. You want to become Hokage to fix your reputation and show your worth. Figuring you can help out the village in the process. Naruto slammed back into the clone with a flying knee. Done with enough force, the clone slid back. So what? Something wrong with that? Not quite, but your thinking is, well, naive, I would say. Jiraiya countered. How-s? Naruto was interrupted as the clone landed a powerful body shot on him, silencing him as he crumbled into a ball of pain. Assuming you were gonna say how so. Jiraiya continued with a smirk. You can't fix your reputation or treatment by becoming Hokage. A Hokage is beloved by the people of his village long before he is given the mantle. And if you're becoming a leader out of spite, you've already failed. How the hell would you know? Naruto argued sourly. He didn't get much enjoyment out of someone challenging his dream. You're no Kage, or some great leader. I'm not even sure what your rank is. Sannin is just some title they gave you for whatever reason. Naruto offered a challenge of his own. Technically, something like an Anbu, I guess. Jiraiya chuckled with mirth. And while I may not be some grand leader, I've known plenty, both great and bad. Only the bad ones follow the motivations you mentioned. If your only reason to achieve accomplishments is to prove others wrong, what will you do once you've done so? How far will you go to prove them wrong? How will you even do so before becoming Hokage? Why would you be a better Hokage than someone else if they were equally powerful? Equally wise. Wisdom and power are merely aspects of a good kage. The two alone don't make one. To become a great kage or leader, you must master yourself and win the hearts of your fellow brethren. Naruto was stunned into silence. See, becoming Hokage is a fine dream, one I think you are capable of one day, brat. But you must recognize that becoming Hokage isn't just an accomplishment or a way to display your legacy. It's about becoming someone so beloved and needed they feel the need to give you the reins. At this point, we, as your people, will expect you to serve not only loyally but effectively. How you'll improve the hidden leaf is all the predecessors have before you. It will be the determining factor on whether you remember well or poorly. Consider all of this, and figure out the answer to those questions for yourself. Jiraiya lectured with a smile. Only then will you be something close to a good leader. Naruto blinked and refocused on the tense Kuretsuchi. You're not worthy of your dream yet, he declared bluntly. Jiraiya had made him see that more clearly. He felt compelled to challenge her flawed vision of their dreams. And unless you change your attitude, you never will be. Kuretsuchi's eyes narrowed at this, and she lowered herself to a more aggressive stance. Let's see about that shorty. Naruto's eyes hardened as he grumpily sighed. I'm not even that damn short. As soon as he did, Naruto blinked, so he heard the sudden air shift. The match has already started. Let's see what you got. Kuretsuchi dashed forward as soon as she saw Naruto's guard lowered. Naruto leaned his head to the left, managing to sway out of the way of Kuretsuchi's punch. He quickly trapped her arm with one arm and used it to attempt to throw her directly onto her head. Kuretsuchi, showing a surprising level of flexibility and acrobatics, managed to land on her legs in a bridge form. She quickly lashed out with a flexible kick for his face as well. Naruto deflected it using Riptide and attempted to stomp on her head. Kuretsuchi rolled away, firing off kunai rapidly. Naruto pursued her doggedly, deflecting each with Riptide with skill and ease. He then spun in a circle, aiming for a slash to Kuretsuchi's ankles. She jumped over the slash with a flying knee aimed at his face. With one arm, Naruto caught it, and the two both let go, each aiming for a head kick. The two kicks met with a loud, painful, sounding thud. Naruto proved to be the more vigorous blow, knocking Kuretsuchi off balance. As she stumbled back, Naruto slashed for her torso, which she sloppily leapt back from. Seeing this, Naruto swept her legs, grabbed her arm, and hauled her with his impressive strength as he did. He threw her bodily towards the stony part of the field. His power and angle of throw caused her to rise and fly away from him towards the challenging ground area of the courtyard. She's no slouch regarding close combat, but I think I have the advantage. Naruto mused. She didn't show any jutsu, but it's safe to assume she uses earth style. Better to keep this fight in my preferred range. As he organized his thoughts with one hand, he summoned 10 clones. The clones did not hesitate, immediately chasing after their airborne foe. She flipped upright in the air and, with a skid, landed on and stayed on her feet. As the Narutos closed in, Kuretsuchi smiled, showing she had finished a series of hand signs. Earth style. Quivers of earth. Several straight and sharp stone lines emerged from the ground, racing toward the clones. 2 of them, who were close to her, could not react. The thin lines of earth speared from them with silent poofs. The rest continued their charge as one dived towards the incoming earth spikes. Uzumaki style. Casting net. The clone cried as it slashed several times. This led to a blue net of chakra flying forward, slicing through the stone projectiles as it met them. The rest of the clones surged forward to the pressured Kuretsuchi. As they did so, she summoned stone on her fist with a whisper from her. Fearlessly, Kuretsuchi charged forward to meet their attack. Ino's POV Medical Section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Resting after the intense conversation between Tsunade, Naruto, and herself wasn't easy. Tsunade's words seemed so sure, there was no dishonesty in them. And to Ino, there were only so many others as qualified to give advice as Tsunade. There were very few famous kunoichi, even fewer that Ino felt comfortable holding as a role model. Tsunade was one of their few. As far as anyone knew, she was the only female S-ranked kunoichi. Furthermore, she did so without venturing into the darker side of kunoichi. As such, she and many other up-and-coming kunoichi idealized the woman as the prime example of a woman's potential in a shinobi's world. Hearing an idol of hers being so cynical and defeated had been disheartening. Ino had felt her heart drop as the conversation went on. Even more so when not only had Tsunade detected her hidden feelings for the blonde, then warned her not to pursue them. Ino hadn't decided to pursue a relationship, nor had she even fully decided if that was what she wanted. Yet now she couldn't help but feel like Tsunade had a point. She had decided to walk off such thoughts for now. As soon as Ino left the section for the medical ward, she ran into some familiar faces. An exhausted Yuno and worried-looking Choji walked towards her. Ino. Yuno called, her usually friendly and teasing tone replaced with an all-business voice. Have you seen Kiba? We've been looking all over for the guy but can't find him, Choji added. Worse yet, Sakura and Lee said his room looked like he had been attacked. Sakura, Lee, Guy, some samurai, and ourselves are looking for them. But we're worried something bad happened to him. No, sorry, Ino said with a frown. Any way I can help? Well, we could use someone else covering the ground. The iron arena is large, and we want to ensure he isn't being kidnapped or hurt somewhere nearby. Yuno explained. It's strange though, it almost looked like some kind. Before she could finish, smoke suddenly exploded around them with a boom. The injured Ino and Yuno were sent flying back from the cloud of smoke as yells could be heard from Choji. Before the two women could do much, two guards arrived and bravely dived into the giant cloud of smoke. Before both were sent flying back, the armor was dented, and bones likely shattered. They cried out in pain, breaking Ino and Yuno out of their stupor. Ino hesitated, not wanting to dive into a bad situation. But Yuno, with a howl, dived in as well. Ino flinched as her screams joined Choji's before suddenly the smoke converged, condensing before, in mere seconds, it was gone entirely. There was no trace remaining of Choji or Yuno. Ino was frozen for a few seconds, confused about what to do before the shock wore off. She first checked on the two samurai, noting neither injury was life-threatening. Before she glanced at the spot, her two friends had been. The smoke covered the surrounding area, which had scratches and cracked concrete throughout. Even a couple small puddles of blood. Ino gasped as her mind took in the scene. Before she could panic much, several samurai arrived on the scene. Some stopped to aid the still conscious samurai, who did a better job than Ino at describing what had happened. I couldn't even help, Ino thought miserably. 2 more genin are missing in our land. This may prove troublesome. The Hokage would be within his right to hold us accountable. One of the arriving samurai noted. Save it for now. We must keep searching. Another replied before the group ventured off. One female samurai stayed behind to help Ino back to the medical bay. But Ino felt barely any pain, she mostly felt numb. Kuretsuchi's paw of courtyard of Iron Arena, land of iron. Kuretsuchi had known this fight would be a good one. Naruto had admittedly impressed her in his battle with Tenten. In the trial of Janus Naruto, she had figured that she was simply a clown, someone fun to be around but not a shinobi to be careful of. Naruto had shattered that perception. In fact, it had made her slightly annoyed. Because Kuretsuchi was still determining if she could beat him based on his fight with Tenten. Naruto hadn't seemed particularly challenged during the battle and, upon taking it seriously, had utterly overwhelmed her. Kuretsuchi would have struggled against Tenten. She had doubts she could have done much better. But more than frustrate her, it had excited her. Kuretsuchi had seen an opportunity, the opportunity to defeat someone who had the same ambition as her. Someone who seemed incredibly powerful would serve as her stepping stone. All she had to do was prove herself better. Though this was ridiculous, Naruto had dominated their first exchange using pure physicality. Now he seemed to be countering her ninjutsu using pure kenjutsu and damn clones. She jabbed at a clone who swayed around it. Helpless it was to dodge the gauntlet around her fist, suddenly spiking out and impaling it. She twirled as she held her hands together. The gauntlets became a large club that smacked several more clones away. She tore it apart, forming blades as she blocked the slash of 2 more clones. Kuretsuchi's eyes widened as another appeared before her, its blade coated in chakra. She also felt another behind her. He's faster than me. Worse yet, the clones make it impossible to hold my own. Smashing waves. The clone yelled in unison as they slashed toward Kuretsuchi. Desperately, she formed her gauntlets into shields. She raised both to her front and back to block the slashes. This managed to stop the blades, but the chakra still boomed with energy, destroying the rest of the clones and stunning Kuretsuchi, leaving her slightly singed and dazed. Before she could fully recover, Naruto unleashed a powerful and harsh kick to her ribs. She spat blood as she flew away. Before Naruto could pursue her further, she seemed to sink into the earth. Kuretsuchi took the time to breathe and reassess the situation. This is ridiculous. Up close, he's picking me apart. I need to limit his movements to guarantee I can hit him with one of my stronger techniques. Time to stall. Let's see how easily you deal with this, shorty. Kuretsuchi thought as she weaved hand signs underground. From the surface, Naruto saw none of this, instead feeling a slight tremble of the ground. This was the only warning as suddenly a large portion of the ground beneath him writhed with large earthen hands. Each erupted from the ground and attempted to swat or crush him. Earth style. Gaia's grasp. She called from her hiding spot. Naruto jumped back narrowly, avoiding a hand directly underneath him. He leapt again to prevent another, but a third caught him midair. It sent him high up in the air, avoiding the rest but leaving him wide open for the last 2 that surged forward to clap Naruto, crushing each bone in his body. Kuretsuchi rose as this happened, using her hands to direct the stone. He summoned 2 clones, each grabbing an arm and leg, spiking him towards Kuretsuchi. Naruto spear. Kurodashi flinched before Naruto crashed into her painfully. Head collided to head as the two, future cages, crashed into each other. The force of which caused the two to bounce and skid. Naruto beat her to her feet and rose riptide to finish the fight. Before he could, one final hand of Gaia burst from the ground blind, sighting him. Naruto twirled through the air painfully. Kuretsuchi watched as he summoned several clones to cushion his collision with a tree. The clump of clones crashed through the tree. But they somehow managed to ensure the original was barely damaged, only showing minor cuts and bleeding, which seemed to be already healing. He's wearing me out just like he did her. Luckily, I have something for powerhouses like you. Earth style. Earth Golem. She called as her creation rose from the earth below. Easily 20 feet tall, it was a rough resemblance to an Iowa shinobi, though it made up for this simple appearance with intimidation. It was large and roughly assembled with both stone and metal. She watched as Naruto eyed it warily, as she predicted he intended to eliminate it rather than risk it. This should buy me a little time. I doubt I can land a clean enough hit to keep him down. Better to win by disabling him. Let's see it. Show me that technique you used on Tenten. Kuretsuchi roared. Show me why you'll become Hokage. Show me your village isn't inferior to mine. Naruto nodded solemnly as he raised a hand sign. Personal atmosphere. Level 1. Like his bout to Tenten, wine surrounded the blonde. Gust of it sent dust and lightweight objects flying through the air. Naruto's eyes almost seemed to shine as he gazed at the large construct before him. The breeze seemed utterly wild and uncontained if not for its waning influence, slowly waning as it got further from the blonde. I don't care about proving my home to be better than yours. They both mean the world to us, and I have no interest in saying otherwise. I'm fighting you only to prove my power, not superiority. I won't fight you to prove the leaf is better than the stone, but I'll fight you to see which of us is stronger. It won't mean the victor is better, merely further ahead than the other. Kuretsuchi was stunned by his point. She thought it over before she suddenly burst out into laughter, rising from the earth as she did so, momentarily forgetting her own strategy to face the blonde. Kuretsuchi wanted to gauge his honesty. She was shocked to see he meant his words. I've never met anyone quite like you, Uzumaki. Maybe you have a point. Prove it by beating me. Kuretsuchi screamed as her golem surged forward with some unseen signal. It ran forward and attempted to punch Naruto. Naruto jumped up, twirling around the punch with precise control, seemingly unbothered by gravity entirely, as if he was merely willing his body to go through the air. The giant spun and attempted to swat the blonde. But Naruto seemed to jump against the air, to dodge the strike and fly toward the creature. Good luck hurting it like that, shorty. Even with your monster strength, my earth golem can tank explosive tags. She thought as Naruto reared back his fist to punch the giant. He roared as he did so, speeding in and unleashing a powerful punch to the golem's head. This splintered the stone throughout the head and made the construct stumble back. Kuretsuchi couldn't believe her eyes. He is hurting my golem with his bare hands. Naruto did not rest. After his punch, he once again seemed to jump against the air. Shooting off like an arrow, he slammed feet first into the golem's upper arm, breaking it off. He appeared to skid against the air somehow, bodily stopping his momentum and shooting off again with a kick to one leg, which broke it off, and a mighty hand chop to the other leg made the giant golem fall. Is he secretly the son of Tsunade the slug Sanin? Size doesn't matter when it's that weak. Naruto teased. As he did so, the golem managed to rise behind him silently. This left him open for the somehow fully formed golem to slam him into the ground, not unsimilar to swatting a fly. Naruto painfully climbed to his feet, feeling sore. Best to avoid getting hit by that thing again. The beast seemed determined to repeat the action as it marched towards him to continue smashing him. Naruto seemed to skip up into the sky, glaring at the earth golem for his airborne view. He now bled from a cut above his right eye. Naruto thought over the earth golem. It was undoubtedly an impressive jutsu, and it could repair itself. Jiraiya had talked to him about complex techniques, summarizing almost any method that could be countered. If a man was creative and gutsy. Jiraiya laughed bodily as the blonde struggled to drag himself free from his jutsu. Ya, earth style. Swamp of the underworld, is one of my favorites. It's easy to avoid if you know it's coming, but it can be shockingly effective if used correctly. Yeah, laugh it up, drunk. Naruto yelled, still stuck ankle deep in the dark mud. What kind of mud is this anyway? I can smash concrete with my bare hands but can't escape this. Rumor has it, this is the mud one can look forward to in the afterlife, a grim preview of what awaits most shinobi. In truth, it's a mixture of mud and chakra, which makes it sticky and incredibly durable. Jiraiya explained. Yeah, well, it's so stupid, you keep catching me in it. How am I supposed to learn from you if you keep trapping me in this shit? Naruto complained. Blame yourself for falling for it. I use it every spar, and you seem unable to avoid it. Find a way around good techniques, brat, it separates the greats from the average. Jiraiya lectured. Sorry shorty, my golem can heal pretty quick. Better do something better to keep him down. Kuretsuchi taunted. Naruto merely nodded as he summoned 6 more clones. Each suddenly was turned headfirst, facing the golem. The clones were each frozen in the air as if in the grasp of a large, invisible being. Suddenly, each shot forward as an arrow. The slow golem could do nothing as each impacted relatively ineffectively, causing craters in the summon but little else. Kuretsuchi smiled before Naruto offered his own. Clearly, he needed to destroy the golem in one go to stop it. Luckily, overkill was something Naruto might as well specialized in. Naruto artillery, he said calmly as the walking landmine clones exploded, destroying the entire golem in a chain of explosions. Before the chunks could begin to reform, Naruto smiled as Riptide glowed with power. Uzumaki style. Raging wave. A large blast of chakra exploded into the construct, destroying the remains left from his previous attack. Kuretsuchi was stunned as Naruto landed softly in front of her. Riptide in hand and seemingly glowing eyes locked onto her. He took apart an earth golem casually. She thought with shock. It's good. I have one more trick. Gurren's paw of traversing. Land of fire border. Gurren eyed the group of Leaf Anbu. She had battled many in her time as Orochimaru's heavy. They often lacked the power individually to be a threat to her, but in groups, they were capable of facing most. They had been tracking them since their little foray in the Leaf. And if Gurren had set it up correctly, would have seen the trail lead them outside of Leaf jurisdiction. She watched warily as they followed such until it led to their territory's technical line. They surely reasonably assumed she had left the land to escape them. Gurren was amused by how easy it could be to avoid shinobi. It died rather quickly. After all, was she truly all that better herself? While they might mindlessly serve a village, Gurren had mindlessly served Orochimaru. The stress of which leads to her fleeing the man. Surely, she could find peace away from him. How hard could that be? Apparently, it was more complicated than she had thought. Gurren had tried hard to live peacefully after her disappearance. After Orochimaru's assault on the Leaf, she knew he would assume she had fallen. One could hardly be blamed for losing to an entire platoon of Anbu after all. To make an earnest living and simply live freely without harming others. Yukimaru had often attempted to persuade her to do so before his demise. She figured living his dream would allow her happiness, perhaps offering peace to her and the deceased Yukimaru. Gurren had found no peace in peace. Despite living the dream Yukimaru had wanted for them, it had been meaningless without him there to enjoy it. Gurren had made a decision at that point to get revenge against Orochimaru. To kill the man who had ordered the death of the one person who had meant anything to her. Quite the goal she had set for herself, and plotting it had taken. As one of Orochimaru's former most trusted subordinates, she knew how difficult doing such would be. At least, at first. Finding allies had been easy. Reaching out to a surviving Dosu and Zaku bore fruit immediately. Both recognized the death mission the Sannin had sent them on and knew alone they could do little more than be silenced by Orochimaru. Yuya had been lucky. She had been disloyal for a while and often vented to Gurren. At first, Gurren had simply allowed it due to her needing companionship. In time, they became earnest friends, and Yuya decided to aid her in her goal. The other two were more complex but valuable all the same. Once she had some allies, even if they were relatively weak, she knew she needed to set up a situation where even Orochimaru would struggle to escape. Gurren had been surprised by how easy this had been. By reaching out to two parties, she had arranged for them both to attack Orochimaru unknowingly, simultaneously. From there, she wanted to ensure the wild card wouldn't ruin her ploy. Kabuto Yakushi is the right-hand man of Orochimaru and the most lethal man in the Sound, except for the Sannin himself. Sure, Gurren and Kimuro had been individually stronger than him, something she now knew had not been entirely accurate, but he was more helpful. He used his intelligent mind, cruel intentions, and healing abilities to be their equal. With him around, Gurren doubted Orochimaru could fall. Kabuto simply was too good at his job, Gurren supposed. If he was around, he could very much be the difference between Orochimaru living or dying. Now, with Kabuto taken care of, Orochimaru would be vulnerable. Well, more vulnerable since Gurren was aware Orochimaru would need to switch bodies soon. He had selected his next body a while ago. But she knew it would take him time to return to full power. Gurren returned to their temporary camp. Dosu was tending to his prosthetic foot while Yuya cleaned her flute. Upon her arrival, both looked at her. We lose the tree huggers? Yuya asked. Getting to meet my cousin was nice, but those nice guys drive me nuts. Like they can't all tell they're faker than shit. We certainly did, Gurren said with a ghost of a smile. Rest for now. We don't have long before we need to move. See, that's what confuses me, Dosu complained. You suggest we fight Orochimaru, which is already a death sentence. But you suggest we do so while other powerful groups do so. If you wish to commit suicide, must you include us? I hate to agree with shit mummy over here, Yuya said, ignoring Dosu's less than polite response. But this seems risky. For one, we must attack with another party and or parties doing so. Otherwise, we lack the strength to kill Orochimaru. Furthermore, we simply have to pick our moment well. Knowing our former master, he'll somehow find a way to escape the situation. We will ensure when he does so, the exhausted Sannin runs into an ambush. Okay. But even if that snake bastard is greatly weakened, he'd make easy work of the three of us. Hell, even with that creep, Zaku, we'd lack the firepower. Tayuya countered. We are not alone. 2 more will join our side. Besides, I have been planning this for much longer than you know. Kabuto was a test. I'm now confident I can kill Orochimaru, assuming he's significantly weakened. Gurren assured. For the sake of the many he has harmed, for the sake of our lives he's ruined. Orochimaru the snake Sannin will perish. She promised the group darkly. You wouldn't move subtly unless you believed you had a shot. You earnestly believe that the 3 of us and 2 strangers can somehow ensure the death of Orochimaru. Seems fanciful, but it works for me all as well. Dosu replied evenly. I can see plain as the day my group was to perish to test Naruto Uzumaki. Either we achieved an unreasonable victory, died, or would be killed for failure. Orochimaru has always been the type to tie loose ends. It's best to ensure he does not have the opportunity to do so to me. Bastard has been targeting the Uzumaki with Ikum for years. Behind my own back. That being said, you best not lead us to early death, you bitch. Tayuya agreed. Gurren didn't bother answering. They all could feel they may not live much longer. She wouldn't lie to her new allies. Naruto Kuretsuchi's Pav Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto landed, staring intently at Kuretsuchi. Her summon had been a powerful technique that screamed of either stalling or desperation. Based on Naruto's overwhelming performance thus far, he would guess both. But what was her gambit? Why did she think the time would aid her? Best to finish things before she could utilize them. Naruto stepped forward, prepared to use his superior speed to close the distance before Kuretsuchi could use whatever she was hiding. The earth below him splintered before Naruto could wholly lean into the step. His balance was thrown for a loop as the ground beneath him gave way. It exposed a hollow chamber of earth quickly. The cavern or pit was the size of the arena. She used the time I spent fighting the golem to create a subtle space beneath the ground. Naruto thought as he dropped 10 feet in nearly an instant. Naruto smiled at the impressive trap as he flexed his ankles, willing the chakra-controlled air around him to shoot him up and out of the man-made cavern. Naruto shot forward toward the surface, only for the sunlight on the surface to be blocked out. He saw an absurd amount of dark gray substance falling from above. The substance seemed to cover the sky above him, globs falling like rain on a stormy day. A trap that lowers my mobility option. Followed by a technique that is widespread. It must be some kinda restraint technique similar to Pervy Sage's annoying swamp jutsu. Using his personal atmosphere, Naruto spun around and kicked back toward the bottom of the trap. Need a way to repel the attack and attack her at once. Otherwise, she'll simply continue spamming attacks. No one should be able to see me down here. Suppose it's time to use it. Thanks for the help, Pervy Sage. XX. Kuretsuchi's Pav. Kuretsuchi had spent years mastering the Earth Golem technique. Hers was a lesser version of Onoki's. She and most other shinobi lacked the raw chakra to use the complete golem. As such, she could only summon a much weaker and smaller one. Even with this in mind, Kuretsuchi defeated Chunin and pressured Junin with the technique. It was the achievement that convinced Onoki to send her to the exams. Kuretsuchi had known whoever she may fight would run into trouble once she used it. Naruto Uzumaki had turned one of her aces into nothing more than mere stalling. But Kuretsuchi was self-aware. She knew she was a tad bit arrogant. Onoki often told her it was something their family struggled with. As such, she had another ace. Molding the battlefield was a familiar skill for Iwa Shinobi or Kunoichi. It was why they had been feared in the Great Ninja Wars, and Kuretsuchi had known it would be helpful against more troublesome opponents. A pitfall without some sort of kill mechanism wasn't the most effective of traps. Kuretsuchi could think of a method to make it much more effective. Lava style. Ash stone seal rain. Kuretsuchi roared as she spat out a litany of globs. Let's see you counter the. Suddenly, it seemed like the sound was muted for the entire arena. There was a violent sound of air whistling and whooshing. The perimeter of Kuretsuchi's pit cracked around the edges. Suddenly, the loud sound of wind stopped with an earth-shaking boom. Just as suddenly, the dark gray substance shot out of the pit, impacting Kuretsuchi with great speed. Naruto shot out shortly after, standing in the air and staring down his opponent. Kuretsuchi was bound to a tree, only her head and left arm free from the mass of her own jutsu that pinned her. Naruto walked through the air to draw close to Kuretsuchi. XX. Naruto's Pav. He stopped before reaching her with a smirk on his face. Man, Kuretsuchi, I didn't realize how scary you could be. Naruto said, voicing a mix of genuine respect and childish teasing. But I think this fight is mine. Kuretsuchi growled angrily as she attempted to pull herself free. She lacked the skill to use one-handed jutsu, and even if she could, Naruto was more than close enough to ensure it would mean little. No way. I can't lose to some leaf. Why does it matter where we're from? We share the same ambition, have the same career, and enjoy a good fight. Naruto interrupted her with a confused frown. We're so similar. So why can't we simply be friends while we both push on for our homes instead of focusing on differences and superiority? I think you should work on uniting people and serving selfless. We can't be a great leader unless we're great people. Something I think we're both far off from. Naruto lectured seriously. Kuretsuchi sighed heavily, forced to hear his words and recognize her defeat. Maybe we are, but today, you showed you ahead of me. She said begrudgingly. Kakashi appears, smiling subtly at Naruto to show his pride. He poked at the bound but was yet to surrender to Kuretsuchi. I assume you surrender. Never. Kuretsuchi replied stubbornly. Seemingly heedless of her position, she struggled as if she could free herself. Reek tilde. Kakashi replied with humor. Anyway, since you are completely defeated. I resent that hippie. Kuretsuchi roared. Naruto Uzumaki is the victor. Once again, this was met by meager applause, most of the audience unwilling to support the outed Jinchuriki. It mattered little. Naruto made up for their silence with his own cheering. Fu, Sasuke's POV contestant section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Fu nearly buzzed with excitement. These exams so far had been nothing short of everything she had expected and even more. She had met and befriended Naruto, Sami, Omoi, Karui, she thought so anyway. It was hard to tell with someone so grumpy. And even B. Fu had never heard of rap music before but thought it was fantastic. Fu wasn't expected to win the exams. Her village didn't care for whatever business it may bring, and as such, she didn't feel nearly as much pressure as the others. Fu had learned to enjoy combat. She didn't fight or train often, and her village saw her mainly as a necessary evil and, as such, hadn't offered her much training. Little did they realize that Fu was lucky, just like the beast they sealed in her. Chome hadn't taken kindly to being imprisoned yet again. So when a young and naive Fu attempted to befriend it, Chome resisted. But the earnest and stubborn Fu won the beast over. Chome, the caring creature it was, had decided to train Fu. Chome had told her a Jinchuriki had no choice but to defend itself in this world. Fu had become strong enough for her home's fear to grow. Strong enough for Fu to lose fear in combat. Fu knew that as much as she liked humans, they simply lacked the staying power Chome offered her. Fu had decided to focus on social problems and allow her power to coast through the exams. Fu may have been well, herself. But she recognized now these exams, even for someone as lucky as her, were not to be underestimated. Rock Lee, her first opponent, had required her armor. Neji, Naruto's friend, had been defeated by her next opponent. And from Naruto's words, Neji was a rival to him. Fu usually wouldn't bother with this kind of fight, but Neji had seemed nice, Naruto was doubly so, and Fu was confident she could beat Sasuke. Avenging her friend, seemed like a great way to support them. All Fu needed to do was focus and not play around. If that failed well, she was lucky. XX. Sasuke's POV. Sasuke cracked his neck as he walked down the halls of the Iron Arena. He knew most would feel tension and anxiety build at a time like this. But Sasuke felt more focused and alive than ever. For years now, Sasuke had trained and toiled uselessly towards his goal. His inquiries never led to any significant evidence. Shisui and his mother insisted the failed Uchiha coup held no mysteries, and he had yet to redeem his clan. But today was different from most other days. Today, Sasuke could move confidently. Today, Sasuke was actively progressing toward his ambition. Sasuke felt his chakra seemed to stir excitedly within him. His performance in the match versus Neji had been impressive. It would likely give Sasuke the needed reputation for the promotion. Yet his competitive edge had been stroked, and Fu had easily defeated Rock Lee. Something even he doubted he could have done. Sasuke could tell Fu would be his greatest challenge yet. An actual test of his skill and drive. Better yet, Jinchuriki were known for their power and endurance. He could likely afford to use even his lethal techniques. Besides, most of my kit was exposed earlier. Sasuke reasoned to himself. Best not to hold much back in this fight. He arrived calmly and timely into the courtyard. He witnessed his smiling and seemingly excited opponent stretching from across him. Her nonchalant attitude was grating to him. Sasuke was confused by how she seemed so relaxed. Had she not seen him systematically take down the genius of the Hyuga? Move at speeds even Junin could envy. Did she not realize who she was facing? Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he slid into a ready stance. Now that the ash step was exposed, he would rely on it until more was used. Think you above the Uchiha? Sasuke thought bitterly. I'll show you and everyone else you all wrong. XX. Fu's POV. With a shout of, start, Kakashi leapt back from the two to allow them to begin. Fu's eyes followed him as his body flickered far enough to be out of the way. She looked back to her opponent to wish him luck, only to flinch as a foot filled her vision. Fu flew back, completely caught off guard by the strike. Sasuke appears beneath her, kicking her into the sky. Fu reflexively activated her wings to stay in the sky. Still, Sasuke was waiting above her, kicking her with chakra to send the friendly young woman crashing violently into the ground. Sasuke spared no mercy for her. Instead, he called out even more violence. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke called. When Fu climbed to her feet, it was only to greet the explosive fiery ball. With a boom, dust kicked into the air, momentarily masking the fate of Fu. Not bad, Emo. Fu complimented. Hopefully, you got more than that. I've never met someone as fast as you. Battle without malice was delightful. The rush of combat without the breathtaking hatred was intoxicating. Sasuke was clearly just as, if not more powerful than Lee. How exciting. Sasuke offered no response, merely blurring forward, slamming his knee into Fu's face with incredible speed. Fu did not fly this time or even budge. Sensing a shift, Sasuke attempted to blur away right as Fu grabbed his ankle. Before Sasuke could initiate this technique, Fu whipped the Uchiha violently away. Before Sasuke could collide with a tree, he faded out of sight. You must have activated that jutsu you used to survive Rock Lee's barrage, Sasuke remarked. His voice sounded as if it was coming from around the forest area, Gara-made desert and stony areas. Fu whipped her head around, confused, attempting to locate Sasuke. Time to test this technique. Fu had no time to respond. 6 fireballs flew from the forest. Each seemed to be fashioned after a demonic-looking face. Fu dodged each with ease, frowning at the lack of luster attack. Easy to dodge, aren't they? Sasuke questioned. Fortunately, they are relentless. Fu continued to dodge the fireballs, noticing they didn't stray off like regular projectiles. Instead, they circled back around to continue to assault her. My demonic flame lanterns pursue the chakra signature of their target until they hit it. Furthermore, Fu continued her desperate scramble to avoid the lanterns. She stomped the ground to kick up a large lump of stone and kicked it into 3 projectiles. To her shock, they didn't explode on contact as most jutsu would. Instead, it seemed to dissipate as a hit before reforming once it had passed through. They will not engage until they are in contact with said chakra. They pack quite the punch, I'm sure you can tell. Fu growled as she ducked 2, jumped over 2 more, and saw one waiting before her. Fu fearlessly clashed with the lantern, resulting in a large boom and a slightly singed Fu flying back. The other 5 attempt to converge on Fu, but with a gasp of pain, Fu takes off into the sky. The lanterns pursue further but need help to catch the speedier, more mobile Fu. Chome, can you track him for me? This is a nasty technique, and I'm gonna pay him back. As you wish, my friend. Chome agreed. Southwest area of forest hidden on top of one of the trees. May I suggest a variant of your beetle mode? Sounds like a plan. Let's see how he likes flames. Fu agreed as she suddenly flew forward at great speed. As she did, she suddenly honed into the section of forest where Sasuke was hidden. She suddenly lost her wings and fell in his direction. Stop hiding. I'm too lucky for that. Fu screamed as she pointed both hands together toward Sasuke's spot. Chome style. Bombardier beetle form. Bombardier style. Full power boom lance. Suddenly, a beam of explosive power shot from her hands into the forest. There was a silence before suddenly, a fourth of the forest Sasuke chose as his hiding spot exploded violently, ripping trees from the ground and causing a large fire. Trees outside of the explosion splintered and collapsed from the force. A cloud of dust rose into the sky. Fu switched back into her primary beetle mode while Kakashi stopped the fire from becoming a forest fire. Suddenly, Chome screamed out to her. Diabolic ironclad beetle now. Fu trusted her friend more than even herself. As soon as Chome's told her to, she shifted into her beetle mode's third and final form. She felt a massive impact hit her back as soon as she did. Even with her incredible defenses, she felt painful burns and explosive force that slammed her into the ground smoking. Across from her, Sasuke appeared. He had not escaped the massive attack unscathed. The young Uchiha was covered in cuts and burns. I did not expect this level of competition from you, Sasuke said earnestly. To think you're from one of the smaller villages. Perhaps it's not only the Uchiha that has an unfair reputation. Fu of the waterfall, thank you for the challenge, but I cannot lose here. Fu rose from the crater, cracked her neck, and dusted herself off from ash and dust. This is fun. I didn't expect you to be able to hit me in a way that actually hurt. Fu was similarly covered in dirt and the occasional burn but looked noticeably better than Sasuke. Hopefully, that wasn't your best shot. Something like that won't work on me. Sasuke did not respond at first, merely flexing his hand. Besmirched flambe reappearing death. He started as a familiar fiery katana formed in his hand. You've seen nothing yet, he stated simply. A's Pav cage box of iron arena, land of iron. A watched silently as the battle raged below. Anyone knowledgeable of a new and extended silence from him was a rare and purposeful instance. The man was perplexed, simply put. This match significantly altered A's thoughts about the power of his enemies and the future of his homeland. Enemy wasn't quite the right word. At least for the current situation, but he thought differently. Like all his predecessors, A had made his village solid and profitable. As such, he embraced all outsiders as what they were. Past enemies who have been subjugated and conquered, present enemies he had yet to have the pleasure of crushing, and future enemies he must plan for. Most fell into either the first or second category. The other 4 villages represented such well. The leaf and stone were present enemies, ones he needed to subjugate or crush. The sand and mist were lesser problems. Indeed, A was annoyed they were in the same league as his village. But the sand had been weak for a while now, it was why they had fathered such a close relationship with the leaf. The mist were like them, doubtless stronger but busy fighting themselves. Even if Yagura's faction did win, it was questionable how strong they would be. Oh, A had signed the agreement for peace just as the other cage had done. And similarly to them, he did so for his own reasons, primarily unrelated to peace. But A had been convinced simply because he believed his village was the strongest. The leaf had mainly lost the Uchiha, their most prominent Hokage, and were led by the weak and feeble Hiruzen. The mist was too busy killing themselves to be a factor. The sand was weak, and the stone needed a powerful, long-lasting leader. This could only lead to the gap between them increasing. Now, A questioned his previous thoughts. A had been confident that his village contained the strongest and most experienced Jinchuriki. He had been right, but now he noticed a problem. Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara of the Sand, and Fu of the Waterfall were powerful despite their lack of experience. Fu had even shown an impressive level of mastery over her beast. And the other 2 seemed incredibly powerful without using much of their beast. One of them even came from a minor village. If Fu could fight at a level more comparable to a powerful Junin than a Chunin now, how much stronger would she be in a few years, strong enough to make her weak home a much more valid threat? I had a feeling the other 2 would also grow to be a much larger problem. Soon, his powerful brother B and the ever-loyal Yugito may have rivals. Sasuke Uchiha and, to a lesser extent, his family member Yuno represented another problem. Not only were Suna, the leaf, and Taki looking like they were stronger than he had thought. But the leaf looked to be even more troublesome. Despite their recent failed coup, the Uchiha clan still has loyal and skilled members. They would return with some level of their former glory in some time. Not to mention, number-wise, the leafs were dominating the exams. There was little to be done for now. But it would be interesting to see which enemy would need an eye kept on them. Was the determined Uchiha the potential victor? Or one of the monstrous Jinchuriki? A would watch for now, but these exams proved to him that a time of peace may need to end. What are your thoughts, you muscle-bound freak? Onoki asked bitterly. The older man was still sour about his daughter having lost her battle. Onoki doubted she was fully ready but never imagined she would be so thoroughly embarrassed. While A had been musing over the exams, the other had been discussing the battle before them and picking the likely winner. That your daughter was crushed by a nobody. A roared with anger. Seems the stone may be the new weakest village. Bah, she made a mistake, you fool. Your own are mostly gone as well. Onoki sniped back. A felt the anger swell at that. Truthfully, it annoyed him but bothered him a little. But it was best to let them think him a mindless brute. Before he could sell further, Rasa offered his own opinion. We all are doing relatively poorly compared to the leaf. Rasa admittedly easily. Luckily, the victor isn't based on the number of men but their skill. Something you shall all see when my son wins these exams. I wanted to refute such, but as skilled as Samui was, he doubted she could contest with the Jinchuriki she would have to fight against. But I could use this. He just needed the other 2 to do it for him. When the hell did we agree to have Jinchuriki here anyway? I added, ensuring to sound as incensed as possible. He subtly saw the flinch of Hiruzen and Rasa. They had likely hoped to avoid this argument. A fair point. This could be construed as a villainous thing to do. Yagura agreed with a frown and raised brow. They are often not on the same level as their peers. There is no rule regarding the use of them. Rasa countered quickly. I looked through the rules about these exams myself. It is only discouraged due to the damaged mental state usually held by them. Something I believe all 3 have shown to be mostly stable. Didn't your son kill several during the trial of Neo? Mifune asked, confused. Killing is part of our job descriptions, samurai. Rasa snapped back. To further support my ally and to avoid continuing that conversation, Hiruzen chimed in. The former point was true. The Jinchuriki present are not guilty of anything other than being uniquely skilled. Simply because they are powerful does not mean they are unstoppable. Of course, the 2 guilty of such are defending it. Onoki chimed in with a frown. My daughter is a skilled and powerful kunoichi. I wonder if she lost only because her opponent was a Jinchuriki. Inwardly, I chuckled at such. In truth, he doubted Naruto Uzumaki's victory had anything to do with the Kyuubi. No, the blonde reminded of someone. A fair point as a Jinchuriki myself. I can confirm we are unlikely to lose to just any human. Yagura agreed. This snapped out of his mind, listening to see if his seeds would bear fruit. Certainly, this isn't worthy of discussion, Rasa complained. It's within the rules, and they have competed reasonably enough. None of them have gone on a rampage. Even if they do, we are all cage here. There are literally armies worth of Junin and Anbu here. Is there truly any need to be concerned? Hell, Hiruzen even brought some shadowy new unit. So you don't mind if we kill your tools if they act out? I asked savagely. The situation Rasa described could prove valuable in weakening his foes within political confines. It seems like an apt solution. Yagura agreed. Seems like a dreadful solution, Onoki complained. They've caused little harm. We have no right to impede them. He is correct. Mifune agreed. As per agreement during these meetings, no unallowed harm is to fall onto any shinobi. This is a peace-seeking meeting, after all. Fine. I complained. He had expected this wouldn't bear fruit, but at the very least, it caused tension. Yagura frowned but nodded at this as well. I am personally surprised by Fu's strength, Hiruzen spoke to break the tension around them. Taki has always survived off their hidden location and supposed secret weapon that fuels their leader. I didn't expect they would produce a Jinchuriki this strong. Now that you mention it, they haven't had too many battles with it present. It was assumed they kept it hidden due to poor host. Rasa continues. Perhaps they simply didn't wish to let their true power show. A risky play from a smaller village to risk their best weapon. There is no risk. Any aggressive movement toward any villagers will have a heavy cost. Mifune interfered seriously. Rasa snorted but was silent at the reminder. To think your founder gave away such a powerful beast to such a weak village. A sniped yet again at Hiruzen. A waste of potential, I'd say. Taki is privy to too many things that are wasted with them. Yagura agreed darkly. Not just the Jinchuriki but the hero's water as well. Say what you wish, but the clever bastards have never been crushed or invaded. Even during the wars, Onoki explained. They used guerrilla warfare to fight, and since we could not find their home, they did so fearlessly. Giving them a beast they should struggle to contain was a small compromise. I'd say the last of the Uchiha is in a fair bit of trouble. Power isn't everything, Hiruzen countered plainly. They are both powerful, but there is a difference. The others looked at the Hokage questionably. Well said, Hiruzen. Mifune agreed readily. Let's see if the former famed Uchiha can show us. Sasuke's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Sasuke wielded the blade of flames as he eyed his opponent. Despite the competitive clash, Fu seemed mostly undamaged and not tired at all. Meanwhile, Sasuke had used a fair bit of his chakra. He had thought the lanterns would be the finish to this fight. After all, dealing with the technique was powerful and challenging, and he had managed to hide away while using it. But she had honed in on him rather quickly. And even when the jutsu did land, it wasn't incredibly effective. I wasn't expecting this level of competition from her. I figured she was a tank but would be dealt with easily enough. It's clear to me now that isn't the case. She's durable enough to take on powerful ninjutsu head-on with minimal damage. Her flight makes her quick and mobile in unpredictable ways. She also has access to some powerful insect-based forms. So far, she seems to have a basic one, more of an all-rounder form. When she unleashed that powerful explosive attack, it seemed like she lost her wings. This newest form allowed her to tank 5 of his demon lanterns. So, there are 3 forms. She has an all-rounder, which increased her offense and defense to roughly a similar level, an offensive one that gave her access to ranged attacks, and a defensive one that seemed to improve her already impressive defense. I must destroy her now before she finds a way to end this. Before she can switch, Sasuke decided as he blurred forward. Sasuke appeared behind Fu. As soon as he did so, Fu spun, attempting to backhand him, but met nothing but air. Sasuke had already reappeared before her, lunging forward with his blade. Fu gasped as it stabbed her shallowly. With a screech of pain, Fu jumped backward through the air to get distance. It merely played into Sasuke's hand. Good. I didn't think her armor would provide much defense against besmirched flambe. The heat simply burns from within. Which is perfect. She sacrifices speed and mobility for armor, a critical flaw when I can bypass it. And without your pesky wings, I have air superiority. Sasuke thought as he flexed chakra all throughout his body. Need to use the body flicker at maximum efficiency. This fight goes to Uchiha. Fiery reappearing shadow sever. Sasuke called. Fu was defenseless as Sasuke moved at a speed that no one under Junin could keep up with. Merely appeared as a glowing red line that slashed mercilessly at the airborne Fu, who screamed out pain during the barrage. Fu landed bodily at the end of such, Sasuke standing in front of her coldly. Kakashi, this woman is done, Sasuke said as he marched forward. It'll be a miracle if she even survive. Sasuke was interrupted as a cheerful voice yelled. Not yet, Tilda. Fu called cheerfully as she flew forward fist first into Sasuke's back. She switched forms at some point. Sasuke spat out blood as Fu smashed into him at speed. sending the confident Uchiha sprawling forward before he blurred and appeared across from Fu. Wiping the blood off his face and spitting some out, the Uchiha eyed Fu coldly. How the hell are you even alive? Sasuke asked incredulously. Your insides should be cooked. Oh, I'm so lucky. Fu cheered. It hurt for a while, but with Chome, that stuff never sticks. That makes no sense. You can't luck your way out of being internally immolated. Sasuke roared, confused and angered by the seemingly unstoppable Fu. Also, who the hell is Chome? Sasuke paused as he thought. His besmirched flambe reappeared in his hands as now slightly battered Uchiha eyed her down. Your beast must make you durable, but that can't be all. You can heal. Sasuke reasoned out loud. Sure can. Fu agreed readily. It'll take more of that to keep me down. Good for you. But now it's my turn for a trick. Look me in the eyes, Fu. Sasuke said as his Sharingan spun wildly. Sure. Fu said, confused as she did so. It's cool. Your eyes can spin, I guess. Sasuke didn't bother to answer. Instead, he blurred to her left, feinting another lunge. Instead, he blurred above her and slashed at her head. Fu managed to lean out of the way of this and fly upwards, seeking safety in the air. Sasuke growled as he chained his body flicker to pursue her upwards. As he did, he would blur in or out of range, slashing with besmirched flambe at Fu. Yet the Jinchuriki dodged and weaved each slash. Now freed of her defensive mode, she seemed fast enough to react to his attacks. The two continued their dance into the sky well above the arena. Eventually, Sasuke decided this was a waste of chakra and began to fall toward the ground while seemingly wielding his flambe like an arrow notched in an invisible bow. Take this. Arrow of the besmirched. Phoenix arrow. Sasuke said as the blade flew forward as if shot from a bow. Fu flinched, not expecting it to be shot, and was hit dead center. With a gasp of pain, she spat out blood and began to fall as well. Sasuke appeared above her, now wielding another besmirched flambe. This is finished, he promised as he spun and prepared a mighty slash. The blade seemed to turn blue and swell as he did. Besmirched despair. Brilliant disdained flame. As he slashed, the blade exploded outwards with blue flames. Fu, just having recovered from the arrow, merely screamed as she was covered in the explosive flames. Before, with a boom of chakra, she was coated in a glowing cloak, which made this chakra noticeably stronger. She shook her head as if to clear her thoughts and, with a grunt of pain, flew through the powerful blast of flames. Sasuke flinched at this, not expecting to tank one of his more powerful jutsu. He desperately formed another flambe, but as he slashed it at Fu, she caught it in her hand like a regular blade. Sasuke was shocked into silence. How can she hold it? The beast chakra can interact with it. He had little time to ponder as Fu grabbed and held the blade with strength. Sasuke desperately pulled but could not free it. While Sasuke did so, Fu's other chakra-covered hand seemed to form a construct that looked like some kind of horn. My turn, Emo, Fu declared. Herculean punch. She yelled as she slammed the fist into Sasuke's face, sending him careening towards the ground. The Uchiha was at first stunned. But gasping with pain, Sasuke's body flickered against the force, which managed to bleed off some speed, considerably lowering the impact of his body in the cruel, hard earth. Even coating himself in chakra, Sasuke barely held consciousness as the effect sent waves of shock through his mind and body. Sasuke groaned in pain as he crawled to all fours and bodily managed to stand. Fu could be seen standing in front of him, patiently waiting. By the way, Fu chirped as if she had not very nearly killed him. Chome says your genjutsu won't work on us. Apparently, Chome can free me from any you do land. Sasuke flinched at that, now understanding how Fu was contesting his ash step. While it allowed Sasuke impressive speed and mobility, the most vital part of it was the subtle genjutsu Sasuke used in tandem. The subtle genjutsu technique made the technique seem even quicker and made it so even those who could match it struggled to keep up. The two used in tandem made his approach almost impossible to detect or react in battle. But if Fu was immune to his genjutsu, it made sense that she would have the raw speed to respond. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he lowered his stance. It seems things are getting interesting, Sasuke said with a slight smirk. What do you fight for? Sasuke was stalling slightly. The decisive blow from Fu had nearly knocked him out and may have broken some of his ribs. His chakra reserves were roughly half depleted. And apparently, he needed a new strategy for his opponent. Luckily, she didn't seem intelligent and likely wouldn't notice his ruse. Fight for? Fu asked, confused. She felt much happier now that she had landed a solid strike on the Uchiha. Well, for fun, I guess. My village kinda forced me here. So mostly just having fun until it's over. Fun? Sasuke asked with a raised brow. You're doing this for fun. Then why fight so hard? Like I said, my village forced me here. I assume if I fail, it'll be held against me. I can't really afford my village to like me any less. Fu finished with a nervous chuckle. I also figured I could make some friends. And it worked. So, Yeah, I'm mostly here for fun. Besides, I doubt anyone other than the other two stand a chance. I'm too lucky. Sasuke's entire body tensed. These exams meant so much to him. He needed to prove himself, prove the Uchiha wasn't fading, gain power, gain influence. It was no exaggeration to say this was the most significant task he had endeavored to do. Fu was here for mere fun and friends. Sasuke could admit to liking both of these to some degree. But it was no proper motivation. Fu wasn't fighting for anything. Then I'm afraid I can't lose to you. I never could, Sasuke said, his voice now dark. The air around him seemed to grow hotter, and his eyes spun even faster. But I'm way stronger. So why not? Fu replied earnestly. There's a difference between us. Sasuke continued as he raised his hand. A second besmirched flambe appeared. You don't want to lose. I can't. Sasuke blurred forward, slicing at Fu's head and legs at the same time. Impressively, Fu jumps while scrunching to avoid both slices. With a flap of her wings, she propelled herself forward, which Sasuke managed to evade narrowly with another body flicker. He appeared above her, but with shocking speed, Fu flipped around, kicking Sasuke higher into the air violently. Before suddenly, the man recovered from the blow with mere grit, Sasuke surged forward, slashing both blades from the left and right. Fu managed to catch the right one, but the left slash landed, slicing a burning line through her midsection. Fu flinched in pain, allowing Sasuke to weave hand signs. Before he could finish, Fu called out in pain. Chome style. Lucky instance. Fu called out. Sasuke flinched. He remembered what this did to Lee, and as his chakra surged suddenly, his jutsu lost control. Sasuke could only offer a single syllable word before the technique backfired, causing an explosion that sent Sasuke flying and stunned Fu for an instant. Fu smiled. The small blast barely hurt her as she powered through the blast and flew forward to pursue the injured Uchiha. Sasuke flew into the forest, crashing into a tree with a dreadful thud. Fu prepared to finish him, aiming a punch for him as he collided with the tree. Sasuke fought off unconsciousness with willpower alone, and mere instinct had him blur away in time to avoid Fu's punch, the power of which tore the tree down. Sasuke attempted to use trees for cover, but Fu flew through tree trunks as if they were paper. The branches, trunks, and fragments flying through the air added to the threat the Uchiha had to avoid. Sasuke's impressive acrobatics and use of Ash Step to prevent the calamity. He flew out of the forest into the sandy part of the arena. Desperate for space, he turned and managed to dispel one flambe as he aimed at the other. Fu emerged from the forest, flying headfirst towards a phoenix arrow. Fu could not dodge or catch the attack. Instead, she screamed. Chome style. Lucky instance. The arrow somehow spun around and instead raced for its creator. This is bullshit. Sasuke ducked this as he landed but was helpless to stop Fu from smashing into him headfirst. He skidded along the ground as Fu stomped forward. Sasuke rose slowly, bleeding from all over and covered in burns. He stared at Fu. Fu stopped with a frown. You were entertaining, even if you seem a bit judgmental. I've had quite a bit of fun. But I think this fight is over. She replied simply. It can't be. I won't let it be. If only I knew you were going to be so powerful. Sasuke complained as he formed a pair of hand signs. I would have used this from the start. Fiery presence. Kagutsuchi. Fu raced forward to stop this but was flung back by a massive explosion of flames. Naruto's POV contestant section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto whistled with appreciation at the fight before him. It seemed even more so since Fu was winning, anyway. It was too competitive of a match, to be sure. Naruto had taken a liking to the friendly lady and had never been that keen on Sasuke. He had to admit that the two had stolen the show so far. Shame I didn't get to fight either of them. I guess Gaara isn't the only threat. Oh dear, I can't believe he will do this. Hinata suddenly started with a gasp. We have to get Kakashi to stop this. Shikamaru asked as he leaned against the railing beside her. I agree it's a rough match, but it should be fine. Fu has tanked everything Sasuke offers and doesn't seem like the killing type. Besides, Sasuke is a bit antisocial but not murderous. Sasuke isn't. Normally, Hinata said with hesitation. But I was there when he created that technique. Sensei banned it for use unless he's in a life or death situation. It's too powerful and destructive for a friendly battle. That bad, huh? Naruto asked. I still don't see the big deal. Fu is crazy strong and is in control. It doesn't matter who wins. Hinata replied angrily. Someone may die. I hate to say it, Hinata, but even if that is the case, it's technically within the rules of the exams. Shikamaru countered. Besides, Kakashi is a living legend. If it was essential to interfere, he surely would. I suppose, Hinata said nervously. Naruto said. Are you sure he even could? What kind of question is that? He's a famous Junin. Of course, he can. Shikamaru replied. Well, look, Naruto replied bluntly. All three did so, and they were shocked by what they saw. What looked like a living, swirling storm of fire stood in the middle of the sandy portion of the field. Sasuke looked nothing like his usual self. Instead, his body was caked in flames, which raced off his body in flares. The sand around him was melting and forming into patches of glass. Fu, who had tanked various fire jutsu, flames, and explosions alike, stood 20 feet away. Unlike the rest of the fight, Fu seemed hesitant, unsure how to approach. A few pieces of shrubbery that had remained unburied around Sasuke seemed to wither before bursting into flames. I'm not sure anyone can touch him without being hurt, Naruto mused. Though Kakashi does know some powerful water jutsu. Maybe. What the fuck? Shikamaru said with a grimace. This is no mere drag. No simple water technique will do anything. Do you know how hot something has to be to produce heat of that magnitude from that far away? It should be impossible to survive this technique even as a user. Yet alone maintain it. It's something absurd. Something no one should attempt. Hinata explained. Earnestly, I had little doubt my teammate would win. Not because of his power but because he will not lose until he achieves his goal. Even if it cost him his life. Hinata explained. Naruto frowned at this before nodding respectfully at Sasuke. He was also prone to risk it all for his ideology. Nah, I must be going crazy. I am nothing like Sasuke Uchiha. Fu Kakashi's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Fu stood a short distance away, eyeing the walking, fiery mass that Sasuke had become. She usually wouldn't bother with caution. Most shinobi had been unable to hurt her in her career. Sasuke had managed more damage to her than anyone ever had. First, his lanterns had actually managed to pull her to a minor degree. Then his blade of fire hurt a lot. If not for Chome healing her, Sasuke would have defeated her by now. But Fu had been confident Sasuke had shown his best moves. And had nothing that could put her away. Now she thought the situation may be different. Even from her distance, it was seriously hot. Fu could only imagine how hot it would be up close. The guy didn't even look human anymore. Could he really survive in such a state? Fu's answer came when the walking infernal began its trek towards her. His gait was slow and focused as if it had taken an effort to move so slowly. As it walked, the flames that covered him seemed to be reacting. Suddenly, flaring or bursting from him. Each step led to the sand melting into glass and maintaining its molten form. The flames surrounding its head seemed to shrink before the glowing, twirling eyes of the Sharingan were present. I try not to use this technique. In fact, Shisui told me never to do so unless it was a last resort. To me, my goal is worth risking my life. While immune to the flames and resistant to the heat, each second in this form is utter agony. This technique is a grim, masochistic pledge. To burn away all secrets, all conspiracy, all deceit. It's named after an old god who was worshipped. His very birth brought destruction. The technique is no different from its inspiration. Surrender now. I cannot guarantee you will survive the next 60 seconds if not. Someone as weak and naive as you cannot hope to better me. Not when you fight for nothing. Sasuke lectured, his voice raspy and pain-filled. Fu felt anger swell as a second and third set of wings sprouted from her back, and the Buji chakra's thin coat surrounding her thickened. She thought of the harsh and cold treatment of her homeland. The constant and unfair treatment. Everyone assumed she was either a monster or a tragedy. Fu had spent her life being looked down on. Even though she was lucky to have Chome, even though she was strong. Now, this guy was looking down on her for making the best of a bad situation. Even after doing her best and performing well, was she looked down upon? No, she was done with that. Fu, this is unnecessary. Chome chimed in, sounding concerned. The heat alone would be a test of our healing factor. And I doubt the ability is simply a burn-based one. Another lucky instance or Bombardier Beetle Blast would be the best move. I'll bet this bastard hasn't lost much speed. So bombing him won't work. It wasn't only because he was confident we didn't know his location. It worked the first time. Lucky Instance won't win the match here unless I'm careful. I must force a close combat situation that Lucky Instance can pull in my favor. Fu thought. Her anger had always focused on her in ways she usually couldn't. I may not have some grand reason to be here, Fu said sharply, frowning earnestly for the first time in the exams. But that doesn't make me less. You have no idea what I've been through. Maybe you have some grand purpose. Fu said as she lowered her stance. But I don't need any specific reason to wanna kick your ass. You'll wish you took the out when I offered. Sasuke roared as he suddenly flashed forward. There was a boom as he used the ash step in tandem with a burst of flames propelling him forward, flames flying from his body and coating the surroundings. Sasuke had become even faster with his body switch. Despite what all logic would say, and doubtless what the shinobi in the audience balked at, Fu didn't flinch. Fueled by rageful spite, she raced forward, her speed slightly slower than Sasuke's. They both ran forward and, without preamble, slugged each other with their right hands. The boom of Sasuke's explosive punch burned and bruised Fu's face, but she held her ground. Meanwhile, Sasuke would have gone flying if not for multiple flares from his back that kept him standing. But the moment allowed a rage-filled Fu to unleash a vicious body blow. The iron arena was filled with the hiss of chakra as Fu's body cloak and Sasuke's flames met. Fu attempted to grab the airborne Sasuke, braving the firestorm between the two. But she screamed in pain as it momentarily overwhelmed her. The brief moment allowed the Uchiha to spin in the air, flames jetting off to maneuver him and add momentum. This allowed Sasuke to spin through the air, unleashing a kick to the head that, as it impacted, cracked the ground below. Fu went through it a second later. Sasuke stomped on the down Fu an instant later, embedding her further on the ground. He raised both fiery palms to finish her off before suddenly Fu reared up and, placing both feet on Sasuke, screamed as she launched him into the air. A storm of flames followed Sasuke as he flew into the air. The orange glow from the fire lit the arena around them as they did. Fu stumbled for a moment as Sasuke flew through the air. These damn flames, my whole body feels burnt. I can barely breathe, but I'm gonna prove my point. She glanced at her tan skin, noticing it changing color as it was burnt even through her chakra cloak. He seems to able to take my hits now and even offer them back. He even got faster. No, it doesn't matter. I'm lucky, and I'm not worthless. Fu decided as she took off with a loud boom. She smashed into the airborne Uchiha, gritting her teeth as she did. She unleashed several powerful jabs on his body, stunning him as the pain threatened to overwhelm her at any moment. Fu growled as she grabbed Sasuke using nothing more than willpower. To her surprise, the flames around Sasuke's face parted, allowing the Uchiha to look her in the eye. I was wrong about you, Sasuke said simply as he glared at her. But my will is still stronger than yours. He concluded as suddenly the flames intensified. Fu cried out in pain at this but didn't let go. She lifted them higher, moving noticeably slower. Smart decision to keep me in the air. Limits my options. Unfortunately, it's been 45 seconds, and I predicted you'd do this. Fire style. Fallen comet. The flames around them suddenly surged into the two, making both screams in pain. Before much else could happen, the fire exploded, sending a fiery ball containing both careening to the ground. XX. Kakashi's POV. Kakashi and a litany of Anbu guards appeared below, forming a loose ring around the arena and soon to be crash site. Each signaled purposely as they cooperated and began a technique. Collaboration jutsu. Great Dome of Earth. They roared in unison. The courtyard was soon enclosed with a large dome with a hole at the top. This cut the audience off from seeing anything, but only for a short time. The so-called comet flew through the hole and crashed into the arena with a massive boom. The thick dome of earth surrounding the arena cracked and collapsed from the force of the blast, showing a wrecked field covered in flames and smoke. Kakashi walked forward as the Anbu stayed back to protect the stands from any more backfire. As he did, he observed the burning and leveled courtyard. The forest was gone, trees uprooted and fragmented, strewn around the space chaotically and slowly burning to ash. The top layer of the sand portion had ultimately become charred and molten glass. The entire stone section was charred and covered in ash. The river in the center was noticeably lowered, a good portion of it seemingly having evaporated. Most of the smoke originated at the center of the arena, the site of Ground Zero. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi approached, waving away smoke and floating ashes as he did. The smoke fully dissipated, revealing quite the scene. Sasuke was kneeling, covered in burns, bruises, and blood. His hand was buried in the ground upon first inspection. But with further scrutiny, Kakashi realized he was holding something. Fu had been driven headfirst into the ground for the clash. The upper half of her was partially buried. Kakashi prepared to race in to check on the surely dead girl before she jerked. With a janky pull of her legs, she ripped herself free from the weak grasp of Sasuke and the hold of the earth. She stumbled as she stood, looking confused and shell-shocked. Fu glanced at the stunned Sasuke, who hadn't moved and looked utterly perplexed she was even standing. Kakashi winced as he eyed her. Similar to Sasuke, she was bruised and bloodied from head to toe. But unlike the Uchiha, who was only burnt in patches, she seemed even coated in blistered and pink burns. Even for a Jinchuriki, it was a wonder she was standing. You used. Lucky instance. It, Fu said in between pants. Saved my life. As the woman said this, she fell backward, completely splayed out and spent. Guess I'm lucky. You win this one, emo. Fu concluded with a chuckle. How the hell are you laughing? Sasuke asked, struggling to breathe while he questioned his foe. I had fun, Fu replied with a chuckle. Plus, I might not have won, but I kicked ass. A win in my book. Good fight. Sasuke was stunned by this before he, too, laughed. Fu of the waterfall, I won't be forgetting you anytime soon. Why, you're right, it was fun. He decided as he painfully stood up. Kakashi offered a hand, but it was shrugged off. Sasuke marched over to the down Fu and offered his hand. Fu snorted at this but took it all the same. Sasuke helped her sit up and shook her hand with a nod. Thank you. Fu seemed confused by this but had no chance to question it as he marched forward and waved hand signs. Kakashi watched with curiosity as he spat a fireball into the air, silencing the crowd and getting everyone's attention. Using a jutsu while that battered and exhausted. Is this guy even human? Kakashi wondered. He knew better than most the cost of pushing yourself like this. The pain must have been unbearable. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I will be the victor of these exams and dedicate such to my clan. I am the ashes of the Uchiha clan. We will reclaim our former glory. Sasuke roared. His beaten and charred state made it only more compelling. Unlike the first time, the crowd applauded, and Sasuke smirked at it openly. Before, it had been held back somewhat due to his association with his defamed clan. But after such a showstopper, the crowd seemed fully won over. Roaring in approval of the performance, Sasuke faced the cage box and acknowledged them with a mocking bow. With this done, he offered a nod to Fu and Kakashi before he marched off the field. Looks like the crowd has found their favorite. Unsurprisingly, those two have no business being in these exams. And Sasuke somehow managed to beat a Jinchuriki. The scariest part, Kakashi's eye wandered over to Gaara, who still sat on the roof of the competitors section. Is that my gut is saying he's the worst one here? Gaara of the Sand is no mere genin. Be careful, Naruto, this is the most dangerous exam I've ever seen. Kakashi thought as he gazed around the destroyed courtyard, freeing his mind to focus on his duties as the proctor. With a shrug, he stomped his foot, raising the earth beneath him to rise above the chaos that had become the courtyard and get the crowd's attention. Well, that was quite the match. That will conclude the first day of the exams. His voice was amplified with chakra as he spoke. We will take the rest of the day to repair the stadium for obvious reasons. Allow medical staff to ensure the victors are ready for tomorrow and celebrate victory or heal from defeat. In the capital of the great land of iron, we will hold a fair, a mere meager journey from here in mere hours. The land of iron will graciously hold this fair, with food, games, and drink aplenty. We encourage you to return tomorrow to continue the exams and wish you enjoy the fair and future matches. Before we go through Kakashi finished by pointing to the screen above the cage box. On it scrolled were the names of the 6 competitors who were randomly paired. It continued to flash possibilities before it settled on the configuration of the next day. Seems we have quite the matches to look forward to. Kakashi cheered as everyone took in the following matches. First match. Hinata Hyuga vs Gaara of the Sand. Second match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Shikamaru Nara. Third match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Samui of the Cloud. Naruto's POV contestant section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto glanced at Hinata, who nodded back at him determinedly. It seemed she wasn't scared of Gaara. Though Naruto couldn't help but think she should be. She offered a polite bow before she excused herself to check on Sasuke. With that, Naruto glanced around, his eyes meeting Samui. She smirked as she walked over with an odd sway to her walk. Seems I get to fight you myself. Very cool, Samui said with a smile. Bring you a game, Blondie. Oh, and I'll see you at the fair, she said with a wink before nodding at him and walking off to meet with her team. I can't decide if she likes you or wants to kick your ass, Shikamaru commented after her departure. Glad to enjoy the lack of drama in my fight, but our favorite broody Uchiha will melt my insides. Can't decide who's worse off between the two of us, Shikamaru mused. She doesn't like me for one, and two, no one kicks my ass, Naruto replied with ease. Never mind, it may really be you, Shikamaru sighed. At least I know for a fact how screwed I am. Oh shut up, you lazy bastard. Naruto snapped back. I'm excited we're all a step closer to winning this thing. Hell, we may have already earned promotions. So either I'm going to be sent on deadlier missions with more responsibilities and eventually die or be killed by the dramatic Uchiha. Really feeling excited. Let me tell ya all about it. My life is such a damn drag. Shikamaru concluded. Oh, come on, we get to a fair. Naruto said excitedly. Rather nap, Shikamaru replied blandly. The hell you are. This land is awesome. Surely, they'll show off some unique weapons and sights. Neither Sai nor I have been, and as our team captain, you must lead us through it. Tenten sounded out, now fully healed and with a big smile. Mind if you tag along with our team tonight, Blondie? Otherwise, this lazy bastard will find a way to escape me and Sai. Pineapple can be rather sneaky when trying to escape social gatherings. And I am very excited about the fair. From my reading, it is quite the event. Sai agreed. Naruto roared with laughter at Shikamaru's nickname, which caused the Nara to growl and get annoyed. He nicknamed you Pineapple. Ha, now that he mentions it, I can see the resemblance. Glad you like his nickname. I was going to name you Dickless. Is that good as well? Sai asked innocently. The fuck he say? I'll kill him dead. Naruto roared as a distraught Shikamaru used his shadow possession to hold him back. Ya, welcome to my world, troublesome and offensive, Shikamaru said. If you stop with the nicknames, and Tenten promises not to trick you into doing so, both of those for the entire night. I'll agree to go to the fair with the three of you. He offered. Tenten and Sai nodded with all smiles at this, and Naruto relaxed with a glare at Sai. Lovely, let's drop off our equipment and prepare for this. With that, the group attempted to depart, but we were stopped by the sudden arrival of a sand cloud. Inside was the sand trio. They all appeared in a swirl of sand. Gaara was in the front, and his siblings flanked his sides from behind. Gaara held a broad smile as he stared at Naruto. Uzumaki, the time draws ever closer, Gaara said with a manic smile. I look forward to seeing if you can perform as well as they did, though I should warn you. He said as he stalked forward. Shikamaru was frozen by fear. Tenten drew a blade but noticeably kept her distance. Sai also drew him and stepped closer to Naruto. The blonde strolled forward to meet Gaara. He felt a small amount of fear but didn't hesitate. Naruto had worked hard to be ready to face Gaara, he wouldn't shy away now. If it came to violence, Naruto would be prepared for it. They were inches away from each other, glaring openly. Their eyes both seemed to almost glow as they faced off. The backup of both seemed to tense at this, Sai and Tenten edging closer from opposite sides. I wouldn't interfere, Tamari warned darkly. Especially when I have a score to settle with you, pale skin. At odds with the tense threat, she almost attempted to joke with the nickname. As if hoping to keep things from getting violent. Konkuro nodded as he stared down Tenten. I wouldn't suggest the two of you try anything, either. Neji's voice cut in. He was behind the two. And walked into the section as if utterly confident. I see. I can't leave you alone for any time, Naruto. Konkuro and Tamari flinched, likely realizing from his match with Sasuke that they would stand no chance in a fight with the Hyuga genius. No need for violence, not yet anyway, Gaara stated with a smile. Uzumaki, I will be the greatest challenge you ever face, and I will not fall to your plan. Impress me in the battle and join me, or fail to do so and die. He ordered with a chuckle. Come, human siblings, let them play before the monster comes. He said darkly as the three disappeared in a mass of sand. Why the hell does that psycho want you so bad? Is both of you being Jinchuriki really a reason to fight so intensely? Shikamaru asked, utterly confused. It's more than that, Neji countered. I don't fully understand it, but I recognize the look in Naruto's eyes. It's the same look he had when we clashed. Whatever the reason, it seems the other represents a challenge to Naruto's ideology. Naruto is willing to go through the violence to prove a point. Though I must admit, I don't understand why. You're somewhat right, I can't look away while someone like me is hurting, you know. I must show him his ideals are flawed and that he needs his humanity. I'd want someone to do the same if I were like him, Naruto explained while looking at his palm. Seems like a foolish reason to fight, Sai commented. This is one of these emotional things, Sai, Tenten explained. Or male emotional things, or something. Or something, Shikamaru concluded with a nod. Ino's POV outside of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Ino panted as she looked around. Despite her best efforts and even seeing Choji and Yuno being taken, Ino had found no trace of where they may have gone. Worse yet, the screams of Ino and Choji seemed to stick to Ino. Were they even alive? Did she watch some of her friends die? Ino, Sakura yelled as she ran over. I heard what happened from Guy. Yuno and Choji are missing as well now. Why yeah, Ino said. I saw it in person, Kami Sakura, I don't know what happened. I was afraid to hear it would be true, Lee concluded as he walked up to the group. How strange. From what I heard, it seemed like some kind of attack. There was a lot of smoke, but after it was gone, all that was left was scratches and blood, Ino said. I thought it might have been a body flicker, but the smoke didn't dissipate immediately, and you couldn't use it to carry others, especially against their will. You'd have to do in burst and would be just as likely to drop them anyway. It certainly makes no sense. Yuno was strong enough to make it in the latter exam rounds. I find it hard to believe anyone took her and the youthful Choji. Lee added. The whole thing is strange. We're down a teammate, and poor Shino is missing both of his. Sakura said sadly. Furthermore, there's no trace. Indeed, Guy called out as he walked to Genin's group. I, as well as the most kind samurai, found no trace of them. I have been left with assurances they will look into it, and the cage will have such addressed before tomorrow's matches. That's it? Ino asked incredulously. We surely are gonna keep looking. Sakura spoke openly. Our teammates and our allies are missing. Indeed, we will search all night. Rock Lee agreed with her. But Ino's eyes widened when Guy shook his head. The other two gasped audibly at such. Guy-sensei. Ino tried but was stopped as Guy suddenly lashed out, quickly punching through a concrete railing. Guy flinched as if realizing what he had done, taking several deep breaths and a weighty sigh. Guy seemed to regain control of his emotions. His smile and regular expression returned. But all were stunned by the anger from the usually jovial man. I understand your frustration, Those embedded with youth such as yourselves can't help but want action in times of peril. But for now, we must be patient. Things are more complicated here than you know. Guy explained. Go to the fair, have fun, and take your mind off this. That's an order. He marched off having said his piece, but his walk was slow and purposeful. Ino looked at the others in shock. Sakura seemed as shocked as her, while Lee looked agonized. We gotta tell the others. You too, have to tell the others. She decided with a flinch, remembering how things were between Naruto and her. Kakashi is supposedly a big deal. I'll try to win him over as well. Perhaps he can use his clout to help. We won't let them forget about this. Still avoiding Naruto, Sakura asked with a sigh. Fine, we need help with this anyway. Come on, Lee, the others will surely be at the festival. Sakura hugged Ino, recognizing the state she was in, before running off. Yosh, let's go recruit our allies. Lee said excitedly as he raced off to pursue his teammate. Focus Ino, like Anko taught us, business first, feelings after. Need to find Kakashi-sensei after a stressful day, so, dive bar. Ino nodded to herself as she convinced Kakashi to aid them. Orochimaru's pav. The snake Sanin paced around his throne room, which was cavernous and barren, lit poorly with candlelight. Before the pacing man, Zetsu bowed patiently as his master continued his energetic march. This is concerning. Kabuto has yet to return. Orochimaru voiced unhappily. He was supposed to return after silencing Tayuya. His expertise is invaluable to the switching of my body, as well as being useful to guard me. You have many scientists and medical experts on your team. Surely, a team of them will be able to do it in his stead. That is assuming he hasn't been delayed by a minor issue. We can otherwise guard you. Black Zetsu countered. Admittedly, if it was the Akatsuki, we would fail. We would bet something happened to him. Perhaps the Akatsuki or the leaf ran into him and silenced him, White Zetsu said simply. If such is true, that would be terrible news. Not to mention unlikely. Kabuto could carve a path through the leaf if he carefully avoided certain people. And the Akatsuki believes him under their thumb. Orochimaru countered. If he is dead, that would be a shocking and brutal blow. Kimimaro and Gurren, my heavies, are dead, Jugo is dead, I'm lacking powerful men, and the recent reports suggest we may face an attack sooner than later. With my weakened state, this would be disastrous. If it's a strong force, I will be unable to repel them myself. I was foolish to be so wasteful with my forces. The Sanin ranted. To his dismay, the ever-focused Zetsu broke down their problem further. 7 different strongholds hit throughout our territory. 2 we can confirm to be the work of Akatsuki member Daidara, formerly of the Stone, and Sasori, formerly of the Sand. The other 5 are the work of a small team. All of these were overrun at an absurd speed. 2 of these bases even received reinforcements and were still crushed. No survivors either. White Zetsu sang. Whoever they are, they're quite lethal. Orochimaru openly cursed at this. While he usually wouldn't dare be so open around his men, Zetsu had been expected for a while now. That reeks of an attack. Perhaps fleeing would be best. Perhaps, but I do have a plan you may like. Hiruzen's Pav Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. Hiruzen wished the job of a cage ended with the day, but often, the night was saved for unexpected and unpleasant meetings. Unfortunately for the old man, this night was no different. Instead of retiring to his tent, smoking his pipe, and wishing he could sleep in his own bed, Mifune had arrived, asking to speak to him. Hiruzen had momentarily considered telling his men for Mifune to talk to him in the morning. But Mifune had told his men it was necessary, and Hiruzen trusted the man to use his time effectively. The whole trip for him had been miserable. First, he had to adjust to the cold weather. It had constantly reminded him of each long year he had served. The samurai had offered more than fair accommodations, a sizable defensible camp with large and luxurious tents, each heated with an impressive built-in fire pit. Yet he missed his warm and cozy office and comfortable bed. As the Hokage, his tent was the most prominent and nicest furnished, but the cold seemed to eat at him all the same. Secondly, Mifune had arrived with his men, and tension seemed to build. And lastly, Hiruzen feared it was related to the disappearances. The samurai walked into his room on his lonesome, standing at the entrance silently and respectfully as if waiting for him. Hiruzen inwardly sighed, but with the patience a long life gave him, he smiled at the man and nodded respectfully as he packed his pipe. Mifune bowed slightly at this before entering the room. He glanced at the seat Hiruzen sat at in front of a coffee table and took the opposite place. Hiruzen didn't acknowledge the man at first. He gathered his thoughts as he lit his pipe with a finger. Mifune took a heated kettle from the fireplace and poured them both drinks, sipping his plain as both men enjoyed the moment of calm before the storm, commonly referred to as a business. Hiruzen sighed. His stalling was finished as he finished his pipe. Hiruzen tapped the now spent pipe's contents into an ashtray with a rueful puff. He faced Mifune and straightened his posture. The old men who had been relaxing were gone, replaced by the old inhuman legends they both were. Old friend, Hiruzen said pleasantly. To whatever do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I wish it were a pleasure, Hokage-san, Mifune answered gravely. Hokage-san. I see. This will be an unpleasant conversation, then. I assume this is regarding the disappearances of several of my men in your land. Hiruzen said this calmly, but the ocean of killing intent that seemed to set in the room betrayed his upset nature. Hiruzen knew better than to think Mifune was fully responsible. But there was no question Mifune and his men had sworn to see to the safety of all visitors. Something Hiruzen would not take lightly. Indeed, Mifune responded plainly. The seasoned man did not flinch at the considerable wave of intent that washed over him. Despite the efforts of some of my best men, there is no evidence of them being taken or who did so. No evidence of being taken? Hiruzen asked incredulously. According to my men, it was clear they were attacked, with nearly all of them having struggled to some content. But the methodology of such and where they went is a mystery. It seems some third party somehow attacked and took several of your genin. You realize my men going missing here places responsibility on you, correct? Hiruzen asked with a raised brow. Of course, it goes without saying that we and our forces have nothing to. Hokage-sama. A loud, boisterous voice called out as a group approached. Both older men flinched and gazed at the new arrivals. Several of them leaked killer intent, even making the two legends take notice. The group was headed by the ever-passionate Might Guy. Behind him stood a hesitant-looking Kakashi, angry Makoto, an apologetic Shisui Uchiha, a furious Sume, and a concerned Choza. I am terribly sorry to interrupt. But I am guided by youth, and it demands action. Guy ranted to the nod of the group behind him. He stopped as he eyed Mifune. I see you are already discussing such. Excellent. Sorry, Hokage-san, Kakashi said while rubbing the back of his head. I tried to convince him to wait, but he insisted upon seeing you. In truth, it had been a combination of Guy and Ino coming and encouraging him that had led to Kakashi coming. Though he had a sinking suspicion about what decision would be made. It's our damn right, Sume interrupted. Especially when some pissants are messing with our pups. We want to know what's the plan to find them and whose ass we're kicking if we don't. Sume is correct in some ways. I mostly want my boy found. Choza added his opinion on the matter. That being said, whoever is guilty will feel the wrath of the Akamichi for this. The Uchiha as well, Makoto said, darkly upset to see one of her few remaining family members go missing. Though primarily we wish to find, not cause trouble. Shisui agreed with a sigh. Please tell me you found them. Makoto is liable to snap any minute. Hiruzen hesitated as he thought about how to spin this well. But Mifune did not share his hesitation. The samurai stood and lowered himself to the floor in a deep bow, apologizing and acknowledging each of them. The Land of Iron had no hand in these mysterious kidnappings. We are certainly somewhat guilty in the sense we failed to assure their safety within our land. As such, I have motivated many of my troops to search all of the surrounding area as well as the entirety of the Land of Iron. You can be assured if they are here, we will find them. We will keep you in the loop regarding information, but that is all I can offer for now. Mifune recited, standing to face the crowd. The hell are you saying? Sume roared, incensed. You assured us we'd be safe here. Now, one of my litter is missing, and that's all you have to offer. I sincerely hope there is more, Makoto warned as her Sharingan spun wildly. Please calm down. I'm sure they'll allow us to do our own investigation as well. We'll surely find them if they don't. I'll head it myself, Shisui assured, glancing towards Mifune. Of course, it'll be a limited team, but such is the norm for international incidents. Mifune and I were discussing such. Hiruzen intervened, sensing the tension in the room building. I'm afraid I cannot allow such, Mifune replied frankly. The room fell silent at the declaration, but only for a moment. Makoto, Guy, and Sume all attempted to stomp forward angrily, only to be held back by Shisui, Kakashi, and Choza respectfully. Mifune did not flinch even as he dealt with the creative threats from Makoto and Sume and the odd dressing down of youth, Guy described. Hiruzen allowed his mind to process this as the chaos built. It could have been better. Many of those missing were heirs and other prominent shinobi. Furthermore, it burned Hiruzen to even consider allowing his own to be harmed and not acting. Yet Mifune was a reasonable man. If he denied them, it was likely for a good reason. Besides, if they acted against their wishes, it would incite an international incident and potentially lead to a war, unacceptable. His mind was made up. Now decided, he glanced at both parties and sighed as he flexed a sizable portion of his chakra. The chakra made the air in the room swirl and the tent quiver and sway. It broke through the disorder and allowed Hiruzen to grab the attention of all of them. I appreciate that my subordinates are so passionate. It brings me pride to know you all intend to protect your own fiercely. But you must allow me to deal with matters such as these. It is why I'm Hokage, after all. Hiruzen assured the group, who slowly settled down as Hiruzen faced Mifune. They still didn't like it but knew better than to argue at that moment. That being said, I would have you explain. I intended to. Mifune sniped back. As you know, I am not the leader of this land, leader of its military, yes, but not its political leader nor the leader of the people of it. As such, when it comes to international law, I must default to the laws put in place by the council. Meaning? Hiruzen asked patiently. Meaning until the council members meet regarding these events, I must bar you from investigating the matter. Or performing any unapproved actions. Mifune continued. You have no right. Choza countered. We should be able to pursue this, especially when we're down multiple shinobi. You surely cannot intend to bar us from getting involved. Perhaps in most cases, but when it comes to shinobi law, it is different in the Land of Iron. In the past, the Five Kage and the General worked out a peace agreement proposed by the Elder Samurai Council. This has several rules. The main theme is the outright banning of shinobi work in the Land of Iron. There can be exceptions, but the council must vote on such. Mifune told them gravely. Why the hell should we listen? Sume countered. We have sons and daughters missing. One of my family is lost here, and you expect me to sit idly by? Makoto whispered darkly. What of the youth? Guy yelled passionately. But Hiruzen merely shook his head as he interjected. Once again, the group fell silent as their leader chimed in. So when could we get the Elder Samurai Council to decide on this? They won't be back in session till after the exams, Mifune explained. I know this could crush the odds to save them, and I'm sorry. My men are working tirelessly in the investigation, and I am using my sway to convince the council as we speak. But for now, you must simply wait. You have my word. What can be done will be. The group of Junin all roared in defiance at this, save for Shisui and Kakashi, who eyed Hiruzen with sad but accepting eyes respectfully. Hiruzen sighed again as he spoke, knowing his people would be dissatisfied and potentially incensed by this. There is no other way? He asked. Mifune gravely shook his head no. But after the exams. I can convince the council to allow some activity, but it is likely not a high-level mission, Mifune explained honestly. Then so be it, Hiruzen decided grimly. His subordinates were silent at this. They knew not to openly critique his choices, yet Hiruzen could feel the weight of their disappointment settle on his shoulder. It was a familiar weight. Good night. He dismissed simply. Without argument, the combined group marched out of the room, each furious. Even the ever-controlled and kind guy offered a dark glare at the Hokage. The tent fell silent as they crawled out of it. Mifune and Hiruzen stared at each other. Years of experience allowed the two to understand each other on a level others could never. That being said, Hiruzen began again. If they are not found, I hope you realize I'll be expected to react. And for my village to react, I shall. You crave peace, Hiruzen, let's not pretend otherwise. Reacting would end poorly for both of us. Primarily when one of our rivals picks apart the pieces in this hypothetical. Mifune retorted. Yet react, I will, Hiruzen promised darkly. This job often leads to watching the ones under your order die following them. You never get used to it, and it merely becomes one of the mistakes that haunts a leader. If it turns out you do not allow us to pursue this and they are not found, Hiruzen warned as he politely guided Mifune out of his tent. You'll find crossing the leaf is one as well. We are innocent despite how it looks, Hiruzen, Mifune promised. I believe you, but I hope I do not regret such. Hiruzen countered as he was left alone. He slouched lower into his comfortable chair as the stress of the day drifted off of him. Before he could fully relax, his mind decided on another decision. Shadow Anbu. An Anbu clothed in all black clothing and a dark mask appeared and kneeled in the tent's center. Ensure the news of these disappearances does not spread. Hiruzen ordered. The masked man nodded as he vanished. One more weary sigh emanated from the Hokage as he closed his eyes. I'm too old. Hiruzen sighed, wondering how many more times he would deal with peril. Samui's Paw of Cloud Camp, Land of Iron. Samui was led by A's secretary, Mabui, to the Raikage's tent. She had known her leader would call for her soon, especially with what he would see as a failure by her teammates. Samui was hesitant, unsure she could defeat Naruto Uzumaki, yet she knew A would demand it. Samui knew failure wasn't something A tolerated. He usually punished such severely, but Samui was cool with that. She had suffered much before. She just hoped the punishment wouldn't fall on Atsui. Mabui had been the secretary for A for years and, by all metrics, was the perfect fit for such a position. Patient for the chaotic and often loud and violent scene that was the Raikage's life, kind and charming to ensure she didn't suffer A's wrath, strong enough to be helpful, and compliant to a fault. All traits of valued in those beneath him. Samui wasn't fond of A, but Mabui was a woman she had always respected. Mabui had been one of the few to take pity on her after her family's fall and often offered advice and lessons. She had grabbed Samui by the wrist and wordlessly led her away from the main camp. Samui knew to listen to the woman and trusted her to inform her of what was happening. Maybe not to keep a secret, but she was cool despite that. Raikage-sama wishes to discuss the performance of Team B in the exams so far, your upcoming match with Naruto Uzumaki, and a new order to follow. Mabui lectured as they marched through the camp, primarily empty due to the fair soon to be held. Cool, Samui replied blandly. Samui liked Mabui but knew better than to trust the woman entirely. She reported to her regarding anything of note, even when it came to her friends. Mabui had cemented her spot in A's inner circle by selling out her husband's conspiracy against the Raikage. Samui had no doubt she would not be entirely safe either. Mabui stopped their trek and walked into a random tent. Samui followed, confused. As she entered, she saw Mabui whispering to a Junin before the man nodded and left, activating a sound seal to ensure privacy on his way out. Before Samui could process this, Mabui turned with a serious face as she stared at Samui. You have always been one of A's favorite kunoichi. He chose you to lead his brother's unit, spared your brother for his treason, and now confers with you during the Chunin exams. Mabui listed. Samui frowned at the topic. Something about this felt dangerous. Mabui almost seemed desperate to make Samui understand. Your point. Being vague is only cool in casual conversation. Mabui smiled sadly at this. My point is that success differs for us as a kunoichi, Mabui explained. How we achieve it, what it means, how others perceive it. We are similar to shinobi in strength yet have a flair for more unique situations. We tend to be more social, subtle, and successful regarding the more cerebral aspects of being ninja. I will ask you to do something you may not want to do. Something that many substantial kunoichi are asked to do. I warn you to consider what it means to what he says and what it means to refuse it. The problem may seem unsolvable, but when that time comes, you'll discover the true strength of a woman. Adaptability. Samui frowned at the conversation. Mabui was all over the place. What did she mean? What exactly is he going to ask me to do? Why are you saying all of this? Mabui smiled melodramatically at this. Because I had a similar moment to this one. I had no one to offer me advice and no time to consider my choice. I made a choice and regretted it every day since. Consider everything carefully. She lectured before deactivating the jutsu and marching out of the tent without a word. Samui was frozen by the odd conversation and the intense feelings Mabui had radiated. Were things truly ever going to be cool? But as she always had done, Samui swallowed her anxiety and feelings and marched forward, having to speedwalk to catch up to Mabui. The woman seemed locked into her own world, and Samui didn't bother pulling her from it. The rest of their trek was uneventful and silent. Both women locked into their minds as they traveled but soon arrived at the large tent created for the Raikage. As they did at each camp, Samurai and Anbu held a loose perimeter around the tent to ensure the cage were kept safe. Two Anbu marched forward and briefly discussed their presence with Mabui. After a short whispered conversation, Mabui locked eyes with Samui and nodded her into the Raikage's tent, though she noticeably stayed behind. Samui entered, head bowed and respectfully silent as she emerged into the tent. In lieu of a standard setup, the room was full of weights, weapons, and booze. I was currently doing one-handed push-ups, using the other hand to hold onto a glass of sake. Samui, familiar with the odd A, was silent as he worked. She waited patiently as the man worked out, knowing that interrupting him would not be taken well. I was someone Samui held both great contempt and respect for. On one hand, the man was the reason Samui was alone. He had killed her father and mother and only spared her brother for her loyalty. Yet also was the man who had made her home the superpower it was. He was a man Samui could never imagine being defeated or usurped. A simply was too mighty, crafty, connected, a true Raikage in every sense. Samui loved her village and, as such, begrudgingly accepted A. Two main contributing factors made a such an effective leader. One was his indomitable strength. Even among the other Kage, A was known for his absurd physicality and power ninjutsu. The other was the utter loyalty he commanded from his men. Samui was not indeed that unique of a case. He was known for his harsh treatment of anything he deemed traitorous. Likely having known she was there from the start, pushed himself up with his arms. Impressive using mere arm strength to go from prone to standing. At first, he did not acknowledge Samui as he toweled off excess sweat and sat on a couch facing the fire. A offered Samui no seat, nor did she go to sit. He guzzled down the still-held glass of sake with a weary sigh before acknowledging her. Samui, I am happy you did not keep me waiting. Did Mabui brief you on the meeting? I told her not to, but the woman gets ideas in her head. He likely was asking such to punish Mabui if she had. Samui responded quickly, which was a key to getting through a conversation with a smoothly. No, she explained you wished to see me and asked my opinion on the likely victor of the exams. Samui felt a tiny sliver of fear within her as she lied. While loyal to her home, she knew being such did not mean she must be faithful to A. Besides, it would be uncool to rat out Mabui, who had stuck her neck out for Samui. A openly considered her words. You know better than to lie to me, I suppose. Anyway, I first wanted to discuss your team's exam performance. Samui flinched. While she may have defeated Ino, she represented her home well. Her teammates could have done better. Karui failed the second test, and Omoi in the third. Samui doubted such impressed the harsh and judgeful A. This performance is nothing short of disastrous. Said with contempt. His anger led to him leaking a small amount of killing intent. Karui did not even make it to finals. She will be on probation for the next year and going through the training such demands. She's lucky I don't demote her. She was placed, unfortunately, with our team. She surely would have made it further. Samui excused. She was desperate to defend her teammates. Yet you and Omoi were fine. Snapped. We of the cloud are not weak. We cannot afford such a thing now. Karui will go through emergency training as you did before. Then, she will serve on probation. If she fails, she will be punished as expected. Omoi will be going through the same. While he performed better than that weakling Karui, his fight was embarrassing. For that, he will be on probation and face the same hellish emergency training Karui will. Reikage-sama, please, I barely survived such, they may not be so fortunate. Samui reasoned. I will save our reputation. Ha, you face the Jinchuriki of the Leaf next. The boy hasn't been truly slowed down yet and hasn't bothered to use his beast. We both know you cannot hope to beat him. Coldly responded. Samui felt anger swell but expertly buried such. Despite the bold lack of faith A had shown her, her expression did not shift. Samui doubted she could defeat Naruto, but hearing her leader say such made her furious. She had served as well as any genin and survived the hellish, emergency training, given to shinobi felt needed. And as a proud kunoichi of the cloud, Yeta had already assumed she would fail. And aware of the inner turmoil of Samui but uncaring continued. These exams are a bust for us. Yet, I see a path for profit all the same. Better yet, I see a use for you, Samui, you can aid our homeland in a way few could. Samui kneeled respectfully. As conflicted as she was, listening to it was something she was used to. I will serve as I always have, Reikage-sama. Hey, I knew you would, Samui, I knew you would. Firstly, while you cannot beat Uzumaki in straight combat, you can affect him in other ways. Explained. Sir. From what I saw, you have become somewhat close to Naruto Uzumaki, haven't you? I asked with a smirk. He pulled another bottle of sake from behind the couch, filled it, and chugged another glass. Samui's mind raced. She maintained her outward calm using all her willpower, but terror ran through her. I had used her for missions many times before, but rarely did it contain someone she considered a friend. Samui briefly entertained lying to A. But her loyalty and logic stopped such. He asked, but he likely already knew the answer. He was testing her loyalty. Samui did not wish to bring A's attention to Naruto, but she had no choice. Yes, she answered simply. Despite the single word, it felt like a drastic betrayal. A laughed from his gut at the announcement. Excellent. Sir, Samui asked, confused. Some of the dread was leaving her body. Somehow, he was happy. Excellent. Of course, see, the exams have nothing left to offer the cloud, but that doesn't mean we can't find a benefit to our time here. See, as I'm sure you know, Jinchuriki are not beloved by the average person. They contain beasts that dwarf even the 5 kg in power, able to unleash it upon any great emotional stress or death. Truly a walking, talking, terrifying time bombs. As such, they are usually socially exiled, often living short and tragic lives. But in our great land, such is different. We recognize Jinchuriki as the powerful weapons they are and treat them as such. Both B and Yugito are treated fairly well by citizens and given respect by their peers. As were their predecessors and all Jinchuriki of the cloud. Explained. Of course, sir, we've always recognized such, but what does that have to do with Naruto and me? Samui asked. Everything. See, Naruto Uzumaki is a rather unique case. These exams show the Leaf foolishly attempted to keep his Jinchuriki status a secret. In an attempt to calm the foolish citizen that lives there, the Leaf convinced the Nine Tails had died or disappeared. And somehow, for a while, it worked. Naruto Uzumaki has lived a relatively normal life. I chuckled cruelly at this. But now that the truth has been exposed, Naruto Uzumaki faces the burden all Jinchuriki carry. Our spy has been working hard to get us this information. A perfect time for a third party to get involved. See, I want you to convince Naruto Uzumaki to abandon the Leaf and join the cloud instead. Samui was stunned by the order. Naruto quickly became someone she admired and reminded her of her brother in all the best ways. Having him come home would be enjoyable. But Naruto would never do so. I am cool with the order, of course, sir. But I fear Naruto Uzumaki is not the man to betray his friends. Oh, that is to be certain. Those foolish Leaf fools are always led by their foolish hearts. Something I, and by proxy you, can easily take advantage of. Your mission is simple. Convince him to do so. What is the method? By any means necessary. You know how I feel about failure. Seduce and bed him, befriend him and gain his trust, learn a secret, and blackmail him. The method matters little as long as he does so. He'll join us to get the love and attention he doubtlessly craves. We'll gain a powerful new soldier for our home, and he'll thank us for it. I explained with a smug smile. Samui was now close to cracking. It took more control than she knew she had to not respond impulsively. Instead, she tried to figure things out. Some way to convince the Raikage to avoid this path. Samui respected and admired Naruto, she wouldn't lead him on merely to trick and seduce him. Indeed, I did not expect her to honestly do such. She wasn't that kind of woman. Samui's mind settled on an excuse, and with calmness she did not feel, she cautiously began her counter. Surely, such would not be wise. The leaf would not sit idly by while we take their Jinchuriki. Surely, I would see the logic and change his mind. Normally, you would be right. Every village, regardless of their distaste for Jinchuriki, recognizes them as the useful political tools they are. Any village that holds one wields a power comparable to any of the 5 Kage. There could be war taking such a thing, not to mention the potential for the other nations to get involved. No, the ramifications for such would make taking a Jinchuriki foolish. Unless, of course, we could hide the fact we've taken such. I explained with a cruel smile. My men say there are reports of the leaf losing several genin. They're trying to keep such information on the hush, but I have spies within the samurai and leaf. This will provide us with the perfect distraction to win over Naruto Uzumaki without the other villages knowing. By the time it is discovered, the cloud will simply be too strong to contest. With the power of 3 Jinchuriki, we will rise above the other 4 great nations. I ranted with a relaxed smile. Sir, Samui started as fear stopped her. As much as she liked Naruto, could she genuinely afford to say no? Atsui would have done so, and Naruto likely as well. But maybe this could work out for the best. She would keep her cool and reject this order. Uncomfortable with this order. I do not wish to deceive Naruto, nor am I comfortable with seducing him. I will, of course, attempt to convince him, but it matters little. I snapped back. I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable. You are a kunoichi, one of my kunoichi. I don't care if you force him, bed him, or become his best friend and convince him. You will convince him to return with us. He demanded as he stood and loomed over Samui. It's uncool to manipulate others, Samui stated boldly. She looked as if she was bored even as the Massiva stood before her. In truth, she was terrified, but thinking of Naruto and Atsui made her feel brave. Perhaps you forget your place. Kunoichi of the cloud are merely tools, as are all who serve under me. They can kill just as the men and convince enemy men to do their whim. Your beauty and power are a tool for me to use when I see fit. You will do so as all the others have done before you. Get used to it. A beauty like yourself has more than one use, after all, unless, of course, you wish to see Atsui die, threatened darkly. Samui outwardly flinched as her control snapped. She couldn't let Atsui die. She couldn't. Samui's face didn't change, but tears streamed from both eyes. I see you understand now. You must have momentarily forgotten your place. I will forego your punishment. I assume we understand each other. I asked, killing intent, flooding the room and causing Samui to drop to her knees. Why yes, Samui answered with great effort. Yes what? I asked as his intent grew even more powerful. Samui dropped prone at this. Yes Rai Raikage-sama. Samui whispered, voice shaky. Good, I answered as he marched back and collapsed onto the couch again. As he faced Samui, he watched her climb back to her feet. Make sure to dress up nicely for the fair. Use those looks of yours to bag me another useful weapon. It's for his own good anyway. Samui exited the tent and marched back to her own tent in the camp. She was glad Omoi and Karui were at it already. They deserved to have fun before attending emergency training. She had to meet with them and pursue her new mission. Besides, I might be right. Maybe it was the best for Naruto. Samui wasn't sure if she believed it but pretended to. Had to keep her calm. Neji's Pav, edge of sand camp, land of iron. The Hyuga sat stoically in a small grouping of trees outside the sand camp. The cold bit at his skin, but laser focus allowed him to ignore it. He was here to find someone. Neji scanned the sand camp from the edges of its territory, looking for him. While the fair would undoubtedly be fun, he always preferred to handle business first, then pleasure. And with the current matchups and potential future ones, the company certainly needed addressing. If he was tracking any regular person, they would almost surely be at the fair, but Neji's target was anything but ordinary. Neji suspected Gaara would be near his camp, likely somewhere he was unlikely to be bothered. His Byakugan allowed him to search the camp from a distance. Though it did not allow him great detail, it allowed a rough search for Gaara. He had been looking for a little while and had yet to spot him. He prepared to give up his search and head to the fair. Though with a flinch, Neji saw his search was now over. Gaara was standing a short distance away from him, smiling coldly at his back. Neji had not even seen him approach. You seem to be searching for something human. Is there something you need? Gaara said with a taunting smile. It could be quite the incident. You coming here, especially if it is with ill intent. That wouldn't be the case. He disappeared and reappeared closer. Mere inches away from Neji. Is it human? Neji did not flinch as he turned to face Gaara. Instead, his Byakugan glowed in the moonlight as he leaped killing intent at the redhead. I do not have that as my current goal, no. Though that can be changed, depending on our conversation. Shocker. Gaara joked. The weak human came to talk. Interesting, if nothing else, and what prayer to tell would we be discussing? Neji felt his rage grow but held it back. The upcoming match you have with my cousin and a potential future match with my teammate. I came to warn you that if you harm either, I'll kill me, I would guess. You humans are quite unique. So weak compared to others and yet so quick to violence. I suppose that is why I am so violent myself, a sliver of humanity, I suppose. However, I find myself wondering. What will you truly do? If I kill Hinata Hyuga like the weak insect she is, can you truly do anything? What if I kill my own brother, Naruto Uzumaki, as well? Then you will kill me. How? I just have to ask a human. You could not even beat Sasuke Uchiha, and I am much more than some human with a chip on their shoulder. I am similar to you humans but have been made greater. I am a monster created by humanity. A being they unknowingly created to subvert them. You, on the other hand, are a failure. Fitting for yet another genius. Gaara lectured as he turned his back to Neji. As he finished his words, Neji could no longer hold his rage. Soundlessly, he fired an air palm at the redhead. A wall of sand formed and absorbed the attack with absurd speed, making Neji freeze at the sound and casual counter. The sand parted as a smiling Gaara marched through. Naruto claims that humanity is not weak. He fights for others heedless of himself and is determined to win over you, humans. Yet here you are, living evidence of the flaws of his ideals. Another human lauded as great yet weak. Gaara ranted. Word as you lost to Naruto Uzumaki. Blameless, how could you best one of mine as a mere human? Then Sasuke Uchiha is pathetic but expected for someone like yourself. At least he was able to beat a lesser Jinchuriki. Suppose you have something of a measuring stick. Leave the real threats to your monster of a teammate, Neji spun in place, activating a massive Kaizen that Gaara blocked with his own swirling orb of sand. The force of which pushed Gaara back and wiped out the trees that had hidden Neji. His mind swirled as Gaara's poisoned words echoed throughout it. He had lost a lot recently. Naruto, the criminal, now even Sasuke. What sort of genius was he? I may not be the strongest, Neji admitted with a scowl. But I represent the Hyuga, the genius of the great clan. I will protect my own. Gaara didn't even seem bothered by Neji's second attack. The geniuses, that damn word again. You humans leave your prodigies and geniuses, yet you are a sorrier lot than even my own kin. Manipulated and used till their final day, they are never remembered for their successes but for their one failure. Poor human, you are a remarkable shinobi, but only in your own world. A big fish in a small pond, as they say. Well, welcome to the ocean. Am I the shark from the deep, and I will do as I please, Gaara stated as he started to walk away. Will you? Neji was frozen by his words and the full killing intent of Gaara settling upon him. Could he truly stop this monster? Run along now, genius. Soon enough, I'll see if that was an idle threat. Gaara said, then vanished. Neji sat silent and still for several moments before screaming in fury and slamming his palm into a tree. The pure force cracked the bark, and the chakra tore the tree in half. Yet Neji knew one thing for sure. He wasn't strong enough, yet. Shikamaru's paw of iron fair, land of iron. Shikamaru knew he wasn't like most men. Hell, certainly nothing like most shinobi. Shikamaru supposed he was similar to his father and other clan members, but even they seemed different. Shikamaru cared little for most things, not because he disliked them, but because he was simply a simple man. He didn't need an exciting life, endless riches, or to be recognized. Shikamaru was more than happy to live a boring and eventful life. Like his father and clan, Shikamaru wanted to do even less. But he knew it wasn't in the cards for him, even from a young age. Born as the heir of the Nara clan, Shikamaru would never skirt by living an ordinary life. No, Shikamaru had been destined to be raised to be a shinobi, a notoriously complex and challenging career. Not to mention likely to have you die a terrible death. In other words, the opposite of Shikamaru Nara, worse yet for the young Shikamaru, was the fact he was talented at it. It had guaranteed he would never escape his fate. But Shikamaru had made peace with such. He would eventually lead his clan and have a career as a shinobi. But he had been determined to make it as easy as possible. All of these things had fallen apart when he met Naruto Uzumaki. Much younger than he was now, he had seen a lonely Naruto. Most would have brushed it off and moved on with their day. Shikamaru had certainly debated doing such, but he, as much as he wanted to be, was not expected. Even as a young child, Shikamaru knew the ramifications of allowing Naruto to be isolated. His intelligence did not allow him to be ignorant as such. So Shikamaru had added the young boy to his group of friends. It had been trouble ever since. Choji was another friend of Shikamaru's, and if he was being frank, he was much easier to maintain than the rambunctious Naruto. The guy was incredibly kind and caring, insecure about himself, and just liked relaxing, all things Shikamaru liked and understood. Naruto was different. Loud, confrontational, impulsive, hardworking, determined. All traits that could be applied to Naruto were already disadvantageous by themselves. Some he found simply annoying, the others conflicted with his relaxed nature. Those traits made Naruto a great guy and a future boon for the Leaf, but they also marked a guy who was the opposite of him. Yet oddly enough, Shikamaru had learned to appreciate these values and even wished to support him. Emotions were such a damn drag. Worse yet, realizing just how difficult the road for Naruto was ahead, Shikamaru found himself trying reasonably hard at this shinobi gig. So much for his easy life. Said emotions were the reason for the torture he was being subjected to, the cruel and meaningless bottle toss. What the hell, Tenten? How are you doing this? I can't get one to land. Naruto complained. It's a skill thing. Tenten shrugged. Suggesting you lack such, Sai added helpfully. I know what she means, you dick. Naruto snapped. Hey, vendor, is this rigged or something? I can literally ricochet kunai off each other in midair, yet I can't get a damn ring to land on a bottle. The old man with a flowing beard snickered at this while stroking his beard. It is a difficult skill to master. He commented as Tenten and Sai continued to land at will. Sorry Dickless, Sai apologized sincerely. I suppose you won't be able to get the stuffed tanuki. You've won like 5 times already, just get it for me, your dick. Naruto replied. No, Tenten informed me that dick is an insult and also warned me that being rude is morally wrong. Sai lectured the blonde. Calling me Dickless is rude. It's a nickname I am displaying friendly teasing, Sai explained. Fine, then your nickname is Dick. Naruto declared, tossing a ring and missing. Thank you, Sai said earnestly. Well, Dick, good work on making a new friend. Tenten joked, ignoring Naruto's pointed denial of such. And Dickless, I'll win you the tanuki. Stop calling me that, Naruto pleaded as Sai missed the point, seeming pleased to be given a nickname. Naruto, firstly, aims for the edges, fewer things to block you. Then, flick your wrist quickly and release it when it's straight. The spin keeps it straight. Secondly, you promise to not do this, Sai. Shikamaru said. Sai nodded his head, his version of an apology. You too, Tenten, said the woman, rubbing her head guiltily at such. Lastly, the 3 of you are a headache. Shikamaru listed with a sigh. Sai seemed to frown as he remembered the promise and nodded his head. He turned to face his friends only to see Naruto and Tenten, now joined by a stuffed tanuki and panda of all things, running off to another stand that advertised barbecue. God damn, I need a drink. Shikamaru complained. Won't even let me smoke here. Smoking is bad for you, Shikamaru, Sai replied. Shikamaru gave him a blank stare as he strolled to keep up with his teammates. He supposed he should have known the 3 of them would be excited. Due to their past, neither Sai nor Tenten had been to a fair, and Naruto had never been with friends. This led to the ecstatic Naruto and Tenten leading the group to the various stalls. It was annoying, but Shikamaru had to admit seeing Naruto and Tenten having so much fun was nice. Sai as well, but it was difficult to tell with the man. And Shikamaru struggled to get him to act somewhat normal. Still, while he may not enjoy it, it was nice to see his closest friends happy. He supposed it wasn't all bad. In fact, Shikamaru could readily admit the fair was stunning in appearance. It was a field that had been cleared of snow and debris, and various wooden stalls had been installed. Some held fair games, others food, and some offered knick-knacks for sale. Iron sheets seemed to shine in the moonlight for each stall. Installed on the roof, the light reflected and offered soft illumination for the fair. This was further augmented by lights between each stall that bathed it in various colors. The snow reflected all this light, making the entire fair glow. Even the cynical Nara had to admit it was a sight to behold. Shikamaru could convince them to laze about at a bar and truly enjoy the night. Such dreams were shattered as an impatient Naruto and Tenten dragged him to another stall. Luckily, this one was a sit-down restaurant. So this is fair. I can see why Danzo never let us go to these things, Tenten stated in between sips of a glass of water. I can't think of the last time I had so much fun. I can't believe fairs can be this fun with friends. Even if one of them is Shikamaru. Naruto joked. Both Tenten and him share a laugh at Shikamaru. I rather like Shikamaru, Sai said with a frown. Apparently not getting the joke. Joke, Sai, it is a joke, Tenten said with a roll of her eyes. Shikamaru didn't bother to add anything. Instead, he ordered a bottle of sake and a glass. Sheesh, must you drink every time we go out? It's legal, we're shinobi. Besides, you said I needed to cut loose tonight. Shikamaru replied easily. In truth, he never really got all that drunk. He would sip at an even pace as others got drunk around him. And he really did intend to use it to cut loose. Tenten rolled her eyes again but ordered a bottle of sake and 3 glasses. Once such was given, she filled a glass for them. While Shikamaru waited patiently. Shikamaru, she said with a smile. Naruto, sigh. We celebrate tonight because of progress, because of opportunity, because I need to forget Naruto kicked my ass. Tenten said. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, while the root had certainly complicated the woman. It hadn't managed to fully get rid of her spunk. Secretly, Shikamaru enjoyed it. Cheers, Shikamaru replied with a smile while raising a glass. Cheers, Sai asked, confused. He mimicked Shikamaru but clearly didn't understand. Cheers. Naruto cheered as he slammed the glass. Shikamaru, Tenten, and bewildered Sai followed him. Let's have some fun tonight. Naruto roared. Tenten laughed at his decree and thought Shikamaru had told him to be quiet. If he was being honest. He loved his friends. And a nice drink. Hinata's POV medical section of Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. Hinata sat by the bed next to Sasuke. It was a position she was used to holding. Sasuke was a workaholic and often worked himself till he collapsed. It was simply a quirk of their odd team. The formation of Team 6 had been an odd one from the start. Kabuto and Hinata were soft personality types thrown in with the aggressive Sasuke. Sasuke had quickly deemed the two useless, unhappy to have them. Kabuto and her had worked together to support and win over their teammate. It took a while and several interventions by rueful Shisui, but they eventually earned Sasuke's respect and friendship. Then Kabuto disappeared, and they were told by Shisui that he had launched an assault on his team during the trial of Neo, leading to the injury and death of most of them before fleeing. It had rocked the recently cemented bonds of the teams. She and Sasuke had quickly grown apart without the charismatic Kabuto playing mediator. Such had continued to get worse until a taijutsu spar one day. Sasuke had been winning, of course, and had been frustrated by it. Determined to see some fight from her, Hinata was taunted and mocked by the Uchiha until her rage was freed. She could not remember the spar, but it had ended with the two of them battered and bruised. Sasuke had discovered her temper, and she seemed determined to trigger it once it had been found. The two clashed increasingly. Sasuke seemed determined to face the temper, and Hinata grew more frustrated by it. Before, Hinata had done what Team 6 had never seen since its formation. Defeat Sasuke in a spar. It had been a silent conclusion. But ever since then, Sasuke has treated her with civility and respect. Even often encouraging her and acknowledging her as an equal. Combined with Neji's efforts, they managed to form a new her. Still polite and humble, but willing to fight when necessary. She is proud of herself and determined to become even better. Perhaps that explained her anger as she gazed upon her injured and beaten teammate. Hinata had been mortified during the match when he used his ace. To see the pain it had cost not only his opponent but himself, it had been painful to see as his friend. Worse yet, Sasuke had been heedless of the risk. That anger calmed the usually nervous and antsy woman as she decided on her action. The two of them were in a large tent separated into rooms by flaps enforced with sound seals for privacy. While mostly healed from his injuries from his clash with Fu, Sasuke still suffered from chakra exhaustion. And was bedridden till tomorrow. Awake but seemingly content in the silence, the Uchiha was zoned out. Likely not expecting Hinata to say anything. Why? Hinata states bluntly. Her eyesight was stronger than most, even without the Byakugan active. As such, she saw him subtly flinch as he drew from his thought and lazily slid his gaze at her. Why what? Why must you be so reckless? Why risk your life at these exams? Why risk others? Hinata asked again. Her voice held no stutter, and her Byakugan had reflexively turned on due to her anger. She watched as Sasuke pondered this before he offered his response. Because it's who I am, Sasuke replied. You realize dying would not fulfill your goal, nor would crushing others. Hinata criticized. If I did anything less than my absolute best, it would dishonor my family. I cannot be sure of why, but my family was destroyed and discredited. I cannot allow this to stand as long as I still do. I have already traded my own life and the lives of those who would stand in my way. Besides, Fu was no regular person. It took everything I had to take her down. I'm not sure what it would take to kill her. Sasuke explained. Hinata wasn't sure what to say. She knew this would be his answer somewhere deep inside her, but she wasn't sure how to refute it. Was Sasuke going to tear himself apart for his goals? Was it right of her to impede such a thing? Hinata, you need to surrender. Sasuke interrupted her thoughts. I changed the topic, recognizing it wasn't going anywhere. Gaara is without a doubt the strongest genin present. Fu was a joker and would have beaten most of us with ease. Gaara is the same as her but is motivated. I'm certain he'll defeat you, worried he may do even more. Hypocrite, Hinata replied icily. You can risk yourself for your ideals, but I can't do the same. You motivate me to try my best, then tell me not to try. Hinata, that's not what I. Sasuke stopped as a furious Hinata stomped out of the room. Damn it. Gaara of the Sand, if you dare take one of mine, I'll kill you, Sasuke vowed to himself, now alone. Ino's POV Iron Fair, Land of Iron. Ino slowly marched through the fair, feeling incredibly lonely. Things were still awkward between her and Naruto. Neji was missing in action, and the same was true for Sakura. Her other friends were either missing or likely hanging out with Naruto. Instead, the Yamanaka slinked around the edges of the fair, attempting to take in the sights but mostly looking out for those she was trying to avoid. Of course, things couldn't work out so neatly. Perhaps Ino's time in Team 7 had made her and Naruto develop the same taste. When she had chosen a location to mope, she discovered Naruto and Team 8 were present. A slick and regretful getaway had allowed her to avoid the complicated mess that was her love life friendship with one Naruto Uzumaki. Furthermore, she felt conflicted by Tsunade's message. How to repair things with Naruto, what it means to be a kunoichi, and if Ino could match her teammates. The woes pursuing Ino whirled through her mind. The young woman walked through the fair in an emotional daze. She gazed at a more oversized stall advertised as a dango bar, bringing Ino memories of her temporary sensei, Enko Mitarashi. Perhaps that was why she walked in, got a booth, and settled in with a pile of dango and sake. A habit Enko had seemingly instilled in her. As a Yamanaka, Ino knew this was a form of mimicry from her role model. A chilling thought her seeing Enko as an idol, but she supposed she needed guidance. God, booze made her introspective. Her mind was interrupted by her booth shaking slightly as someone haphazardly plopped down into it. Ino jumped at such, then leveled a glare at the interrupter. The dark-haired Iwa Kunoichi smiled at her as she poured herself a glass of liquor from the bottle Ino had bought. Ino, in a bad mood and not wanting some random woman to mess with her, drew and fired a kunai with lightning speed mere centimeters from the face of Kuretsuchi. Said the woman, freezing before barking with laughter as she sipped her glass. Ino, wasn't it? We were on the same team in part 1. I think I fought your monster of a teammate. She asked while sipping at her stolen booze. Yes, Ino said, her tone defensive and frosty. Why do you ask? Better yet, why are you here? If you want revenge, then just leave. I won't have mercy for some bitch gunning for my teammate. What was your name anyway? Ino felt her rage bubble as she spoke. Sniping at someone without guilt felt good. Ahahaha. Kuretsuchi roared, slamming her fist on the table, heedless of the other patrons who glared at them. Though none dared approach, almost all of them had seen the matches of Ino and Kuretsuchi, and while they hadn't won, it was clear they were strong. See, before, you were friendly and funny, which was nice, but you lacked some fire. Now I can see a bit of a badass out of you. Glad to see Blondie has a teammate just as fun as he is. Ino felt annoyed at Kuretsuchi so casually using her affectionate nickname of her teammate. But buried it down, more than happy to ignore such to accept the compliment. It felt nice to talk to someone, and it was simple and guilt-free. Ino smiled as she raised her glass, and Kuretsuchi slammed hers into Ino's, both girls chugging their drinks and refilling their glasses with content size. So we're just drinking and eating off the loss, or is something else up? Kuretsuchi said as she twirled her glass with a raised brow. Ino froze at the odd question. Oh, come on, drinking, eating absurd amounts of unhealthy food, and doing so on your lonesome. I recognize a night of moping when I see it. Ino sighed but nodded her head. Frustrated with myself. Not only am I weak, but I hurt one of my friends with my big mouth. Just trying to enjoy the night somehow, pretend like everything isn't fucked up. Ino said cynically as she sipped her glass once again. She was already feeling tipsy, but her misery liked the buzz. Ah, so I see, Kuretsuchi said plainly. You're upset you messed up with Blondie and even more upset you couldn't beat Miss D Cups for him. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for moping a little. After all, your ass of a teammate kicked my own. Lord's knows I did some pouting of my own. She said while guzzling her glass and setting it down with a sigh. Ino weakly glared at her but morosely nodded all the same. Utterly embarrassing. I hurt the guy's feelings, declare my victory for him, then lose. What kind of teammate am I? Hell, what kind of kunoichi even? A normal one, I would say, Kuretsuchi replied with ease. Personally, I fail a lot, more so than I like. My grandfather mastered one of the rarest ninjutsu styles, yet I seem helpless to master such. I was also defeated today after a declaration of my own. CS, kunoichi are a little different from regular shinobi. So I've heard, Ino complained, looking into her glass with a frown. Assuming you got some spiel about how it's so different for us that we have to basically forego ourselves to match our male counterparts. Kuretsuchi asked. Ino blinked, stunned at the accurate guess. Yeah, I've heard the shit too. Crushing, isn't it? Yes, Ino yelled out passionately. It's like I have more problems than I can handle already, and now, just because I'm a woman, there's even more coming. She slumped in her seat as the flame of anger burned out as quickly as it came. I'm trying my best, but it all feels hopeless. I suppose it might be if you were some pussy and not a kunoichi. Kuretsuchi countered. Trust me, I've been there. But I've got the perfect answer. The perfect answer? Ino asked doubtfully. Of course. Spite is the answer, my young student. Kuretsuchi started. Not your student. See, I've always had a chip on my shoulder. Always was looked down upon and doubted. It ate away at me until I realized I could use it, had to use it. Kuretsuchi explained. I took all the frustration and such it caused me and used it as fuel. The world may doubt you, and you may fail, but if you stay as sure as stone, in the end, you will prevail. And victory will be all the sweeter for it. My grandpa said that to me when I was young, and it has always stuck with me. So, while we may be looked down upon and even fail, we do so knowing eventually we will succeed and be acknowledged for such. Is this some sort of reasoning behind your superiority complex? Ino asked frankly. Because my team really doesn't need another ego on it. No, Ino, I'm starting to see Blondie's point on some things. It's making me reconsider some things, but this is more of how I keep going. It never gets easy, Ino, but if we as women persevere, we can do anything we set our mind to. Even surpass our male rivals, and one day we will. But until then, we gotta keep strong. Be confident and smart, and everything they expect of us. One day, we'll change the game when we can. If that makes sense. I'm not very good at this comforting thing. Kuretsuchi finished lamely. Always got into a good fight when I was upset. Ino chuckled earnestly at her new friend. Kuretsuchi was right, and her words didn't fully comfort her. They filled her with hope. Truthfully, she understood what Kuretsuchi meant. Perhaps she just needed to keep going. No, you not, but somehow that helps. Why are you helping anyway? I hate to admit it, but Blondie kinda made sense in our fight. Somehow that idiot had a clearer picture of what it meant to be a cage to me, and as odd. Kuretsuchi paused, searching for the right words. Wise and caring yet confusing and infuriating. Yes, for some reason, it wasn't enough to kick my ass, but he had to psychoanalyze me and set out to change me for the better. And worse, it's kinda fucking working. Kuretsuchi complained. I'm already acting nice to you, leave hippies. And now I can see why that is so problematic. Your boyfriend is a damn pain in the ass, hippie. Ino raised a brow and leveraged another kunai. To which Kuretsuchi smiled apologetically. Sorry reflex. Anyways, after Naruto 1, I couldn't help but wonder if my need to be better and my perceived superiority of myself and my home were holding me back as a person. Maybe that's what that old bastard always refers to when he says I have grown to do. Anyway, when I saw you moping, it reminded me of his words. Felt like talking to you would be the right thing to do. Kuretsuchi said with an odd tone. Thank you. Ino was somewhat touched by Kuretsuchi for helping and was amazed to see Naruto's influence. Wouldn't have come if I realized how heavy this would be. Kuretsuchi teased. Ino felt a little happier as she smiled. Well, do you want to pig out with me and get drunk to forget our embarrassment? Ino asked, hoping to fix the awkward atmosphere. I thought you'd never ask. Samui, Naruto's paw of iron fair, land of iron. Samui found herself glad her teammates weren't around. Even more so, I had the wherewithal to ban B from coming. As much as she loved her team, she had more than enough problems on her hands without juggling them as well. It was disappointing this fair had become business for her. Samui had always found them cool and traditionally beautiful. Fairs were something Samui had always enjoyed. Even now, she did so to a limited degree, but mostly, she searched for Naruto. It was a new feeling for Samui, while for reasons outside of social nature, she could not say she was used to chasing the guy. Truthfully, Samui was unsure what she would do upon finding the Uzumaki. She must see him. She had said she would do so, and not doing so would be uncool. Yet doing so was inherently uncool due to asking her to do so to manipulate her new friend. Despite A's orders, Samui had plans to further befriend Naruto. He was interesting to her, similar to her brother, yet different. Perhaps she should do as A said. Naruto was a pretty cool guy, and it would be nice to have someone else around. Yet guilt still made it feel wrong. Samui's search had yet to succeed even a couple of hours into the fair. Seemingly, Naruto had either left or not even attended. Just as she intended to leave and accept her punishment for failure, a familiar and slurred voice rang out. You thought you could outdrink me. I'm no pushover, ya know. Cool. Samui sighed as she marched into the stall. The bar was largely empty despite the busy fair it was held at. The barkeep seemed bored and upset, perking up slightly when he saw her. Only to slouch when she gestured towards the only patrons. Samui smiled apologetically as she walked towards the back. In the aisle seemed to be a pale-skinned male who was passed out on the ground on the outside of the booth. Samui noted such and stepped over the man. She had no time for drunks. Well, this one anyway. Inside the booth were a litany of empty sake bottles. They are separated into neat piles assembled in front of each person. Shikamaru Nara, the man who had unintentionally avenged her teammate, had 2 empty bottles and was sipping lazily from a third. She believed Tenten, the woman she recognized from Naruto's first fight in the finals. To her credit, the woman had 4 bottles in front of her. She held her head in her hands and seemed to be lamenting something. Finally, it was her target. He had 6 bottles before him and was guzzling a 7th. Naruto Uzumaki, someone her leader had demanded she somehow win over. And he was surrounded by protective friends, and they were all drunk. Cool. Somehow, the group seemed oblivious to her arrival. They continue on, needing to be made aware of their waiting audience. How the hell can you drink so fucking much? Tenten complained. It feels like the room is spinning, and you've drank twice as much as me. I warned you. Shoulda pace yourself like me. Shikamaru spoke in a slow slur. Shoulda listened. Jinchuriki are hosts of all sorts of extreme shit, what's the world? Awesomeness. Naruto offered. No less stupid. Shikamaru responded. Bullshit. Tenten guessed, then hiccuped. Now, entirely collapsing on the table. No, Shikamaru said with a glance. Samui saw him notice her. But it works. Naruto, what's with the chick? Chick? Naruto asked confusedly before his gaze landed on her. Samui, I missed you. Drink with us. I think you've had enough. Samui answered honestly. A good rundown? Shikamaru asked. Beatdown. Naruto guessed. Assessment. Samui answered with a smile. While this wasn't perfect, their inebriated states would at least make isolating Naruto easy. Someone gets it. Anyway, you want to speak to Naruto or something? Shikamaru asked. Samui flinched, realizing even drunk off his ass Shikamaru was sharp. Bring him home a man tilde, Shikamaru sang with a giggle. Or he's shit-faced. Samui rolled her eyes, grabbed Naruto's hand, and led him off. Samui did not see when the drunk man straightened and narrowed his eyes at them as they wandered off, nor did she notice a tiny mouse following them out. XX. Drunk Naruto's pav. It was hard to focus. What was he doing? Was he drunk? Surely, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't drunk. He hadn't been since that little get-together they had a while back. It had led to an embarrassing and confusing night. He had learned his lesson. Where the hell was he again? Drinking with his excellent buddy Shikamaru and his teammates, he believed. Man, he loved those guys, they always had his back. Wait, hadn't he been taken away? Oh yeah, his new friend Samui had shown up and had asked to speak to him. Naruto wondered what she wanted. Oh wait, she was speaking. Naruto, were you listening? Samui asked, concerned. Maybe it's best I wait to talk to you till later. Naruto's mind whirled wildly as it formulated a response. It calculated the risk and the purpose of the conversation. His mind was a machine that formulated the perfect response. Screw that. I like talking to you, ya know. Nice not to be judged or dissed in a conversation, hee. Naruto responded, using all of his charisma to convince her. Samui smiled, and Naruto knew his silver tongue had convinced her to stay and convinced her of his sobriety. So you're absolutely shit-faced, Samui said with some kind of tone. Naruto struggled to read her. Jiraiya had taught him to check their bodily language. Or had that been to check them out? Best not trust the pervert, he guessed. Maybe that's for the best. Of course it is. Naruto nodded confidently. It had always been the correct choice to agree to whatever his mother said when not heard so it would work again. Listen. Just, listen, okay. Samui stated plainly. My cage wanted me to get close to you tonight. To seduce, bribe, or extort you into joining my village. He wants to do this to weaken our rivals and strengthen ourselves. I was trusted to manipulate you subtly. But I can't. We're not incredibly close, but you seem to be one of the coolest people I've ever met since I lost him. So, despite my duty and pride as a Cloud Kunoichi, I won't manipulate you. Instead, I ask you as a friend to consider the offer. The people of the Cloud see Jinchuriki as heroes. You would be under the tutelage of people similar to yourself. You would want for nothing, and we would protect you from the Leaf or anyone else who would seek to harm you. All we ask in return is, Samui turned to gauge Naruto's reaction, only to see the blonde completely asleep. She sighed at this but smiled all the same. Uncool. She finished simply before she started to aid Naruto back to his friends. It appears she would have to try again. Perhaps a different angle. Kakashi's POV Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Kakashi stood in the center of the courtyard, staring out blankly. The crowd was silent, but the tension in the air was palpable. The five cage sat in their box, patiently waiting. The non-fighting competitors watched with rapt attention. This fight was one everyone was interested in. The crowd murmured over the matches and bets placed on them. But none of this fazed Kakashi. He hadn't learned to be so nonchalant for no reason. Standing in the center of the arena, making everyone wait on his word. Even Obito would have respected it. I believe it's time then nay tilde. Kakashi said, with the crowd immediately roaring in approval. He waited until it died down, and he got the cage's nod before continuing. Well, let's not waste any more time. Hinata Hyuga, are you ready? Hi. Hinata answered calmly. Byakugan was already active as she glared at Neji and lowered into a loose combat stance. Excellent. Gaara of the Sand, are you ready? I suppose I'm ready for this farce. Gaara answered. Disrespectful. Anyway, Let day 2 of the Chunin exam finals begin. Kakashi roared. The crowd's echo was much louder. Hinata's paw of courtyard of iron arena, land of iron. The heir of the Hyuga glanced around the field, noting her surroundings. Somehow and impressively, the host, likely aided by shinobi, had utterly repaired the field, filled the tunnels, and removed the sand. Hinata was grateful for such. She felt she would need every advantage she could take. Gaara would likely be the most significant challenge she had faced. The arena was again split between forest and rocky climate separated by the river. So, the terrain had not shifted much, which was another small benefit to Hinata. She knew her surroundings. Gaara was tellingly standing in the rocky section. Hinata knew he intended to refill his reserves by grinding the stone beneath. Just as he had in his face-off against Kiba. She would have to be quick to land something decisive before Gaara managed to gain absurd defensive and offensive capability. Hinata was familiar with the feeling settling over her. It was fear. She had spent much of her life feeling such. Fearing her father, Neji, the elders, and her peers, it was an endless list. One that Hinata had worked hard to escape. She was no longer the meek, weak-minded coward she had been. Hinata felt she had proven such when she defeated Sai. Yet now, that progress felt small and not at all noteworthy. What did it matter if she had gained confidence? Confidence would not save her today. The spiteful bravery and hopefulness that had fueled her left her as she faced Gaara. Gaara's eyes were unreadable, seemingly empty. Instead, his green eyes gazed at her, amused. As if the man was not about to be in combat. But as if he was about to humor a child with only a thin veneer of patience. The second Hinata locked eyes with the man, one thing was clear. Gaara would kill her should she bother him. No, he intended to do so either way. His killing intent was barely held back, yet it still suffocated Hinata. Hinata's painful and endless training with Neji and Sasuke meant nothing. Her surpassing her limits wasn't a factor. Somehow, Hinata knew without a doubt that Gaara would be the victor. She couldn't see herself defeating him. But Hinata could see Gaara killing her. Kakashi Hatake, wait before you start the match, Gaara spoke out, breaking everyone's silence while waiting for the match to start. She has no intent in fighting me. She knows she cannot best me, I can see it in her eyes. She's a mere human and truly cannot be blamed. Besides, if she dared to fight me, she would die. Kakashi's expression was unreadable, but he tilted his head to subtly ask. Kind of him to do so in a way that spared her the shame of him acknowledging such. What would be the correct choice? Was she truly meant to fight that monster? Would there be any point? Gaara was right. Hinata was better off surrendering. She had no doubt he would kill her. Hinata's lack of a response was louder than she could have offered. Kakashi made to speak but was interrupted by Gaara. Ah, such a good little human. You know your place in this cruel world, Gaara said snidely with a knowing smile. Hinata stiffened at those words. Oh, touch a nerve, woman. See, you are a bore, but, I bet the Uzumaki would be motivated if I hurt a weak little victim like yourself. Hell, even the Uchiha would gun for me. Luckily, the little princess will scamper away from the big bad wolf. Hinata was no fool. He had observed Hinata had a temper from her match with Sai. Gaara wished to motivate her teammate in a future fight by baiting her and then crushing her mercilessly. Yet Hinata felt shame fill her. Was she so hopeless as to allow him to belittle her? Hadn't she changed? Hinata had told herself she would become someone her clan and friends could be proud of. Would they ever be proud of a coward? Was this the change she had fought for? It wasn't. Hinata Hyuga would not allow fear to rule her. Kakashi-san, I wish to continue with the match. I feel no need to surrender. Hinata said, her voice much more confident than she had felt. But a familiar anger filled her body. Hinata lost it once, with Neji defeating him in a spar shortly after his defeat to Naruto. Another is when Sasuke allows her to beat him in taijutsu. And lastly, with Sai, she won then, too. Hinata knew she was outmatched and likely to suffer for it. But Hinata wished to be a woman who would fight when needed. She recognized the anger she had carefully maintained before could be used. Motivation for Hinata to surpass her past limits. You foolish human. Gaara laughed. You don't even realize you signed away your life. Begin. Kakashi sounded off, body flickering away. No, I just refuse to live it in fear. Hinata yelled as she charged in at top speed. Gaara did not flinch as she drew near. Hinata suddenly stopped chucking kunai in front of her. Sand popped from Gaara's gourd and flowed forward, forming a floating clump that caught the kunai. Hinata had already dived to his left and leapt forward for a palm strike. But this, too, was caught, the blob splitting in two to block her blow. Before Hinata fully recovered, another strand of sand flowed from his gourd and formed into a spike before stabbing down. Hinata leapt back from such, ducked under a third strand that formed into a hand, and attempted to grab her. She charged forward again, this time adding chakra to her palm. Let's test how good this defense is. Hinata decided as she slammed her palm into the formed wall. Palm bottom. The attack made sand fall and fly from the clump but failed to do much more. Hinata desperately backtracked as the three other sand strands attempted to catch her. Maybe that will allow me to get closer. Time to see just how good his defense is. She sprinted towards Gaara once again. Gaara audibly sighed as two sand strands surged forward to grab her. Hinata only smiled slightly as she started to do a handstand flip towards him. Building up speed with impressive skill, she launched herself into the air, vertically spinning as she did so. Suddenly, chakra covered her entire body, looking like a cylinder of moving chakra slicing through the air. Hibunraiso. Hinata cried as the saw-like mass of her slammed through the strands with ease. Gaara merely smiled as such before a massive amount of sand burst from the ground around him. It was roughly the size of a building, and it compressed itself and flew toward the attack of Hinata. It seemed he had already managed to increase his stock. The attack made an awful screech as the spinning chakra sliced through the massive mass of sand. It slowed significantly as it sliced halfway through, dispersing as it finally managed to cut through the attack. Hinata spun through the air as sand fell like rain around her. Poor human, Gaara said with false sympathy as the sand that suddenly fell with Hinata froze before it all converged on the airborne young women. I'll catch you. As he said, the sand had reformed into its mass with Hinata's head sticking out. Gaara smiled horrifically as he raised his right hand and clenched it. The sand compressed with a shift, but instead of blood and gore raining, there was merely a poof of smoke. Gaara's eyes widened at this, and there was an audible gasp from the crowd. Hinata allowed her chakra to flow as she prepared her counterattack. Gaara had lost her. Hinata had found her opening. Naruto's POV contestant section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. One thing that disappointed Naruto was the need for a chance to see what Gaara could do. Kiba had done his best but had been far from able, and the bastard had somehow gotten the bye round in the second. Tactically speaking, it would have been nice for Gaara to fight someone strong enough to showcase some of his power. Yet Naruto had hoped it would not be the case. He had hoped he would be the one to face Gaara and bar himself, Sasuke, or Fu. Naruto did not want to see anyone die pointlessly, not the monster Gaara had become. Naruto's heart had dropped when Gaara snagged Hinata. He had nearly interfered. Luckily, he hadn't. He supposed that was why Neji had asked him to teach him the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Though he had never given him permission to teach someone else, Naruto would let it go this time. Naruto was sure Hinata was powerful. Neji nor Sasuke seemed the type to grant such to someone undeserving of it. But Gaara had a presence he couldn't describe despite his relative lack of showing. Naruto swore to step in should Gaara try to cross the line. He wouldn't let his brother harm someone else just to prove a point. Naruto and Shikamaru leaned over the railing as they watched the match. The proximity made the blonde comfortable because it enabled his potential interference. It was excellent for Nara, who seemed determined to avoid his future opponent. If she was smart, she'd surrender. Shikamaru said grimly. Naruto whipped his head over, determined to smack the Nara before a surprising voice sounded out. You'd be foolish to underestimate her. Sasuke countered as he joined the two leaning on the railing. Though Gaara certainly is a considerable opponent, Hinata is at her best when it's rough. She seems to find strength in the face of adversity. If anyone can find a chink in that monster's armor, it would be her. Don't get me wrong, she's way braver than me. I'd surrender about a minute in, Shikamaru said with a shrug. But that freak down there is holding back, even while she's outputting some top-level taijutsu. Unless she changes her approach and can survive him getting serious. I'm all about faith, but logically speaking, she's screwed. Sometimes you gotta do things regardless of logic. I respect her for trying her best even when the odds are against her. Besides, you doubted I could beat Neji. Naruto sniped at his friend. Despite how close they were, they often disagreed on matters like this. Shikamaru had always said he was a cynic and Naruto was an optimist. But Naruto felt he wasn't. He just knew sometimes you had to make work even if it seemed like you couldn't. Shikamaru would learn one day. HN feels weird to say. But, Blondie, as you all call him, is right. One cannot surpass their own limits without testing themselves. Sasuke agreed. Say you workaholics, but I think you gotta pace yourself. We only get one life, after all. Shikamaru countered. Shut up. Pineapple, Naruto said excitedly, pointing to the courtyard and ignoring Shikamaru's cries of, not you too. They watched as Hinata attempted her new strategy. Despite Shikamaru's words, Naruto found himself somewhat siding with Sasuke. While he couldn't see a path of victory for Hinata, he wasn't the one down there. Hinata seemed determined and somehow fearless. Naruto was inspired by it. Gaara may be powerful and seem unsurpassable. But seeing Hinata facing it head-on only made Naruto want to do it even more. It may not even be him to defeat Gaara. Ino's POV, back corridors of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Ino followed Choza as he led her to scarcely furnished or inhabited halls of the back section of the Iron Arena. She assumed these would be used for storage, but Choza told her they would meet in the storage room. Though the man offered little other info. Ino, on the one hand, did not want to miss Naruto's match. But she was confident in the blonde, and Sakura had forgotten to contact her with updates. Ino must admit to being somewhat unnerved. Choza was a kind and considerate man, known for his jolly disposition and patient nature. Yet now, he seemed snappish and impatient. Despite Choza's large stature, he walked at a brisk pace that she struggled to keep up with. Ino had tried to pry for details, but the man had ignored her. Eventually, they arrived at a dusty set of double doors. Choza stood before them, scanned the area around them, and, once convinced of the lack of a second party, muttered, "Kai." The doors suddenly looked much less dusty. Instead, they appeared wiped down somewhat and even had lost most of the dust, clearly, having been used recently. Choza nodded her in, and Ino walked in awkwardly. The man weaved some signs reactivating the genjutsu to make the door seem undisturbed and closed them. The room smelled of must and dust. It had been somewhat cleaned. This allowed the group to stand in the room with some level of comfort, and the walls had various tags posted to them. Old tables rested in the room, seemingly forgotten along with the room itself. On one of these tables rested a younger man with dark hair and a scowl that seemed almost similar to one Sasuke would make. Guy, Sakura's sensei, was also seemingly upset in the room. "Sorry about the oddness of this, Ino, we gotta be careful now," Choza said apologetically. "Things have, well, been complicated now. Luckily, we prepared this room for privacy. Those are privacy seals we have around the room." "You mean have gotten completely fucked up?" Shisui countered angrily. "Language," Guy warned with a nod toward Ino. "Now is not the time for this guy." Shisui countered sharply. "I think we're at the point where some cussing is the least of our concerns." Now, guys," Choza said with a sigh. "We're all considerably worried about this. No need to argue amongst ourselves." Ino glanced at the room, the tension and silence suffocating her. What had aggravated these more experienced shinobi? Had things somehow gotten worse? "Is anyone going to tell me what's going on?" Ino asked. "I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume it's not good news." Guy looked to the side, seeming conflicted and unable to speak. Shisui, someone Ino had always heard Sasuke describe as a relaxed man, was tense and seemingly looking for a reason for confrontation. Though he pointed, he kept his glare from them. Clearly, he was struggling to keep his cool. Choza seemed to have reached the same conclusion as her, for he sighed and answered for the other two. "The Hokage has decided we cannot make a move or investigate this ourselves at the current moment. Worse yet, he has declared the knowledge of such a village secret." "Wait, a village secret? Isn't that a secret that the village protects harshly?" Ino asked in disbelief. "Violating such is considered a severe crime. It can result in significant fines, imprisonment, or even a death sentence," Shisui said bitterly. Makoto, current head of the Uchiha, and Sume, head of the Inuzuka, did not take this news well. They intended to raise a fuss, were sent home, and are now under supervision. While they were spared the full consequences, it was more of a message. "Speak out, and you'll be silenced. Never thought Hiruzen would do such." "Worse yet, the problem has grown," Guy added bitterly. "My beloved students Lee and Sakura went to the fair to inform their friends of recent disappearances. Yet no one claims to have seen them there, and they have not returned. We are assuming they are the newest victims. The Anbu have doubled their presence. While their primary objective is to ensure no more occurrences, they are also actively silencing the spread of the information. Henceforth, our meeting here. Even the samurai seem to have forgotten this room. Though even with youth ions are limited. So we're supposed to know nothing about our friends disappearing." Ino yelled. "None of us are happy about it," Choza acknowledged. "But for better or worse, our leader has deemed this our reaction. It is not all for naught though, I must remind you all, the samurai have assured us they're looking into such." Guy tried to lift the mood, but the silence that followed was damning. "Perhaps," Shisui acknowledged. "Can they perform the search to the level we would, though? Half of them don't even use ninjutsu. They'll be doing it the old-fashioned way. I get they have rules, but we're losing soldiers, and they have no experience in tracking shinobi. Surely, we should insist on involvement." "Exactly," Ino agreed indignantly. "We can't sit idly by while our own are in danger merely because the iron are hesitant. How could the Hokage allow this?" Ino had always been told Hiruzen was a fatherly and kind man who valued his people. "Why do this?" "I hate to agree with Guy, but there isn't much to do now," Choza exclaimed hesitantly. "If I could tell Shikaku, perhaps we could think of a solution. But until we're home, I have no way of doing such." "Yeah, anyway, this was nice, and I really enjoyed talking about how useless we are," Shisui said sarcastically. "I'm out here. My student has a match coming up." There was a poof of air as he faded out of the room. "I should go as well. Clan heads like myself are expected to be present for matches," Choza said awkwardly as he marched out of the room. "I will, of course, offer information learned and keep in touch. Please do the same." Guy walked by as well, offering some words to Ino. Try to distract yourself for now. Youth will ensure our allies are safe. Neji's POV audience section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Neji could admit to his heart racing as he watched his cousin battle. When he was first inspired to tutor her, it had been out of greed and pity. Neji had figured he would slowly whip the lackluster woman into shape, subtly influencing her to be empathetic with the side branch. A time-consuming and an interesting venture. He had been proven wrong shortly into the arrangement. Hinata had proven capable and adaptive, given her teacher was stern but patient. Worse yet, they had proven wise and considerate, genuinely recognizing the side branch as equal to the main house. Hinata was indeed the future of the Hyuga. Yet now he watched as the woman he suspected would catch up to him one day raced around Gaara, unleashing a string of her best taijutsu from all angles. The speed and skill required to do such would make Neji struggle, trying to use speed and constant switching of angles to bypass his sand. Despite her efforts, Gaara quickly defended himself without even moving. Hinata's forms were flawless and unpredictable. She frequently changed levels and used gentle fists to ensure even a single blow landed would be devastating. Can Gaara be beaten? It's like he's on a completely different level. Impressive. It may seem she is simply charging in, but she is testing just how good his defenses are. I wonder if she'll use that technique. Sai commentated plainly. Sheesh, she hasn't started in earnest, and she's that good. Tenten remarked. No wonder you lost to her. Indeed. Sai agreed easily. Missing Tenten rolled her eyes at him, missing her attempted teasing. Their conversation was amusing, but it did not settle Neji's nerves. Gaara is holding back, playing with her, she must try something soon, before he can take her seriously. Neji added. The other two glanced at the other, then back at Neji. Isn't family supposed to support each other regardless of circumstance? Sai asked. I merely wish for her to be efficient to ensure her safety. Neji countered. She's not some damsel in distress. Tenten snapped back. Perhaps she'll surprise you. Sai was earnestly confused, and Tenten, the spirited woman, had always felt the need to contest his doubt. His concern seems warranted. Sai chimed in. Jinchuriki is a threat regardless of their own skill level. With incredible chakra reserves, inhuman durability, and an assortment of unique abilities depending on the beast, they shouldn't even be involved in these exams. I imagine Danzo would have a heart attack. That would also contain people like Naruto. Neji pointed out with a glare. I think he meant more psychotic ones like the redhead down there. Tenten mediated. Neji pulled back his anger a bit. Was what I said ill-put? Sai asked genuinely. More like ill-considered, Tenten amended. Besides, we all know you're worried, Neji, but there's no way Hinata will get killed. Kakashi is down there after all. I hope so, Neji said grimly. Otherwise, I'll kill Gaara myself. He may have doubted Hinata before, but she had proven herself to be an heir he should support. Now, it seemed that the same wonderful woman was facing a monster. Neji was still determining if even he could best. But Neji was confident he would refrain from sitting idly by and allowing the future of the Hyuga to be tainted. And if it did, he would ensure the cost was significant. Hinata, Gaara's POV, Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Gaara had lost her. The shadow clone had worked. Hinata had found her opening. She wasted no time. The monster before her would surely catch on quickly. She needed to hit him hard and fast. Gentle fist. Precise beam. A thin beam of chakra sped through the air at speeds even Hinata struggled to keep up with. Gaara had scarcely turned his head when the beam was an instant away from hitting. Yet a stream of sand burst from the ground beneath him, quickly forming a wall to block the attack. The beam speared through the sand with ease, but the mass continued to grow as the stream flowed. The sand was being blasted away and melted as the sand and chakra clashed. Yet the sand seemed to hold solidly. Hinata quickly swung her hand away from the sand, tracking the beam to defend their master. But it mattered little to Hinata. She could change the angle of attack. Undoubtedly, the sand can't protect him from this. Gentle fist. Chakra pathway total shutdown. Hinata called as she twirled on her feet. The beam followed her spin, slicing through stones and trees as she spun. The first rotation hit the same spot, cutting a line through the blob of sand and nearly hitting Gaara. The redhead glared as a wall of sand reformed and reinforced, constantly being carved into by the beam at various levels. He already has made an impressive level of sand. Surely, his gourd can't hold this much. Can he do it even faster than he did with Kiba? I have to throw everything I have at him. Don't look down at people. It gives us the chance to surprise you. Hinata cancelled her beam, and Gaara dropped his wall of sand to glare at her. 3 clones of Hinata ran out from various hiding points throughout the field, surrounding Gaara, who was unaware and utterly focused on his death glare at her. They each formed a familiar handhold as they all aimed at Gaara. The man did not realize the danger as he faced Hinata fearlessly. That pathetic attack didn't work the first time, human. Do you believe it will work the second? I believe I'll crush you now. Gaara said with a bored tone. He raised his hand as sand surged around him. How about multiple attempts at once? Hinata asked innocently. Forgive me for this. Gaara's eyes whipped around as he discovered he was surrounded. Gentle fist. Cardinal convergence. Each clone shot off their own precise beam. Hinata immediately felt some level of exhaustion, spamming precise beam with shadow clones, which was draining. But Hinata did not hesitate as she and her clones fired. The sand around Gaara formed a thick encirclement around him. The 4 beams hit, slowly drilling into the sand structure protecting Gaara. But the structure grew and repaired itself, managing to outpace the 4 chakra beams. Hinata grits her teeth. Even now, she is too weak. No, she didn't want to use this in a mere competition, but she recognized Gaara intended to kill her. She wouldn't hold back. The clones had come to the same conclusion as all 4. Hinata screamed again in unison. Gentle fist. Indiscriminate beam. The chakra beams widened, each much thicker, before the slow drilling became a loud, quicker motion. Sand melting and flying away at much greater speeds. Surely he cannot hold out against this. XX. Gaara's pav. Gaara growled angrily as the walls around him groaned. What sounded like a much stronger attack slowly eroded away his defenses. It seems these humans are particularly pesty. His annoyance grew even further as the walls started to glow blue with chakra and buckle. She actually can breach my defenses. It may be time to take things more seriously. Gaara raised his hand into the sky. The ground beneath him rumbled as it slowly rose, propelled by a platform of sand beneath it. Suddenly, Gaara shot up on his ride, escaping as the 4 beams breached the sand and collided, resulting in an explosion. Hinata Byakugan was not distracted by such and dispelled her clones as she locked eyes with the airborne Gaara. This woman was weaker than the Uchiha yet had managed to put him on the back foot somewhat, a feat, even if he was significantly holding back. She was a hopeful fool who had worked hard to get where she was. If only she were a Jinchuriki, she would be worth something. No matter. Your attack was rather quick, I assume costly, but it's good you realize it will take all your strength to beat me. But I must tell you it is a feat you cannot accomplish. No young human could hope to, Jinchuriki like I am above humanity. For daring to assume you could ever is arrogant, a common theme for humans. I will educate you painfully before your death. Gaara promised as he made a hand sign. Gold dust manipulation. Seeking orb. A melon-sized golden orb formed next to Gaara. He saw Hinata seem to prepare to dodge, but it mattered little. When Gaara bothered to use his father's technique, it was because he was done. He could not control massive amounts of it like his father. But maintaining a small amount of it was within his power. Besides, with a flick of his wrist, the orb shot off with a loud boom. Hinata could barely even begin a rotation to use her Kaiden, forming a thin shield, but the orb smashed through the chakra and into Hinata's back. She coughed out blood as she went flying, smacking into the concrete hard enough to crack it. She bounced and landed heavily on her back. Gaara watched her patiently as he slowly lowered himself to the ground. Once he saw what looked like a painful gasp of air from her, he smiled. It was always preferable to kill humans with his sand. Felt more personal, but he made an exception this time. To his surprise, though, the human slowly crawled to her feet. Her clothes and skin were scraped and covered in blood. She had spit out so much that some dripped from her still. Her stance was weak and futile, yet she faced him again as if still ready to fight. You truly intend to struggle so futilely. Your strongest attack did little to me, yet you pretend to be a true threat. If I had known the power of that cute little jutsu, I would have blocked it with ease, right? You cannot even harm me. Admirable, to be certain, but oh so fitting. That's the problem with you humans, the good ones are weak. Gaara ranted manically. If you must insist, come try to hit me. Prove you aren't pathetic. But now my counter will kill you. He warned. As he did so, the orb dissipated and formed into a golden sash around Gaara. He wouldn't need it to finish her. To his shock, the woman didn't hesitate to charge. XX. Hinata's pav. Her body was racked with pain. Hinata was sure it was only her will that kept her standing. No, she was running, preparing for a palm strike on Gaara. Was there any point in her struggle? Why did she even try? How have you surpassed me, sister? You've become so strong. I hate to admit it, but I acknowledge you as the true heir. Hanabi had admitted such before the finals. She finally stopped challenging her older sister for the rights of the clan. Hinata knew Hanabi was likely plotting, but for her to even say such. Hinata, I hated you for so long. Perhaps that is why when my ideology was proven wrong, I decided to train you. I never expected you would grow as much as you have now. I am certain you will be the greatest clan head the Hyuga will ever see. Neji had admitted during one of their friendly spars. Acknowledgement from someone she admired. Hinata, I acknowledged you, so stop worrying if you're good enough, just prove it yourself. Sasuke had chided her before the exams. Even Sasuke held his belief in her openly. She fought because she wanted to make her supporters proud. I want to let them know Hinata Hyuga has grown and will continue to do so regardless of the potential harm. She wanted to prove to herself she had changed. Now she was facing potentially the strongest genin here. One blow. Hinata could be proud if she could just show him he wasn't untouchable. A single blow would prove her stronger than most. Prove she tried everything. Make Gaara see her. But how could Hinata bypass his sand? It was sand, not a solid substance, but pieces of various ones loosely controlled by chakra. Could she make her chakra travel through it? She had to try. Gentle fist. Gentle pulse. Hinata made up as she unleashed a palm strike for Gaara's chest. As expected, the sand blocked it deftly. Hinata did not flinch even as the sand covered her hand and traveled up her arm. Instead, she focused on flowing her chakra through it. It was a slow and challenging process. The sand somewhat constricting before she achieved it. Her chakra used microscopic spaces between the grains to flow through. She could see it as it did and flowed into Gaara. Take that, she thought as she fell face first. The pain faded as her mind dimmed. Hinata did not even feel or realize she hit the ground. XX. Gaara's pav. Gaara watched as his faithful sand blocked her desperate strike and wrapped around her arm. Perhaps he would remo. Gaara stumbled as pain flared throughout his chest. What is happening? He thought as he fell to one knee and spat out blood. She managed to develop a technique to bypass my sand. Fortunately, she has fallen. He glared at the unconscious woman as he rose to his feet and spat out blood. Perhaps that would have meant something against one of you fragile humans. Fortunately, we Jinchuriki aren't so feeble. Kakashi poofed in, observed the two, and turned to address the crowd. Gaara smirked at such. It was all the time Gaara needed. His sand surged, grabbed the defeated human, and raised her into the air. Kakashi whipped around and leaked out killing intent, but Gaara merely spoke to dismiss such. You can attempt to stop me if you wish. I will survive your attack long enough to kill her. Even if you manage to kill me, the fall will kill her. Gaara said simply. Kakashi froze, now realizing the situation. Gaara was about to mock the Junin before Neji and Naruto appeared before him, attempting a joint flying kick barely blocked by the sand. The impact of the dual blows nearly broke through the sand and cracked the ground beneath them. Sasuke appeared from above using his besmirched flambe to free Hinata from the sand. Using Gaara's confusion from the other two to do so with ease. Naruto and Neji slid back as they faced Gaara, while Sasuke dropped her off with Kakashi before facing down Gaara with the other two. Kakashi called for emergency care as the wall of genin stared at him. He did not acknowledge them for now. Gaara watched as medical staff carted his victim away as Kakashi appeared in between Gaara and his newest victims. Cutting off the standoff and killing the excitement that flowed through Gaara. We're done here, Kakashi stated, his Sharingan fully exposed and glaring at each of them. You three, well too anyway, are lucky Hinata was defeated, or you would be disqualified. He turned to Gaara with a glare. You almost breached the rules of needless killing, so be thankful. All of you return to your proper positions. Any more unsanctioned fighting will result in removal from the exams and a forfeit of promotion. He lectured to the group, trying to get some peace established. No one will stop me from getting my prey next time, Gaara warned. Neji was already being escorted by security due to being a non-competitor. Thus, only Sasuke and Naruto left, and both furious men promised the same thing. If I get the chance, Gaara of the desert, I will avenge my teammate, Sasuke promised darkly. Gaara may be a monster, but Sasuke is willing to surpass his limits to protect his clan and friends. I'm gonna pay you back for that, you bastard. Naruto said threateningly. The blonde felt anger mixed with determination as he faced Gaara. His confidence was reinforced after the bout with Hinata. He saw the path to victory. We'll see. Gaara countered as his body flickered away. Gaara had to. The urge to further encourage violence and his fill there now had almost overwhelmed him. Indeed, it would have been a dream to crush the Uchiha as he shattered Uzumaki's worldview. But it was unlikely to be. He had to wait for now. Gaara knew the chance for a proper fight, the opportunity to shed blood and bleed would come. The monster would have its day. Mifune's POV Cage Box of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. It appears your shinobi are as impressive as they are disruptive, Mifune said while eyeing Hiruzen. They certainly are impressive and care a good deal for their comrades. Though I will readily admit they are a tad bit overzealous, Hiruzen said hesitantly. As experienced and composed as the legend was, no one missed the tension in his voice. Not a single soul in the room had missed the subtle problem arising. All 5 villages consistently used the iron as a neutral ground. They were powerful enough to match any of the 5 and had no interest in their business. To cause an issue here was to risk the wrath of all 4 other villages in coordination with the Land of Iron. Cautiously, Tsunade and Jiraiya drew close to Hiruzen. It was fortunate that Mifune had ample reason to grant him a favor. With a subtle look, Hiruzen asked for it. Seeing the potential to smooth over the most recent issue, Mifune subtly did as requested. A man never hesitated to pay his dues. While admittedly against the rules, it was done in response to a potential rule break. Mifune reasoned out loud. It's best to simply let it go. A simple bump in an otherwise fine road. Don't let this old fool disrespect you. I countered hotly. Shinobi under my employ never would have acted in such a way. I do hate to agree with this reprobate. But A is not incorrect about the conduct of your shinobi. My heroic lot would also behave within the rules given. In a just society, impurity must be punished. Perhaps a public demonstration is in order. Yagura proposed. While I think action is needed, punishing those snot-nosed brats doesn't get to the root of it. Onoki countered. We need to address the clear failure of leadership this represents. Surely, such as an overreaction. Mifune attempted to soothe the irate leaders. He was meant to mediate here and ensure a smooth exam process. So far, Mifune's exams have been subject to various failures. The unnecessary loss of life, the exposure of a leaf acid, Ikam's lethal trap, not to mention the multiple disappearances, kidnappings of Leaf Genin. Indeed, Mifune had performed rather shamefully. The least he could do was ensure he repaid Hiruzen while maintaining peace. There was no harm or injury, and the fight was clearly finished. It was obvious the Suna Genin had intended unneeded violence and experienced a proportionate response to such. Onoki sighed but was notably silent. The man had a problem with it but deemed his effort to raise a fuss unworthy. Yagura also seemed conflicted but less angry. It seemed Mifune's words had reached him to some degree. It was the Raikage that spoke out. Determined to pursue the perceived wrongdoing of the Leaf. 3 shinobi interfering, 2 of which doing so by launching a direct coordinated assault. Hiruzen and Mifune now sighed in union while Onoki and Yagura looked intrigued by his points. Why don't we ask the Cage for his opinion? He holds the most weight as the representative of the victim. The tension grew as the occupants in the room knew the likely result. Rasa smiled magnanimously as he glanced around the room. Unlike the others, he seemed utterly unbothered by the recent events. In fact, Mifune would say he looked pleased. I see no reason to raise a fuss. As his father, know Gaara had anything but good intentions. The interference to save an heir seems reasonable enough. As for the proportionate response, well, simply put, even if the remaining contenders were bound together, they would still struggle to put Gaara down. My son was groomed to be the ultimate weapon of Suna. A living demonstration of our true power. I do not mind them doing so, for my son was never in danger. No harm, no foul, as they often say. The Raikage and Tsuchikage seemed shocked by this. The Hokage and Mizukage also seemed confused and bristled at realizing the Cage's confidence. But Mifune merely shook his head, having expected as much. It was a common sight, while the exams weren't something he often saw. The one he did frequently had a competitor far ahead of the others. Assure in one of the villages would build their reputation up with relatively low risk. This exam's sure bet was Gaara of the Sand. It was difficult to tell if they were lucky. So both the victim's representative and the host have agreed this minor inconvenience should be acknowledged as the misfortune it was. Surely, with this in mind, we can let the matter go. Of course, any further violation will be met with a more extreme response. Hiruzen asked the room. The group did not seem happy, but the silence left behind was answered. Besides, 4 of the Cage had to battle with the knowledge the Cage had, in his own words, unleashed a weapon into the exams. Is there a shinobi in these exams that can best this monster masquerading as a genin? Mifune wondered as the uncomfortable silence in the room stretched on, even as the participants of the next bout stepped onto the field. Luckily, one of the men was not so affected, and more than eager to bait his rivals into foolishness. Mifune felt his patience wane as Rasa poised his poisonous question. It may seem poor taste to ask considering the moment, Rasa spoke, sounding more alive than he had the entire exams. But I must admit I find myself curious. We've all somewhat wagered on these exams. Obviously, we have the foresight we lacked then. So I wonder, who do you expect to be the victors of the finals? The room was silent as they all pondered the question. Though seemingly innocuous, especially considering their earlier wagers. It was a clever trap of a question. Those who had none of their shinobi involved were slighted subtly and were poised to support the intelligent choice in Rasa. Those with shinobi involved would be motivated to defend them. In the process, risking embarrassment. It may seem juvenile or benign, but it was a subtle way of affecting the other's political weight. Reputation was everything to a major village, after all. I have faith in my soldiers. Samui will shock you all, assured with an odd smile. Mifune nodded, unsurprised that I would choose this bold response. Yagura spoke next, nodding as if convincing himself of what he had said. As much as it pains me to say such, Gaara will surely win. I simply cannot see anyone besting a Jinchuriki of his skill. He is somewhat heroic, I suppose. Mifune sensed there was more to his words as well. But the man had gone with the safe option, and it was all the same. Onoki merely shook his head, refusing to offer input. Mifune supposed that was why they called him the fence-sitter, who was often unwilling to move riskily. I personally choose the Uchiha. Mifune chimed in. A man pursuing honor passionately will always find victory. While he disapproved of the actions he had heard of the Uchiha clan, he could not shame one attempting to regain honor. Redemption was a considerable motivator. Hiruzen hummed out loud as he considered his options. Sasuke had proven himself to have grown into a considerable shinobi. Naruto had managed to trounce each of his opponents, but Gaara was undoubtedly the most likely to win. No, his shinobi would surely prosper. The will of fire guided them, and when it came to these principles, I would pick Naruto Uzumaki myself, Hiruzen stated confidently. Sasuke's paw of courtyard of Iron Arena, land of iron. The Uchiha stood on the field as he eyed his opponent. Sasuke had faced quite an assortment of opponents thus far. Neji had proven skilled beyond belief and had nearly adapted to him. Fu had proven to be absurdly powerful, such that it had taken all Sasuke had to even put her down momentarily. He was determined to face Gaara in the future, which would indeed be an absurd undertaking. But this. Sasuke was never one for gossip or much social activity at all, for that matter. It always made him feel ashamed and useless to spend time doing such. He made exceptions for close friends and family. But Sasuke minded little if he interacted with people. Yet even he had heard rumors of the lazy man before him. Shikamaru Nara was a man Sasuke had encountered a few times. Ever the hard worker, Sasuke had been studious and skilled throughout the academy. Even when it came to test making, the Uchiha was often the top student. But whenever Sasuke looked the Nara in the eyes, it was clear the man was intelligent. Sasuke had observed the lazy way he analyzed the world around him. There was no doubt the man was a genius. Further evidence of such was the one-sided bout against Suigetsu. As much as it seemed he was a threat to the Nara, he had simply played into his hands. Somehow, Shikamaru had even countered Yuno's impressive genjutsu with nothing more than pure intellect and quick thinking. Sasuke still knew Shikamaru was no match for him. I offer this not as a show of arrogance but as a genuine warning, Sasuke spoke as he did, lowering into a stance as if wielding an invisible blade. I don't intend to play around with you like the others. I intend to taste victory today. Stand in the way of such at your own peril. Real cute. Shikamaru casually replied. But I'm just trying to get promoted here. Besides, it won't be mortifying even for a slacker like me to surrender. Though honestly, I doubt I can realistically do anything here, maybe I should surrender. This fight has trouble written all over it. Sasuke frowned at Shikamaru's lackluster attitude. While he recognized the Nara simply realized he was outmatched, he found himself miffed at him taking this lightly. I suppose you should. You don't seem to be nearly powerful enough to face me. He sarcastically spat. Preaching to the choir buddy, Shikamaru replied with a sigh. It would be nice to avoid getting my ass kicked. At this, the Nara shockingly turned and slowly began to walk away. Your whole team must be ashamed to be related to a coward like you. Sasuke spat, now thoroughly annoyed. Perhaps that's simply the way of the entire team, though. He sniped. In truth, Shikamaru's attitude was not all that wrong. Yet it annoyed Sasuke all the same. XX. Shikamaru's POV. Shikamaru wasn't the type to do things out of anger. He figured it was simply his intelligence, breaking down emotions too efficiently before they could settle. But he had always been protective, as lazy as he was. While it would have been much more accessible to allow the victim, Choji or Naruto, to be alone when he was a child, Shikamaru had done so. Easy as it would have been to avoid becoming a shinobi, he had felt the need to lead the clan as expected. Perhaps that explained the rare surge of anger that shot through the Nara. It made him turn and march before his mind could decide the best response. When he chose the wise thing to do, which would be to ignore the apparent bait, he realized he had walked over and dropped into a combat stance before Sasuke. His anger buzzed as his mind criticized this decision, but the Nara inwardly shrugged. He may be absurdly intelligent, but he always struggled to make the smart choice when his people got involved. So, despite the fear and dread that filled him, Shikamaru settled into the plan he had kicked around for a while for Sasuke. It was a loose one, but Shikamaru had the supplies and besides. Shikamaru protected his friends, though the first step would be the scariest, enjoyable. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and prepared himself. Rich coming from the fallen clan member himself. He said with mockery. Sasuke's Sharingan seemed to be activated instinctively to the insult. Excuse me, he asked, his voice the definition of calm before the storm. Just that, a clan as low as the Uchiha should know not to mouth off to their superiors. Shikamaru continued with a broad smile that looked alien on the Nara. Sasuke didn't seem to notice, having already buried his fist into Shikamaru's stomach. This plan was a painful drag. Tenten's POV audience section of Iron Arena, land of iron. I'm confused, Tenten, Sai started as he scratched his head. Shikamaru must know that he cannot hope to best the Uchiha. So why not only face but motivate them heavily? If he's trying to bait him into anger, I believe it's backfired. I can't be certain, but I think Sasuke said something that upset him. He doesn't care too much for insults against himself. Did Sasuke say something about us or Naruto? Normally, he has some sort of plan, but Tenten winced as Sasuke kicked Shikamaru away, only to arrive where he flew and kicked him again. Sasuke seemed determined to beat the Nara alone with his ash step. And Shikamaru seemed utterly hopeless to retaliate. Yet I doubt he did so with nothing. He wanted him mad to throw him off his game. Somehow, he has to find a way to deal with his absurd speed. Oh, that is why he asked for those. Sai exclaimed. Tenten raised an eyebrow as she remembered Shikamaru had asked her for some seal. It was standard for root members to learn the basics. I did so as well. So he's plotting something. Come on, Shikamaru. You may seem like a bum, but there's a reason Sai and I acknowledge as our leader. It's odd, Tenten, Sai remarked. I know full well the odds are unlikely that he can win. Yet I feel an odd confidence in Shikamaru. That, Tenten said with a wide grin. Giddy Shikamaru had felt the need to fight for them. Even when he knew it would likely be for naught. Better yet, Sai seemed to be healing from the emotional damage Danzo had done to them. It's because we're Team 8. Shikamaru's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Shikamaru spat out blood as he was launched back after a harrowing taijutsu barrage from Sasuke. The ability to teleport at a whim was difficult to counter. You could react with pure speed if you trained yourself to absurd levels like some of these monsters. Shikamaru had no such ability nor will to gain such. Hell, Neji and, to a lesser extent, Fu had shown this was countable. Mercifully, perhaps the Uchiha had hurt his fist, punching him, and the beating stopped. It's time for you to take back what you said and surrender, Sasuke spoke now, somewhat more in control. I've proven my point. I certainly feel inclined to agree. Unfortunately, I gotta stand my ground. Shikamaru said as he climbed to his feet. I can turn things around with only a couple of moves. Already falling back onto manipulation tactics that is a new low even, Sasuke stopped as Shikamaru whipped a hand-sized orb at him. With impressive reflexes, Sasuke drew and sliced with his kunai in one motion. It split the orb in two and sent both halves on either side of him. Both halves suddenly exploded with smoke as Sasuke was shrouded in a thick cloud. He coughed slightly before activating his ash step to allow him to escape the smoke instantly. Sharingan spun and saw a smoke trail quickly heading toward the forest. Using smoke to counteract my Sharingan allows him to safely retreat to more favorable ground. Unfortunately, I can use my superior speed to fish you out. Sasuke ash stepped several times in quick succession to close the distance. He activated Besmirched Flambe as he flew through one cloud in a fury of steps. Shikamaru flinched as Sasuke flew through the smoke with his blade of flames and nearly landed a blind strike. Shikamaru winced further when he ducked and luckily managed to dodge another. Unseen and therefore unburdened with the audience, Shikamaru dropped to the ground and crawled as Sasuke continued to zip through the clouds of smoke, slashing blindly. Shikamaru sighed as he used another smoke to continue to hide himself. Tenten would surely be furious he was being so wasteful. But if Shikamaru fought the Uchiha head, it would likely only last seconds. He needed more obstacles between them, and the forest was the perfect location. Before Shikamaru could continue his crawl to safety, his entire body ached as he was suddenly launched through the smoke. His rib ached as he flew through the air. Bastard found me. Part 2 then. Shikamaru crawled to his feet again and faced Sasuke. He forced his expression to look frustrated and desperate. Even faked a stumble as Sasuke marched out of the smoke cloud. Found you, Sasuke said simply. Damn bastard, Shikamaru said. Let's see you deal with getting blown up. He said as he made a show of drawing a kunai and attaching an explosive tag. As if that would ever hit me. Sasuke taunted as Shikamaru threw the kunai. He blurred forward as soon as it left Nara's hand. Shikamaru merely smirked as the tag suddenly shined brightly. Let's see you dodge light. He countered as he covered his eyes. Sasuke could do no such thing as he rapidly zoomed in using ash step. But it was no mere explosive tag Shikamaru threw. It was a light grenade one. The light brilliantly shined, causing Sasuke to scream in pain and the audience to gasp. Sasuke, now blind and disoriented, missed his attempted attack on Shikamaru and instead smashed into a tree bodily. The stunned Uchiha stumbled back, heedless of the approaching Nara. Shikamaru was never much of a taijutsu guy, but he swept Sasuke's legs and viciously followed it by smashing the down Uchiha with a dropping punch. Not worried about style but beating the Uchiha unconscious, the Nara didn't bother with style. No, as he mounted the downed Sasuke. Instead, he launched a sloppy but powerful ground and pound, landing 3 whole blows before Sasuke recovered. Said recovery was Sasuke activating ash step. This typically propelled him at massive speeds, letting him virtually teleport. But with him being mounted, it sent the two violently careening towards the forest instead. Sasuke smashed into a tree in a collision that nearly knocked him out. Shikamaru was sent skidding across the ground, landing a short distance away. Sasuke ash stepped to close the distance and noticed Shikamaru attempting to pull another tag. Sasuke zoomed in and snatched it from his slow hands. No more flashes. That isn't a flash. Just needed a second, Shikamaru said with a voice full of pain. He was on edge. He had taken much punishment and landed a minor offense. Yet Shikamaru smiled happily. Thanks for falling for that bluff. Look up if you wouldn't mind. Sasuke did so cautiously, noticing several floating kunai in the sky. Each was carried by what appeared to be a small parachute. Cute crafts project. Any point Nara. Shikamaru offered no response as the kunai in the sky were dropped as the parachutes suddenly freed themselves. They revealed each to be much larger than they seemed and momentarily coated the arena in shadows. Sasuke, wisely knowing such would be less than ideal against Nara, managed to fire off a fireball to destroy such. But Shikamaru didn't care. Checkmate. Shadow possession successful, he informed Sasuke. The shadow was up for a mere second. Sasuke stopped as Shikamaru raised his hand, and he followed suit. His expression grew more bewildered when the two crouched in sync. How? I can't keep up with you, monster, in this exam. But if I can catch you, well, it becomes my kind of fight. See, the smokes and flashbangs were merely red herrings. Something for you to fixate on until you give me the chance to set it up. Making you angry only ensured you wouldn't catch onto it. Shikamaru explained. The kunai parachutes I used are perfected and suited to create a moment. I rigged them to explode the cloth outwards, blocking out the sun for an instant. Why you surely can't possess my shadow that quickly, Sasuke remarked. No, Shikamaru said with a shrug. I didn't have to. Our shadows merged when the sun was blocked. It allowed near instantaneous possession. You're undoubtedly the better man, but I win. And no, Sasuke said as he strained against it. Shikamaru went to counter such before he realized something shocking. Sasuke Uchiha was twitching. Shikamaru sighed as he focused more of his chakra on it. Only for Sasuke to groan in pain as he somehow managed to twitch. How the hell are you doing this? Even with chakra enhancing yourself, forcing your way out should be nearly impossible. I've trained every day for years, foregone a social life, dealt with the hatred towards the Uchiha. I'm used to struggling with all I have. It's all I have. I'm willing to die for this. Are you? As Sasuke finished his decree, he flexed his chakra and muscles and managed to break the possession in an impressive display of force, causing Shikamaru to fall to one knee and both to pant heavily. No, I'm not. Shikamaru panted out earnestly. Can't believe you escaped that. Poured all my chakra into it. You damn Uchiha or something else. He complained. Sasuke chortled at such. Anyway, I'm out of chakra and have no interest in any more pain. I surrender. Sasuke nodded at such, showing both forgiveness and respect. Shikamaru would have responded or cheered but was too busy relaxing on the ground. Unlike last time, Kakashi did not remove them. Instead, medical personnel came and loaded him on a gurney. Kakashi announced Sasuke as the winner, but Shikamaru had no complaints. At least he could rest now. Naruto's POV exit hall to Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto stretched his body and relaxed as he prepared for his next match. Samui was different from the opponent Naruto had been hoping for. He would have preferred Gaara or Sasuke. Both of them were dicks he would have loved to smack around. But Samui was a friend, a newer friend, but a friend. It wasn't going to be fun to defeat her. It took work. Ino had come quite a long way, yet Samui had defeated her. Naruto wouldn't let his guard down. Before he could walk out to the field, he heard a voice call for him. Oi, you brat, your wise and noble sensei has come to offer 3 pieces of advice, and I wish you luck. Be excited to see the enigmatic Jiraiya. Jiraiya roared as he marched down the hall, locking eyes with Naruto. Pervy Sage? Naruto asked, confused. He had grown rather fond of his temporary sensei during their training, and Jiraiya had even offered him more in the future. Yet he hadn't expected to see him during the exams. The man explained that he would be on guard duty in the cage box. I keep telling you, add super, or it isn't accurate, Jiraiya joyfully replied. Besides, I wasted a favor to come talk to you. You don't exactly get breaks on guard duty. Right, thanks, Pervy Sage, Naruto nodded. You said you had advice or something. Like any good sensei would. Jiraiya agreed with a prideful nod. Wanna hear? Naruto shrugged his shoulders, which Jiraiya balked at. Damn youth so indifferent, Jiraiya complained with a shake of his head. Though the wisdom shall break through. The first and second both pertain to the match coming. Whoa, I assumed it would be something stupid, Naruto said, surprised. Jiraiya flinched but confidently continued. Your opponent is a unique one. A cloud beauty. Do you recognize such a thing? I guess she's pretty, Naruto answered, confused. She already has you. Jiraiya bemoaned, full of despair. See, Cloud Kunoichi are known for their rare beauty. Especially the one before you, it could bewitch you. Aha. It could. See, she has the same refined beauty as your teammate. But with peaks of a much higher level. Jiraiya ranted. Watch it. Yes, beware, my dear boy, for she may bewitch you. Jiraiya could not finish this as Naruto promptly kicked him away. You damn pervert, I thought you were being serious. Naruto yelled angrily at the now twitching pile of pain that was Jiraiya. Naruto sighed at his ridiculous sensei before he slowly marched off. Damn waste of time. However, the blonde did not flinch when Jiraiya reappeared before him. The man often let him and Tsunade land hits but never seemed indeed affected. Violent student. Jiraiya grumbled. I was just pointing it out. Anyway, truthfully came to let you know I'm proud of you and counting on you to win me some money tilde. We'll go to the club and party, right? Naruto raised his fist warningly, and Jiraiya chuckled before his game face appeared. Naruto had learned that he could be serious despite the man's goofy nature when he wanted to. Seemingly switching into a professional at will. I did want to let you know I expect you to win and tell you something about Tsunade, Jiraiya said simply. She told me about you two's argument, one that likely is one I'm all too familiar with. Yeah, she told Ino some crazy shit. Naruto replied angrily. What the hell is her problem? How could anyone be so defeated? Naruto just couldn't understand it. It's a story that isn't my place to tell. A byproduct of this cold world we live in. But I wanted to assure you that she has simply lost her way. Tsunade thinks she merely trying to spare you the pain that broke her. Not realizing she has become jaded and bitter. I've tried to break her of such for years but haven't succeeded yet. Naruto pondered over this. Was this what tragedy did to a person? Tsunade had lived it, but was her state genuinely living? Was this the future of shinobi? Surely, Naruto could avoid such. I see the concern in your eyes, brat, Jiraiya said with a teasing smile. I have lived something of a comparable life as well, yet I disagree with her. My point is that when it comes to women, anyone, I guess, you can't always listen to what they say. Instead, consider what they haven't said. Naruto was confused by such, but Jiraiya pushed him on anyone. Make us proud, he called as he shoved him into the courtyard. Naruto would have to reflect on pervy sage's words. But for now. Kakashi's paw of courtyard of Iron Arena, land of iron. Kakashi watched as Naruto walked onto the field. The amount of pride that flowed through him made him feel as if he was buzzing. Neji and Ino had undoubtedly improved and impressed him. But Naruto had blown his expectations out of the water. Naruto had yet to indeed seem troubled or in any actual danger. Kakashi was confident that Naruto may even be a match for Sasuke or Gaara. It was painful that his sensei or team weren't here to see the next generation begin. To see the son of Minato shine as brightly as he could. But it mattered little, Kakashi was here. And after these exams, it would be fair to get something nice for the blonde. Perhaps a gift. His mind focused again, noticing Naruto doing odd stretches, seemingly bored. How long had it been? Where was Samui? Samui's paw of corridor to courtyard of Iron Arena, land of iron. Samui marched dutifully forward with nothing but her mission in mind. Last night was a total failure. Samui had tried to compromise between her morals and duty and had simply shown her hand. Attempted desperately to complete her mission without betraying her new friend. But Naruto, drunk and dazed, had fallen asleep during her rant. While it had been crushing at the time, Samui recognized it as being for the best. Such a desperate tactic would never work. Besides, as much as she enjoyed Naruto, she could not risk Atsui. Samui was a focused and intelligent woman. She had witnessed the blonde's love for a friendly bout, his passionate way of sharing during combat. It would be a great opportunity, but could Samui do it? Attempting to woo the blonde felt dirty. Naruto certainly had her attention, but she wasn't sure she wanted something serious. Yeta had suggested such, and if Samui was somewhat interested, why not? Because she respected herself more than that. Samui was no mere tool, she was a cool and collected kunoichi. But Atsui and Naruto. Samui, a voice called out, breaking her from her stupor. She turned to see her confidant, spy for a walking toward her. Samui could tell she was here for business, not for sharing any pleasantries, her eyes holding the same cold gaze they had whenever she was under A's orders. Our Lord has sent me to remind you of your mission and offer guidance, Mabui stated woodenly. It was clear that Mabui was personally against this, but also just as clear she would not stop such guidance. Samui asked. She knew better than to react too strongly or even suggest resistance. A didn't often go by his Lord moniker, but when he did so, it was because he expected utter obedience and loyalty. Indeed, you are a young, skilled, and attractive lady, but our Lord fears you may hesitate to follow his orders or fail to do so adequately. As such, I have been sent to offer some tips and remind you of the stakes. Mabui stated. Despite her robotic tone, Mabui's eyes shone with pain. Samui always hated it when she got like this. It was like she became a machine dutifully fulfilling its task. Yet, all the while, she seemed to show her pain openly. A vicious cycle, if there was ever one. Which are. Firstly, our Lord recommends using your beauty, specifically your, assets, to get his attention and subtly fuel his lust. This should affect his decision-making process. A young man often only thinks with one head. Use combat as an excuse to get up close and personal. A shinobi always tries to fight with heightened senses, and catching one off guard is the most powerful weapon. One lapse of attention and click, you're dead. That unpredictability and lack of focus will help you achieve your goal. Our Lord wants you to focus on seducing the Uzumaki, as he sees it as the best path forward. Mabui recited. Samui felt a growing sickness in her stomach. Surely you don't mean to use me as some sort of call girl. That would be Samui was stopped because Mabui put a finger to her lips. But it was Mabui's eyes that drove the young woman to silence. They were cold and desperate, as if she knew Samui was in danger and that she would save her from such a threat at any cost. Our Lord has been more observant than many know. He knows you have befriended him. He knows you seem more interested than mere friendship as well. As such, it only makes sense for you to move this way. Trust me when I say whatever he is to you, he is not worth it. Mabui countered. Please, Sam. Samui, losing her temper, smacked her hand away. Mabui's eyes widened at such. Samui rarely lost her temper. You know that doesn't matter. I wanted to see where things went, not be ordered to give myself to him. I barely know him. I thought you, of all people, wouldn't do this. Mabui's desperation seemed to give way to anger as she got in Samui's face. Stop being childish. Do you think I didn't try to convince him against this? I did. But our Lord will not be persuaded. Besides, we aren't asking you to wed the man, we are merely enchanting him. Something I might add you seem to want. I know how it feels, but we, as kunoichi, are expected to use all of our assets to serve. It is the burden of being a woman of the cloud. I'm sorry, Samui. No, I'm sorry. I refuse. This is not cool, Samui stated boldly. No, you don't. Excuse me. You don't. You know the cost of doing such, Mabui explained gravely. No, Samui said as she realized why Mabui had been told to come speak to her before the fight. I was an impatient man. It seemed he wanted results and had prepared some cruel encouragement for her. Yes, our Lord has made it clear he expects your compliance. Should you fail to attempt such, or we feel you fail due to your incompetence, our Lord has promised the death of Atsui, Mabui said, looking away from Samui. Samui flinched as she dropped to her knees. She feared it may come to this, but had promised it now. Samui knew better than to hope it would be bluffing if she failed. Atsui might die. Fine, I'll seduce Naruto, Samui stated as she forced her calm to return to her. To mask the pain and shame that filled her body. Mabui nodded and hugged Samui as she often did when it did something like this. Cradling her as if she was a child. Mabui had been forced into this. This was a desperate attempt to express remorse. To make this blow hurt just a little less. Despite the small gesture, she was touched by it all the same. But it mattered little to Samui now. She had spent her life protecting the only family she had left. Today would be no different. Naruto's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto was running out of muscles to stretch. It bothered him that his opponent hadn't arrived yet. He had been looking forward to his bout with Samui. Not that he was mainly interested in harming her. Just had wondered how a fight between the two would go. Though Naruto did consider it a plus, he could avenge Ino while having a blast during their battle. Though as much as the blonde would love to enjoy the fight to the fullest, he wouldn't underestimate her. While neither Tenten nor Kuretsuchi had been too much of a challenge for Naruto, they had clarified one thing. Naruto was holding back too much, mainly to hide his more robust techniques from the likes of Gaara or Sasuke. But now he doubted such would matter. As strong as both were, such a slight advantage would mean relatively little. He wouldn't expose it all. The surprise was part of the plan. But Naruto would be looking for the finish from the start. Though it would be harsh towards a friend. Kakashi also looked confused as he subtly gestured to the cage box. Notably, the Raikage stood and gave a thumbs up to him. Kakashi and Naruto seemed confused by such a thing until the steady rhythm of boots marched toward them. Both glanced down and saw Samui was present. Looking as unbothered as always as she squared up to Naruto. Naruto couldn't help the smile that filled his face. Samui had a similar style to his own and seemed to be someone Naruto would love to be closer to. It may be odd, but one of the best methods Naruto had discovered to do so was combat. For some reason, when Naruto fought someone, he felt closer to them. It was as if somehow, in the storm of violence, he had found some peace. Neji, Tenten, and even Kuretsuchi had shown such. Naruto wondered if he and Samui could communicate clearly. Is everything all good? Kakashi asked while he glanced at both. Both nodded determinedly, their eyes never leaving each other as they faced down. Huh, I'm a third wheel again. I should have said no to reffing. Anyway, begin. With his piece, his aloof sensei poofed away. The job was done with the usual level of oddness. Naruto, Samui stated with a confident smirk. How about a bit of wager? Betting. Naruto asked, confused. I mean, I guess, but my mom warned me that gambling is like evil or something. Oh, a lethal vice, I think that's what she called it. Was she trying to win some money off him or something? There's nothing evil about this, Samui said with an airy chuckle. Naruto wasn't sure why, but he found the laugh pleasant. It made him focus on her slightly, made him wish to make her laugh more. Did she laugh like that before? A simple one. Whoever wins gets to give the loser an order they can't refuse. Naruto wasn't a social butterfly, but he could feel something off about that. That's kinda cryptic. I don't know if I could agree to something like that unless I know what I'm doing. Nothing too strenuous. I'll be gentle, Samui assured Naruto, giving him a warm smile. Naruto felt a blush nearly appear on his face. Somehow, that had felt innocent yet heady. How could it be both? From what you told me, you don't back down or go back on your word. Naruto frowned. He stuck to his word and, to be frank, was strong enough to win the bet regardless. Naruto doubted he would be defeated here. Besides, she was a friend. What would the harm be? Damn, throwing my own words at me. Naruto laughed earnestly. Fair enough, the victor gets one order or whatever. Do you know what you want? Samui asked with a wink. Naruto caught the suggestive tone. I can think of some things. Wait, what? Naruto asked. What was she talking about? But as he opened his eyes to demand what she meant, he saw Samui was already closing the distance between them. Sai's paw outside of cage box, land of iron. Sai and Tenten calmly walked toward the cage box, determined to speak to the Hokage. Why exactly are we doing this without Shikamaru again? Tenten asked, slightly miffed to be sent on an errand like this. It reminded her of her time in the route, doubtless. Sai held no such intense ill will towards the task. He knew most would think it related to the supposed trauma received from the route. But it mattered little to Sai. Sai was free and had gotten the friends his brother had asked him to find all those years ago. He even had gotten to keep Tenten as one. Earth to Sai, are you zoning out again? I was supposed to be free of emotionless silence, but somehow, I got stuck with two more social creatures. I am human. Did Tenten think he was such an odd animal? Wait. Sarcasm. Never mind, Panda. I'm impressed you detected it this time, Sai. Wait. Stop calling me Panda, you bastard. Tenten yelled at Sai. You told me not to personally insult people, Sai reminded his friend with a wag of his finger. And I am a bastard, but it is rude for you to point that out, Sai said with a proud nod. Learning the complexities of social interaction was challenging, but he had come a long way. He rarely had misunderstandings. So close and yet so far, Tenten sighed. The answer to my question. When you sent me to retrieve him, he explained he was too injured to come with us, Sai answered obediently. He knew when Tenten was serious about doing so as well. He asked his teammate if I would help him by carrying his burden today. It only felt right to do so. I am working on being the best teammate I can be. That's odd. I thought he surrendered before Sasuke could land anything significant. Tenten pondered. Wouldn't he have been healed anyway? Oh no, he assured me such a thing happened but was ineffective, Sai explained. Did you, by chance, check? Tenten asked with a frown. You told me I should trust my friends, so I figured he wouldn't lie, Sai answered sweetly. I suppose that trust in friends is rather nice. Though it does feel rather risky. I am going to kill Pineapple for taking advantage of you, Tenten promised vengefully. It's like he took candy from a baby. He did no such thing. Sai assured her. He had created another misunderstanding. Life had been much simpler in the route. But he would work hard to adapt to it. Oh brother, I'm surrounded by idiots. Tenten lamented, head in hands. Hey, kids, I assume you have a decent reason for making as much racket as you are. I don't like the bastards myself, but you little shits are expected to act proper around the cage. Something I'm forced to force you all to do. A stern womanly voice called out. Standing in front of the door to the cage box was one of the Sannin. Tsunade Senju, the only female S-rank shinobi, the world's most renowned medic, and the unfortunately known gambler. She was facing the two down and seemed less amused to see them. Tenten gasped in shock and seemed to hide behind Sai. Was she nervous around the legend? He supposed such was only suitable. Even en route, Tenten had always looked up to Tsunade. Shikamaru had described her as a super fan. Sai took a step forward and offered a quick bow. If Tenten was starstruck, as they say, as a supportive teammate, the burden to take over was his. Hello, ma'am. We are requesting an audience with the Hokage, Sai politely informed. We recognize such as unorthodox, but we must insist. We have information we are certain he'd be interested in. Tsunade sighed, obviously somewhat annoyed with their presence. Well, the old man can't simply stop observing the exams. I suppose you could step in and offer such now if it was truly vital. Otherwise, it will have to wait. We cannot do such, Senju-sama. Tenten chimed in, having apparently overcome her star fright. The information is of a delicate nature. We can't just offer it in the presence of foreign entities. Sai nodded, as young and inexperienced as they were. All root members were trained to deal with situations like this. Training Sai once again found helpful, and Tenten often fell back onto when stressed. Well, you can't speak to him right now. If you tell me, I'll inform him as soon as I have the chance to do so. Tsunade offered to them. Annoyed as she was, it would be foolish to at least not hear them out. Sai looked back at Tenten to ensure she agreed with this and, seeing her nod, offered their info. Yesterday, we were celebrating with Dickless and Pineapple. Sai, god damn it, use their real names, not your nicknames for them. Tenten critiqued. I thought humor was good for diffusing tension. Sai asked, confused. Also good for ruining credibility, Tenten said with a sigh. My apologies. Then, Sai offered with another bow. Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara. Things were going well. Almost everyone was somewhat affected by alcohol. During this, Samui of the Cloud arrived and asked to speak to Naruto on her lonesome. Shikamaru and I found this suspicious. Tenten was already unconscious. Sai. I believe it to be risky to allow a foreign shinobi to speak to our ally alone while he is intoxicated and somewhat interested in seeing if they are hooking up, Sai explained in his usual straightforward way. He saw Tenten drop her face in her hands but was unsure why and barreled on. You really intended to bother the Hokage with gossip? Tsunade asked incredulously. Yes, though this gossip happened to be Samui of the Cloud being assigned and attempting to win over Naruto Uzumaki to the Cloud. Sai finished simply. Silence filled the room at the statement. He always enjoyed responding to attitude when it was apparent. Easy to pick out and respond to. Even amusing to fuel a tiny bit. Gaslighting, they called it, apparently. Tsunade offered a weary sigh before nodding her head. Alrighty, I'll tell the old man whenever I can. Good job on reporting this to me. I'll handle it from here. The two genin looked to themselves before bowing respectfully and marching off. Tsunade waited for them to be entirely gone as she kicked around their information in her head. So Samui had been ordered to win Naruto over. Despite their concern and what Tsunade was sure thought was compelling reasons, Tsunade was confident Naruto would never change sides. Jiraiya had a habit of teaching men as talented as they were foolishly loyal. Furthermore, if she had told Hiruzen, he would have been forced to respond somehow. That would be dull. The brat had boldly declared her wisdom defunct. But now her warning would come full circle. It would be interesting to see how the arrogant brat dealt with the truth of the world. Tsunade would withhold this information for now. It was time to see if Naruto Uzumaki was merely talking heedlessly. Could he truly navigate the problematic situation Kunoichi faced? Could anyone stop such a situation? Tsunade would find out if a fool like those she kept meeting truly could change anything. The last two sadly hadn't. Naruto, Samui's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto had been excited about the fight but had yet to determine how it would go. He had not expected Samui to launch a surprise attack. Naruto grabbed the Tonto on his back and tensed as he prepared his counter. Right when Samui drew close, he moved. Time to see who the better Kenjutsu user was. Uzumaki style. Deflecting draw. Naruto called. He quickly drew and slashed with his Tonto. Drawing and slashing away Samui's attack in one fluid motion. Naruto's strength sent Samui flying back a short distance. He smirked at the smiling Samui as he prepared to follow this up. Uzumaki style. Seafoam slashing net. With several slashes, Naruto sent a grid-like grouping of chakra blades flying forth. Samui did not flinch as lightning sparked from her blades and unleashed her technique. Cool flashing beheading. Lightning burst forth from her own blade, forming into a cutting bolt. This sliced through Naruto's own attack before racing towards Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward, dodging the attack by merely leaning his head. He closed the distance absurdly quickly. His raw speed allowed him to do so in a mere second. Samui raised her blade to block a thrust of Naruto's Tonto, but it was a feint. Naruto instead attempted to sweep her legs. Impressively, Samui back flipped over, aiming a finger at Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow at such but flinched when Samui called out. Lightning style. Jumping arc. Samui called as a lightning bolt surged on her finger and arced toward Naruto. Only given a second to react, Naruto raised Riptide to block out but gasped in pain when the electricity was blocked. However, it bounced off his blade and into him. The electricity made his muscles tense, and he froze in pain. It only lasted for an instant, but it was all Samui needed to do to close the distance. Naruto managed to raise his guard as Samui slammed into it with a flying knee. The power of the blow made him slide back and fall to one knee. Samui followed this up with a two-handed downward thrust of her blade. Naruto caught such, and the two engaged in a blade clash. You seem to be losing your cool, Naruto, Samui said as she looked down at Naruto. She gave a small teasing smile intended to tempt his competitive side. I didn't expect you to be this strong, Naruto admitted readily. His grin grew as the fight slowly built. But it was better Samui was strong. This fight would be fun. It would probably be painful, but Naruto did hate being shocked. But it's better this way anyway. Let's cut loose. He finished his thought out loud as he prepared to continue. XX. Samui's POV. Let's cut loose. Naruto cried. Samui did not flinch at the next part. She expected him to attempt to overpower her again. He was the physically stronger opponent. It only made sense. Instead of allowing him to do so, Samui kept her cool and spun to allow his force to unbalance him. Samui felt her mind and body focus in the moment as he did so. As conflicted and disorganized as her mind had been, it finally achieved peace. There was no need to think as much now. Samui knew what to do, how, and the best way to achieve such. She would think over the ramifications and her feelings later. Samui had to do as she had done for years and protect what little she had. What was Samui's mission? What had her leader commanded of her? She was to win over Naruto Uzumaki to the cloud. Samui was also to perform well enough to not harm the cloud's reputation. And Mabui had insisted she could achieve both in this match. So her goal wasn't to win but to do well and build rapport with Naruto. Easy enough, Samui supposed. She would do whatever was needed for Atsui. Naruto impressively reacted to such a counter and attempted to grab her arm. Samui was too slow to dodge such a thing, but that was fine. Instead, she leaned slightly, making him miss the arm but brush something softer. It sent a slight chill down her spine, and Samui felt embarrassed but was focused, and it barely registered. Instead, she watched hawk-like as Naruto's face grew red. He stumbled back and attempted to apologize. She ignored such an instead. As Mabui had suggested, Samui watched his eyes. She noticed Naruto's gaze dip lower than her eyes before shooting back up shamefully. Mabui was right. This was surprisingly easy. It even felt good to make Naruto lose his cool. Samui smiled sweetly as she opened it to kick Naruto in his chest with a back kick. While Samui wasn't the physically strongest, she could crack stones with that kick. Yet Naruto flew back and landed on his feet, albeit wobbly. As if it was a minor inconvenience. Something wrong, Blondie? Samui asked innocently. Naruto seemed to hesitate before shaking his head and seeming to refocus. Once again, Samui took advantage of this as she prepared her attack with a taunting smile. Cloud style. Crescent moon beheading. She called. Naruto ducked under the slash but was unprepared and unbalanced, which allowed Samui to crash bodily into him. The two became a ball of limbs as they rolled through before they settled with Samui straddling over him. Naruto instinctively bucked to free himself, but this merely made both freezes for an instant as their position became apparent to both. The contact was innocent and yet loaded with tension. Awkward looks were given to each other. Even with it being her intention, Samui felt somewhat embarrassed by such but also enthralled to get this reaction. But she allowed the adrenaline to fuel her as she attempted to put her tanto to his throat, ending the match before Naruto called out his counter. Apparently annoyed and decidedly done with her odd tactics. Personal atmosphere. Level 1. Naruto called. The air around Samui seemed to swell around her before it lifted her away from Naruto. Naruto rolled to his feet and propelled himself up to her. Samui felt a sliver of panic fill her as Naruto's gaze intensified. Despite the overwhelming power he showed in her being vulnerable in the air, she felt no fear of him hurting her. Somehow, it only made her want to fight with him more. Test her limits. Samui had never been the type to lose herself in combat before. She had always been told when to fight for real. Yet, something was thrilling about fighting Naruto. This was fun. Hell, it was fabulous. Samui was helpless as Naruto grabbed her and whipped her to the ground. Samui slammed into it with a booming thud and felt stunning pain fill her body. She rolled on instinct, narrowly avoiding a fight ender of a double stomp attempted by Naruto. Alright, Samui, explain yourself, Naruto said with a slight frown. You're not fighting properly, you're being all weird. Plus, stop being so damn touchy. I can't focus when you do that. Samui felt the shame grow but continued her ploy regardless. Besides, a small part of her was enjoying this. She liked having Naruto focused on her and making such an unflappable man squirm. His struggle to maintain focus and not leer at her was appreciated. Yet she felt some accomplishment when she made him break. Why am I distracting Tilda? She sang mockingly, asking as if she was confused. She lowered herself into a sprinting stance, allowing Naruto a view she was sure would throw him off. Naruto flinched at such. See, what the hell is the deal with that? With what? I'm not stupid. I know what you're doing. Naruto bluffed, obviously. Preparing to charge, Samui asked. Naruto growled. You keep making us touch, and now you're well. Samui hummed in false consideration as she looked at her stance. She gasped in pretend realization. Oh, I see, you find my looks distracting. Yes. No. Stop that. Naruto roared indignantly. Samui felt vindication and shame in equal measure. She liked having Naruto's attention and enjoyed their easy camaraderie. This mission may not be purely negative. Besides, Naruto had been having a hard time at home, and they would treat him better, yet such thoughts caused an equal level of guilt. Samui nearly confessed her sins to her target before Atsui's face flashed through her mind. She had to do this. Besides, she did enjoy it to a certain extent, the best for everyone involved. Seriously, Samui, what's going on? Naruto asked grimly. His voice was as serious as his eyes now. Something about the plain concern in his eyes made her feel weak. And nothing. I'm cooler than ever, Samui said. She nervously raced forward to keep him from prying, but to her dismay, Naruto seemed to handle her onset of taijutsu and kenjutsu. Each strike was dodged, caught, or blocked. Her blade never seemed to even come close to hitting the blonde. But most upsetting was his calm eyes, even as he slowly overwhelmed her. Usually, no doubt, Naruto agreed, blocking several more strikes from her. But right now, I can tell you are conflicted and not being honest. If it's some strategy to distract me during this fight, it's certainly working, but I'm worried about it. I thought you wanted something from me. Unless you give it your all, you won't get it. Samui grits her teeth as a rare frown appears on her face. You think I'm not trying? You have no clue what this means to me. Maybe, Naruto admitted with ease. But whatever you're fighting for isn't something you believe in. Not truly, I can tell. Samui felt anger towards him for the first time since she had met the blonde. Naruto had no clue why she was conflicted. He was not being made to choose between his morals and family. I believe in it plenty. Samui roared as she upped her speed and intensity. You were stronger when you fought Suigetsu, Naruto noted as he matched her increase in speed and power. Does this have something to do with the bet? Samui's patience snapped at such. He wanted to know so badly. He insisted upon hearing the truth. Fine, she'll expose it. Yes. Kabuto's pav. Kabuto wished he was dead. He supposed such should be more concerning than it was. But Kabuto was much past the point of panic. Even utter despair and terror could grow old, it seemed. When he created his perpetual healing technique, he was ecstatic. It was a feat even his master had found impressive. Comparing it to his own survival technique, it had been the pride of Kabuto. He may not have been as self-fulfilled as the average person. Kabuto may not even be that good of a person. But he had created a technique that would indeed ensure his legacy. It would provide some level of meaning that had been achieved in his life. Oh, Orochimaru, and he had theorized that the technique was genuinely perpetual and that it would even cause his aging. If not for Orochimaru having a more fitting method for his needs, the Sannin would have indeed taken it for his own. Kabuto was now sure of the power of his jutsu. He supposed it was fortunate Orochimaru had never realized just how strong it was. Unfortunately, his pride and joy caused Kabuto's own personal hell. Despite the fact he could not breathe, he was still alive. There was no air in his prison, and his mouth was full of crystals. His body seemed to endlessly ache as he was forced to maintain his pose under the pressure of the earth. It was a painful and drawn-out death, or it should have been. Kabuto figured that his body must be creating cells due to jutsu at a rate faster than they were dying. His limbs would pulsate with numbness before he lost feeling in them entirely. His body was dying and being revived regardless. At first, Kabuto had reveled in such. If he could not be crushed by the earth or suffocated to death, what could kill him? Could anything truly? He maintained the technique and was determined to find a way out of the tomb Gurren had created for him. But after what felt like days, he gave up. The pain, the shock of dying repeatedly, the darkness, it all overwhelmed in time, and Kabuto had attempted to end the technique. Better to die than to be a victim of this endless suffering. That was when the true terror set in. Kabuto had no control over the technique, he could not stop it. Just as he designed himself, his chakra automatically healed him and recycled itself. Indeed, it is impressive but shocking all the same. Then he realized what this meant. Gurren hadn't known it, but she had subjected him to endless torture. Being the pretty adept interrogator, Kabuto was more than aware of the mental strain he was being put through. Keeping track of time was a great way to maintain sanity during such. But it was simply impossible. Keeping count when awake was easy, but eventually, Kabuto passed out from exhaustion or lack of oxygen. There were no dreams or hope for escape. Kabuto would awake from his latest death to find himself still trapped. And the time passed only made him more terrified. Kabuto had never believed in any god, yet he prayed to any who would listen for death. Once his emotions had run their course, it was either between death 451 or 456 that the terror and despair had passed. Kabuto, from there, slowly worked. It was impossible to tell if he could escape, but if he was not allowed death, he might as well try. Kabuto spent his time conscious, trying to move any body part. He desperately attempted any sort of movement from his fingers to his jaw. As far as he could tell, he made no progress. Kabuto prayed he would die soon. Kuretsuchi's POV audience section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Kuretsuchi had initially intended to win the exams. This would make her a household name within the shinobi world, bring her homeland great acclaim, and prove to her grandfather that Kuretsuchi was ready as the front-runner of the next generation of Iwa ninjas. She supposed she had performed well and defeated Kankuro with relative ease. But her plans of domination had run into a roadblock. Naruto Uzumaki, Oh, she was pissed at him for ruining her plan. But she had learned something. As much as it had been embarrassing, it had been eye-opening. Both skill and attitude-wise, Kuretsuchi had a longer way to go than she knew. If someone as carefree and goofy as Naruto Uzumaki was closer to her goal than her, Kuretsuchi had a lot of hard work to do. Perhaps even some personal growth. Now she sounded like a leaf hippie. It was surprising to run into Ino during the festival. Kuretsuchi held no ill will towards her and had been bored. Perhaps that was why when she noticed the long face on Ino, she had offered company. A mere whim, Kuretsuchi had not seen the chance of friendship or camaraderie. Naruto may have been an exception, but Kuretsuchi was still not fond of Leaf Shinobi. But Ino had shown a level of spine and attitude Kuretsuchi had not known she had. It turned out that Ino was much more interesting than she had thought. So when Kuretsuchi saw her new friend sitting alone, she felt obligated to sit with her. The duo soon became a trio when a more rambunctious Kunoichi joined them. Oh, you, Naruto's teammate. The sexy rope lady. Fu was just as oddball as Naruto. Something that Ino seemed annoyed by as much as she seemed to enjoy. Seeing the potential for fun, Kuretsuchi insisted she sit with them. Then, before Kuretsuchi could even set up some fun, fate showed its hand. That absolute bitch. Ino yelled as she gripped the railing that kept them from falling in. She's totally trying to seduce him. Hey, don't call Samui a bitch. She's awesome. Fu chided with what looked like a glare from a puppy. It looked like she had grown close to the Cloud Shinobi, but she was only marginally better than the hippies. Though personally, Kuretsuchi wasn't picking a fight with her. Anyone who could walk away from Sasuke's finisher was someone Kuretsuchi had no intention of messing with. Apparently, Ino, despite her usual friendly and intelligent demeanor, seemed unbothered by the living tank she was talking to. She's a total man-stealer. Ino sniped back. Fu seemed to hesitate at such. Feeling a bit territorial, Kuretsuchi taunted. Fu would likely need to think about such a thing. It was the fare Kuretsuchi stalled for her. This would be funny. Oh, stuff it, she just doesn't get to seduce my teammate, Ino explained. So threatened. Kuretsuchi baited further. She was not giving up on this so quickly. Threatened by her, Ino said incredulously. Naruto would never anyway. He never even seemed to have a crush in the academy. A late bloomer tilde. One presented with a woman puberty either blessed or cursed. Kuretsuchi tacked onto her fun with glee. I'm sure it gets his attention, but I do not like back pain. Naruto isn't so shallow or easily wooed, Ino said confidentially. Shouldn't you be threatened by Samui-san anyway? Fu asked earnestly. Apparently, she had found her train of thought. Ino's head whipped around violently at such. Well, she did beat you. This time, Ino countered defensively. That was before she tried to take my teammate. Next time, she's done. Ha 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 ha. Kuretsuchi roared with glee. How is she stealing anyway? Fu asked. Kuretsuchi would have loved to explain but couldn't breathe. Laughter was suffocating, they say. Samui being suggestive and being touchy and the things she's saying. Ino explained angrily. What's wrong with that? Fu asked, confused. Kuretsuchi, having regained her breath, chimed in. Remember towards the start of the fight when Naruto accidentally touched her girl? She asked bluntly. Ino growled at this while Fu simply nodded her head. How would you have reacted? Kill him, Fu answered with a nod before stopping. Oh, she likes him, doesn't she? Ino dropped her head into her palms as if utterly overwhelmed by the odd Fu while Kuretsuchi continued her earlier fit of laughter. You see why this is bad now? Ino asked. No, it would be awesome if Naruto and Samui got together. I'd get to hang out with both of them at once. Conveniently lucky tilde. Fu decided with a satisfied nod to herself. Kuretsuchi couldn't decide what was funnier. Fu's reasoning or the face Ino made at her when she said such a thing. Samui, Naruto's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Yes, this stupid bet is related. I was given orders from my lord, Samui said with shame. She spoke softly so the mics would not pick up her words. Suddenly, she threw several orbs all around them. They burst into smoke, surrounding the two entirely and cutting them off from the audience visually. Naruto flinched at such but didn't seem too concerned. Your lord, you mean the Raikage? Samui nodded as she looked to the ground shamefully. She couldn't look him in his eyes as she exposed her secret. He asked me to win you over to the cloud, primarily through manipulation or seduction. Naruto frowned at such but nodded to show he understood. I know it sounds terrible. I normally would never do something so uncool. But well, my brother is a prisoner, though I suppose hostage would be more accurate. Samui explained. If I refuse to do so, he would be harmed. There's a chance he will be if I even dare fail. So, I decided to do as my lord demanded. I figured if I seduced you, it may allow me to win. Then I would have used the bet to force your hand to join us, then I would have used myself to keep you there. I see, Naruto responded. Samui felt her shame and guilt drown her. She went to kneel to apologize before Naruto's voice stopped her. Why stand down? You gotta fight to protect your brother. Naruto replied with a small smile. He relaxed and stretched as he began to speak. Furthermore, you gotta win this bet to accomplish your mission. You realize what you say, Samui said with a pause. Indeed, Naruto couldn't be encouraging her. My mom told me everyone has their reasons for things. We often don't understand them, but we should try. Naruto explained with a wide smile. I get you were trying to trick me, but you came clean. But the Samui, I think I know, wouldn't give up so easily. Especially if she had a good reason to fight. I fight to take you from your home. I fight for my own selfish reasons. Samui countered. Of course, Naruto replied with ease. But I don't intend to lose. And besides, we all lie sometimes. Why give up on something you want? Because it's pointless. We both know you'd never willingly leave, and I can't force you. By telling you the truth, I have given up. Even if it were not the case, I attempted to mislead you. Samui stated, her voice now empty and full of pain. Fuck that, Naruto said with a frown. Nothing we fight for is ever pointless, besides I gave you my word, so forget all that other stuff. Right now, it's me and you. Meaning? Samui asked with wide eyes. Naruto couldn't mean. If you manage to beat me, I'll do it, Naruto promised earnestly. But you better show me a real fight. Otherwise, you stand no chance. Samui slowly stood as the words reverberated through her. Her determination was refueled as the two stared intently into each other's eyes. Before, they had lacked some intensity, but now they were filled with it. Naruto Uzumaki, you are one of the coolest guys I've ever met, Samui said with a slight blush. But you'll regret bringing out my A game, Blondie. I don't have regrets. Believe it. The smoke cleared as they finished their conversation. There was no need for words anymore. Naruto suddenly shot forward at a shocking speed. Samui somehow managed to duck under the headfirst attack. But she was left open when Naruto stopped himself in midair and kicked her unprotected back. Samui rolled with the impact and fired off several kunai as Naruto pursued her. But to her shock, each kunai froze in the air. Naruto smiled as they fired back towards Samui. With all her skill and speed, she deflected each within mere instants. As soon as she deflected the last one, Naruto was within reach. Samui attempted to leap back from the distance, but as soon as her feet left the ground, she felt herself fly toward Naruto. This left her wide open for a haymaker Naruto sent. The blow was decisive. Samui felt her consciousness flicker at such, and she flew through the air helplessly. Though Naruto could have finished her off, he allowed her to recover. The hypocrite, Samui rolled on the ground to bleed off the impact. And stood with a scowl. Naruto seemed to flinch at her look with a nervous smile. You're holding back still. I appreciate the concern, but I'm not just some victim. Show me what a fight with Naruto Uzumaki looks like. I'd rather fail to know my opponent held nothing back. Anything less would be uncool. As Samui spoke, she pondered the fight so far. Naruto's personal atmosphere was a tricky technique to deal with. It allowed him absurd mobility, augmented his speed and power, and allowed him to manipulate objects in the air and even her, if not well grounded. Naruto Uzumaki was much cooler than Samui had even realized. She would need to use that technique again, she supposed. I suppose that's fair, Naruto admitted with a laugh. Though I gotta keep some of my moves hidden, I can show you what it looks like when I'm serious. As he said this, 8 clones appeared in the air around the blonde. In sync, the group of Narutos all slightly hovered in the air. Instead, I'll show you my preferred close-range fighting style. Dance of the Nine. Samui inwardly flinched. She was struggling to keep up with one Naruto, let alone 9. And they all seemed to have that damned jutsu activated, calm. Samui weaved hand signs with a smile, and the two blondes smiled as they prepared for the final stretch. Cool aura. Electric sense, Samui said as lightning crackled off her skin. She lowered herself into a defensive guard. As much as she was enjoying this time with Naruto, she had to try to win. It would be the best for everyone. XX. Naruto's POV. Naruto ordered his clones to surround Samui with a subtle nod. Soon, the 9 surrounded the blonde cloud Kunoichi from every conceivable angle. Each of their eyes was intense and focused. The smile was now gone, and they each focused with an intense stare. Naruto had been routinely pushed to his limits during his training with Jiraiya. It had affected him in odd ways. One of which was that it fundamentally changed the way he fought. Before, he would attack head-on with all his abilities, guided by good instinct and blind emotion. Naruto had learned from that mistake. Now, he knew there was a time for such a thing. A pitched battle was not the time. Samui was weaker than him, but not to her detriment. She was impressive, but Naruto had trained with a much stronger opponent in mind. Truthfully, this was going to be overkill. But Naruto knew if he held back, it would be to Samui's shame. She must be going through a lot. Naruto's eyes glanced at the cage box. He could not see the wreckage but felt anger towards him. What sort of leader treated his people like this? It didn't matter. Naruto needed to face Gaara. For now, that meant beating his own friend. Even if she did need the win. Besides, Naruto would never serve a leader like that. I'm sorry, Samui, I must continue, even through you. Naruto declared seriously. It's cool, Samui said with a fragile smile. But one day, I will come to the cloud. And I'll make it so this sort of thing will never happen again, just wait. Naruto promised. Oh, Naruto, Samui said fondly. Don't make promises you can't keep. Naruto didn't respond. They would communicate through combat. Two Narutos flew towards Samui at high speeds from opposite sides. With precision and coordination, three clones threw a litany of kunai and shuriken toward Samui, covering any route she might attempt to retreat. Naruto and another clone hung back as the last hovered over Samui. With a burst of electricity, Samui managed to deflect both clones but could only block a punch from a clone sweeping in from above. Naruto merely narrowed his eyes as the blocked clone clutched Samui's arm, crying out as if shocked. The second clone in the air grabbed the legs of the other and, with a twirl, managed to whip Samui and the clone from the ground and slam them back into it. Samui coughed up blood as the two deflected clones zoomed in to finish her off. The lightning surrounding the blonde woman arced off her and destroyed both clones. The remaining 7 Narutos eyed the woman carefully as she crawled to her feet. I'm lucky this technique offers me some defensive amps as well. Or else that little slam would have been the end, Samui commented as she reset her stance. She would have loved to go on the offensive, but she needed to stay still to use her technique. Without it, he would tear her apart. Naruto was ready to end this. Let's get this over with, Naruto said grimly. Naruto witnessed Samui flinch at such a thing before Naruto and his clones zipped around her. Samui's head whipped around as she desperately attempted to keep track of them. Naruto had decided to show his actual speed, it seemed he was too fast for her. Without warning, a clone zipped into Samui. Once again, the woman managed to block it, but the move's power made her stumble back. This left her open for another clone who took out her legs before she could rebalance. Samui flew up in the air, helpless as several Narutos smacked her around the air. The real Naruto watched from above as she flew up to him. With a flex of chakra, he grabbed her by the throat and raced towards the ground. Just before the impact, he slowed their fall, allowing the two to touch the ground gently. It's over, Naruto said with a smile. Samui had yet to respond. In fact, she seemed frozen, her face oddly red and panicked-looking. Naruto was confused by this but figured she didn't like him pinning her down like such with him on top of her. Sorry, he offered as he stood up and offered a hand to Samui. The woman seemed to flinch before she smiled widely. It was similar to the smile she had given him earlier, but there was something different about it. He liked this one a lot more. That it is, Samui said as she took her hand and allowed him to pull her to her feet quickly. Nice work, Blondie. I had no clue you were so cool. We'll have to do this again sometime. Her tone was different than before. It was more optimistic, sure, but there was an odd edge. Not unpleasant, but something different. Naruto had no time to ponder over it as Kakashi poofed in and, with a nod to both, officially announced the result. Naruto smiled as he heard a few sounds of applause from the crowd. It mainly was forced silence, but that was much better than the open hostility of before. A's Pav Cage Box of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. I felt some fury as Samui was defeated. He was no fool. As good and loyal as the woman was, he did not expect her to beat a Jinchuriki. She would have to be punished somewhat for not even managing to make him use his beast. But regarding his most recent orders, he was pleased. Clearly, Samui had made a move of some sort when she used the smoke. For neither had looked harmed and had even seemed closer after the fact. Not to mention that ending. Yes, it was fortunate indeed. A had slain her traitorous parents and imprisoned her brother. Samui would prove more than worth the cost of sparing them if she managed to seduce the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Even better, they would likely spawn worthy soldiers. Yes, things looked nice for A and, by proxy, the Cloud. He supposed he would spare Atsui and Samui from any further punishment. At least in this case. But it was time to act his part. Damn her. My entire genin force will feel my iron claw. I roared belligerently. Yagura, Rasa, and Onoki were all openly amused by such. I was not surprised. His exaggerated personality was grating. It must have been satisfying to see him rage. Besides, they could take these mere exams. One day, he would show them all true strength. Anyway, Hiruzen interrupted their chatter with a small smile. Smug leaf bastard. We may want to discuss how we wish to do the finals. A good point. Agreed, happy to escape mockery. There are 3 genin left, perhaps a free-for-all. Mifune offered. Such a chaotic experience may become too much with 2 Jinchuriki and a Uchiha in play, Yagura warned. Besides, a one-on-one bout would provide a much more heroic battle. While I do not share whatever mental illness this lad has. Onoki sniped as he chimed in as well. But I do agree, I doubt the civilians could keep track of the action. Nor could we expect Kakashi Hatake to reasonably contain such. Those three are nothing short of Junin level. So we continue our randomizer to select a final by round. The other two will engage in honorable combat and, after being healed, face the third. Mifune concluded. The others all nodded, leaving a no choice but to do the same. Well, time to see which leaf hippie will die. A spoke bitterly. The board whirled with the three names as it landed on the official match. First match. Gaara of the Sand vs Naruto Uzumaki. By round. Sasuke Uchiha. Excellent. I'll enjoy watching the Uzumaki perish. A said with a sneer. I hope my son doesn't kill him, Rasa offered while rubbing his temples. Gaara will win then. Yagura decided. But much to A's disdain, Mifune, Hiruzen, and Onoki seemed to be leaning towards Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki is a shinobi unlike the many I've met little over the years, Hiruzen admitted. He has always been one to shock and inspire. I expect no difference here. Guren's Pav. Guren sat on a branch, slowly sharpening several crystal blades. They were in a small forest just outside the Land of Fire. She sat up high in a tree, keeping watch for their expected guest while the other two waited below. In truth, sharpening her blades was pointless, with the thought she could do so instantly. But it passed the time as they waited. Also helped block out the other two, who were deep in an argument. I'm telling you, Shitstain, you can't possibly compare to the Sound 4. Tayuya yelled angrily as she stood in Dosu's face. The two were both arrogant in their abilities and had decided to pass the time by arguing. And I'm telling you, we both lost to Naruto Uzumaki. We obviously aren't all that strong. We both were practically useless in the battle with Kabuto, Dosu reasoned. One loser. I didn't lose, I surrendered. 2. You three lost 3-on-1. Hell, in the last fight, I only struggled because you blew out his damn eardrums within seconds of the fight. He was fucking immune to my strongest genjutsus. Tayuya replied. Against any normal foe that would have been lethal. Dosu countered. Besides, all you did was use that accursed form to fight like a bruiser. Better than getting hamstrung and dropping out of the fight first. Tayuya roared. Yet I survived the same as you. Perhaps your title was as manipulative as your leader. Dosu pointed out. I get the two of you are bored, but please either fight or be silent, Guren barked from her perch above them. I suppose that would be the most efficient way to solve this, Dosu said as he lowered himself into a charging stance. Tayuya squared up with him as she raised her flute to her lips. Before the two could clash, a duo arrived in the middle of them. I have been beseeched to aid you, but I must warn you, I will not condone pointless violence. I am a man of principles, after all. A deep voice sounded out. Sensei, remember these aren't the best of people. But I'm obligated to aid them, a lighter-pitched voice reasoned. The group stared down the new arrivals. One was a monk with a shaved head and garbed in simple robes. His eyes were serious, and his chakra powerful, he nearly felt as strong as Guren herself. The other also radiated power and presence. His long hair was pulled back into a bun and seemed more expressive than his supposed sensei. He wore the same simple robes, though his aura was different, it held an air of darkness. Guren dropped onto the ground, facing the two. She had figured Danzo had some men who were still loyal and merely laying low. Then she had discovered Sora. After a brief clash to test his power, it had been clear he would be needed for her plan. But she had not expected him to bring Chiriku with him, he was a Junin-level fighter. Guren could not help the smile that filled her face. Two strong fighters had joined their group. Prepare yourself, Orochimaru. Kakashi's Pav Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Kakashi was unsure how he felt once Naruto was chosen to fight Gaara. Naruto had seemed absolutely sure it would happen, and Kakashi had not doubted him. But he could not feel as if his student was not ready. Gaara had a soulless quality in his eyes, which Kakashi had seen before, something his father had held when he had left. Nothing was left behind but a note telling them he had hidden away and planned to die alone, a grim reminder of his past. No one as young as him should hold their eyes like that. Not when Kakashi had them at one point, back in his Anbu days. When he had mindlessly and tirelessly completed the most difficult of missions. Truthfully, he had been searching for death, unwilling to kill himself yet looking for a battle he could not win. It had earned him his infamy through the blood of countless enemies soaked on his hands. Gaara had those same eyes, was intent on killing or taking Naruto, and seemed much more powerful than any mere genin should be. Was Naruto ready for an opponent of that caliber? Would he ever forgive Kakashi if he dared interfere or suggested he surrender? What did Kushina want him to do? What would Minato think? Had Jiraiya done his job? As if further complicating his situation, the crowd cheered and chanted wildly. This was the semi-finals of the biggest Chunin exam ever. They had already seen both participants' battles and knew they were powerful and skilled. Though they were mere genin, many had shown a combat aptitude and power of Shunin or Junin. And these two had yet to even seem strained. Instead, they appeared to steamroll the competition. They were both monsters in their eyes as well. Jinchuriki posing as humans bred for violence. There would be no need to form a favorite. With any luck, they would kill each other. The civilians thought hatefully, though the majority of shinobi saw it differently. They knew how powerful Jinchuriki were and knew the risk of two clashing like this. Regardless, the entire audience knew the upcoming bout would be one worthy of note. Kakashi glanced around until his eyes landed on the cage box. Should Gaara make a mistake here and kill Naruto, there would be an international incident. Likely even war. It had been had before for much pettier reasons. Yet alone the death of a military asset is valuable as a Jinchuriki. It was his job to ensure it would not happen this way. All while not interfering in a way that would embarrass, infuriate, or disqualify his student. A conundrum of duty and wants. The whirl of his mind and the endless roar of the crowd were slowly and surely giving him a headache. His life seemed more straightforward when he had been an Anbu captain. Kakashi had wished to serve his sensei's student as his father had served him. Now, here he was, about to watch as a spectator as Naruto ran head first toward a monster who would gladly slay him. Was Kakashi to watch someone he loved die again? In 10 minutes, he'd find out. Naruto's POV Medical Wing of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto was never a man who had suffered much from stage fright. He craved attention in his younger days. And now, knew such would be expected of a future Hokage. Yet he was sure this fight was different. It felt more like when he had fought Juzo, he was uncertain he could defeat them but determined to die trying. Determined to show them he was not to be trifled with. But Naruto had learned from Jiraiya that sometimes mere guts alone wouldn't be enough. A wise man leveraged guts with information to fearlessly succeed in any goal. As such, Naruto was determined to question his query. Learn anything he could to gain an advantage over Gaara. Hinata Hyuga was someone Naruto was vaguely aware of. In the academy days, the two of them had never crossed paths. Then Neji mentioned her positively, and to cap it off, he witnessed her fearlessly fighting Gaara, someone he had even hesitated to face. She was one of the most impressive people he had ever met. Then, she had proved her worth even further. She had shown a chink in Gaara's armor. As impressed as Naruto was with her, he had never expected her to defeat Gaara. He doubted even Neji would have been able to do such a thing. So he had prepared for a great but doomed effort. Yet Hinata had done something Naruto had only hoped he would see. Land a decent blow. Managed to hurt him, even if momentarily. Though learning was disappointing, Gaara seemed as tanky as Naruto, even without his sand. Somehow, despite being exhausted and outmatched, Hinata had managed to land something. Gaara had even reacted in pain. He had clearly been fine. But it was the first evidence of humanity from Gaara, proof that he could be defeated, harmed, perhaps even shaken. If Naruto could replicate either the same technique or something similar, he could gain a decisive edge. Then, his plan would allow him to defeat him. Hinata was propped up with various pads and pillows to be laid out straight and somewhat seated. She was covered in bandages with some sort of salve and ninjutsu. Her skin was bruised all over or covered in minor cuts. Though Naruto noted she was smiling, he could feel her pride from entering her room. It was good to see Hinata was in high spirits despite her defeat. He was glad Sasuke wasn't present. The Uchiha likely would watch his fight with Gaara like a hawk. And Naruto just never really liked the vibe of him, if he was to be frank. So, his being here would have merely made it awkward. Naruto? Hinata asked politely, surprised to see the friend of a friend here. It hadn't surprised her that Sasuke or Neji interfered, they had promised such. But his arrival had been surprising, perhaps not in hindsight. It fits the description provided by Neji. How can I help you? Naruto chuckled awkwardly as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, I wanted to make sure you were doing alright. Though well, it wasn't my only goal, you can say, ya know. Hinata openly chuckled at such. I figured as much as Uzumaki-san, I am not offended. Regarding the first question, I am in fine health. Though I may look rough in hours, I will be fresh and healthy soon. Naruto sighed in relief before his face regained a serious note. Good, I'm glad you're physically alright, but it's getting you down, right? Neji mentioned that you can be really hard on yourself. And well, I can relate to that, I guess. So I just wanted to let you know you did incredible. That guy was no joke, and you managed to hit him. Hinata smiled sadly. It would be dishonest to say I am not disappointed in myself. While I recognized I was unlikely to defeat Gaara, I had hoped it would at least be a close match. Instead, I merely landed one measly blow. Hey, sometimes we. But Uzumaki-san, I have learned that failure is merely a part of a journey. Hinata interrupted with a sweet smile. I managed to harm him. That alone was an accomplishment. I showed him he is not immortal. That I was some sort of threat. If we face each other again, I may have a way to beat him. I must accept my limits today, but tomorrow, I will surpass them. Naruto was stunned before he smiled and nodded respectfully at Hinata. I see how you won over Neji. You're just my kind of kunoichi, Naruto said with earnest camaraderie. You had another question? Hinata asked. Oh, shit, yeah, thanks for that. Naruto chuckled as he settled down in the chair next to her bed. I wanted to ask if you would mind explaining how you managed to hurt Gaara. Every attack you threw at him was repelled. Even your lasers took a while to do anything. Yet somehow, in the end, you managed some damage with that palm strike. Impressive as hell. How did you do it? Ah, I see. Well, I am more than happy to explain such, but I am afraid it is unlikely to help you. Hinata apologized. See, in my desperation, I used my ability to see through objects and chakras using my Byakugan, which I used to weave my chakra through impossibly small gaps in his sand. It may have seemed like he blocked my strike, but my chakra slowly flowed through until I watched it enter him. Then, I allowed the chakra to pulsate, causing damage from within. If I had more chakra, I could have potentially ended the fight. But such a strategy would be impossible for you to replicate Uzumaki-san. Without mastery of Gentle Fist and the Byakugan, I doubt you could pull such off. Even if you did, you'd struggle to do so effectively. I'm sorry to be unable to be of use. Nah, you're fine. It's a shame, too, that was damned clever of you, Yano. Naruto said happily. I think I have a couple techniques that may do it, but I am just leaving no stone unturned. Gotta win this fight, Yano. I'm glad you mentioned such Uzumaki, Hinata said hesitantly. To be frank, as much as I know you won't like hearing such, I need to say it. Naruto shrugged. Okay. Hinata sighed as she seemed to accept the situation. Neji told me a lot about you. Enough, so I know you seem to be the type of ninja I wish to one day become. Confident, decisive, passionate, considerate, and unrelenting. You are the type to fight for your beliefs, even if it seems hopeless. But this is different. Different? Naruto asked with a quirked brow. Different, how? I can't see why you would fight him. He intends to kill you and clearly has shown nothing yet. You are strong, but can you hope to stand up to such a monster? Why risk your career or even your life just for a promotion? You are likely to be promoted regardless. Maybe you should surrender. Neji seems confident you have a great future. So why risk it just to fight this monster? I believe in never giving up, but isn't it better to live another day? Maybe, Naruto admittedly. This fight is likely to be incredibly difficult and painful. Hell, I might even die. Doubtless, I could get promoted without it, so I guess I could say I achieved my goal. Then why Naruto? Hinata asked, confounded. Because Gaara seems like he needs help. Because Gaara, as much as he has become monstrous, isn't just some monster. He had to be a normal guy like me at one point, but he gave up eventually. Gaara has rejected his very humanity. Grown to resent it for the trouble it caused him. I'd be the same if I had spent my life like that. Because on that day when we first met, I almost caught him off guard. I didn't see fear or resentment. But I hope that maybe he was wrong. Hope that I would be the one to prove that to him. But you don't even know him. Hinata reminded the blonde with a small smile. She was starting to understand just how Naruto had inspired Neji. It doesn't matter. I don't agree with everything he does and says, but he was right about one thing. We are sorta like brothers, two guys forced to carry a burden. Two guys who others will likely always find a reason to hate. We face the same problem but have two different solutions. Naruto explained. So this is merely to prove a point? Hinata asked, utterly perplexed now. Surely you see this is ill-considered. It doesn't matter. I want to become Hokage one day. Become a Hokage who can improve this world. The more I see, the more tragedy I run into. If I want to become one of the greatest Kage to ever live, I can't look away when I see injustice or those in need. How could I ever say I achieved my dream then? Are you willing to die for this? Hinata asked with a sad smile, realizing the blonde would not be convinced. I wouldn't be living my life as intended if I wasn't. Just watch Hinata. I've learned that we're all honest in combat. We will clash and let our conviction and strength be the decider. Naruto explained further. Whoever loses obviously would be wrong. Maybe it's not the best way. But it's the only way I know. Gaara's Pav entrance to Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Gaara silently trekked down the hall eagerly. When was the last time he was hurt? That mere weak woman had managed such. Surely, Naruto would prove more capable. When was the last time he had been excited for combat? And to make it even better, it was against no vile human. Oh, Gaara enjoyed slaughtering the humans who defied him but never enjoyed fighting the stronger ones. It was like fighting an insect with a painful sting. It should have been weak and ineffective, but it proved deadly. Undoubtedly, more than a few could defeat him, but it would be through lesser means, or it was a gap Gaara was confident time would close. But fighting his brethren was different. He could enjoy it, relish in it, a clashing of equals. They were more robust and durable, able to heal from even fatal wounds, and had access to unique and powerful chakra. Yes, Jinchuriki were the superior species, and a battle between them was one to savor. But his battle lust was not the reason for his determination. For one, it had become clear to Gaara. Despite their inherent superiority, his brothers and sisters seemed content to live as mere weapons. For the longest time, Gaara had resented such. Still did, but now he realized it wasn't their fault. They needed a leader. Naruto was the host of the nine-tailed beast. If rumors were to be believed, it would be the strongest of the beast. Power was necessary. Without that, they had been victimized and violated. Gaara knew they would need their power if they were ever to live correctly. Surely, Naruto would fit the bill. Yet Gaara doubted him. No, he would lead his kind himself. Either with Naruto or as a brother in arms. Or another death for Gaara to regret. Naruto Uzumaki should have understood. Fu did. Gaara witnessed it in the way she happily clutched onto her new friends. But Naruto seemed determined to live as if it changed nothing. As if being a Jinchuriki was nothing, the fool did not realize his greatness. Nor did he accept the cursed lives they had been given. Such ignorance should be punished. It was a curse forced upon both of them. Gaara could see the whole picture, but Naruto failed to. The curse the foolish humans gave them turned out to be a blessing. It made them more than mere humans, yet he acted like he would prefer to be one of them. Clearly, it was up to him to show his brethren the truth. Somehow, they had allowed this endless cycle of sacrifice to continue. The path forward was clear to him to save his people. They needed a leader to be united, and while Gaara had never been a people person, he had learned from the best how to control through fear. Naruto would merely be the first, and his current existence pained Gaara so that he must resolve it. Fu would likely be next, weaker and a little dull, but Gaara would show his sister the light as well. Better not to think too far ahead and focus on his target for now. He hoped crushing him in battle would win Naruto over. Though Gaara wouldn't hesitate to kill him if it didn't. Gaara. A gruff voice called and dared to intrude on Gaara's plotting. Gaara's eyes whipped up, and he allowed a slither of malice to leak from his being. No one should dare interrupt him unless it's him. Baki was the interloper present with his human siblings. The man met his glare fearlessly and even leaked his own killing intent. Gaara doubled his own as fury bubbled beneath his skin. Baki was his sensei in the mere title, a man his father had chosen to be some sort of handler. Powerful and fearless, he was the perfect mole for his father. One Gaara could not kill easily nor manipulate. Gaara hated him so. Gaara was no fool. The man was loyal, robust, and tricky. Gaara was confident he'd be a worthy kill, even as a human. But also was sure his father would kill him for it. But what did the distasteful man want? Why were the other two here as well? Gaara, you speak when spoken to. Baki spat with a sneer. Your father asked us to come and remind you of the mission's parameters. While it is amusing listening to you pretend to have control over me, human, I must reject such. I am aware of the rules of the exam and am mentally preparing for such. Gaara responded with a thin veneer of patience. The sound of sand grating inside his gourd almost certainly shattered such anyway. Sorry, little brother, Temari apologized politely. But father has updated our orders. You are, under no circumstances, to kill Naruto Uzumaki. Baki continued with a firm voice. As if speaking to a particularly naughty dog. Furthermore, you must not use the beast, while you can use as much of your power as you like. The beast's power is off limits. It is not needed here. Baki listed as he stood within inches of Gaara. It was torture for Gaara to not allow the sand to clutch him, but he knew his father would slay him if he did. That did not mean he was going to be stopped, however. I repeat, Baki, you have no control over me. I intend to do as I please. You cannot stop me. Gaara informed him with a cruel smirk as he casually walked around the man. However, his smirk dropped when Baki stepped in front of him again. You truly believe you are a match for me? Baki asked belligerently. He had always resented Gaara's attitude. How about your two siblings and me? Kankuro froze as if he was unsure what to do. Temari spun on one foot as she turned to face Baki herself. Excuse me, Temari asked indignantly. We may all be loyal to my father, but I will not stand against my family. Kankuro chuckled in a pathetic attempt to dispel the tension. Guys, we're all on the same team here. Are we? Gaara asked as he shoved his way through, quickly knocking Kankuro and Baki off their feet. It seems you can't even decide if you're against or with me. Let me assure you, though, it makes no difference. I will do what I came here to do. If any of you, hell or all of you humans, attempt to stop me, I'll kill every single one of you. He continued his slow trek to face his target. Gaara heard the scramble of feet and hands as Kankuro and Baki stood. Kankuro stood and fearfully stepped back while Baki attempted to step forward. Think about it, sensei. Are you really willing to die? Because I don't believe in exceptions. Gaara asked as he looked into his eyes. Gaara could only guess what the man saw, but whatever it was convinced him of Gaara's wisdom. The man growled and stood still. Temari nodded happily, while Kankuro seemed to look anywhere but in Gaara's direction. Gaara chuckled bodily as he left them. Today is a fine day to die, Naruto. Ikam's Pav, hidden base, land of water. Ikam sat at the head of a long table where his two most loyal and valuable men were. Well, a man and a woman, he supposed. The group was pecking at a meal before them, truthfully just biding time as they patiently waited for him to address them. Masked servants marched throughout the room, either following orders or serving them. The table was covered in a veritable feast. Each plate was packed with all sorts of delicacies. Ikam had several problems to consider. His presence was needed in the midst to get the ball rolling on his latest ploy upon arrival. Yet, more tasks required attention. First, and at least morally speaking, the most important was the request of his ally. Orochimaru had warned him of an imminent attack at his head base. The man had requested his aid, and being where he was, Ikam had rejected such a request. Now, Orochimaru had sent news of multiple parties closing in. Reporting his survival was looking more and more unlikely. While Ikam did not love the snake Sanin, he was a helpful friend. Certainly more valuable alive than dead. Finally, their ploy with the Tanuki had failed, but a new lead had presented itself. Ikam needed someone viable to investigate such. Yes, the answer was clear. Mishiro, my love, Ikam addressed first. He forced a level of compassion he didn't truly feel. Mishio, ever the helpless sap, failed to see such. Yes, dear, she asked patiently. I need you to investigate the new lead we had regarding the scroll we discovered. Ikam informed sternly. I have a team of mercenaries to send with you. Slay anyone who might stand in your way. If we can secure this resource, it will greatly aid our goals. I have a way to send you and the team to the destination. You leave in 2 days. As you wish, dear. Mishiro nodded. Ikam hummed as he considered the next point. With a nod to himself, he decided to take the following action. It was time to use that accursed technique. Devil's possession. Devil's doll. With a puff of smoke, a sizable human-sized scroll appeared in the room. The scroll was obviously ancient, weathered, and worn from the effects of time. It was the scroll of the living doll, a scroll hidden in the land of Whirlpool before its fall. Now Ikam had it in his possession. Mishio sighed at seeing such, while Ashira merely nodded. With a flick of his newest blade, Rageburst, the dark blade grew red as the power grew in it. The chakra in the air seemed caustic, allowing the blade to slice through the enhanced chains easily. Freed the scroll, it unfurled with a whoosh of air and revealed a large and complicated seal. There was a poof as a short, naked woman appeared out of it. She had long red hair pulled into twin tails and black eyes. Ikam and County sighed as they waited for it to pass. The woman looked around the room fearfully, shaken as if cold. She desperately crawled to her feet and slowly crept away from the three, watching her intently. Where am I? Where is Mukuto? She asked, dazed and with growing fear. Sorry, ma'am, Ikam offered. But your body is merely being used. We have no use for your filthy Uzumaki soul. He spat cruelly. With a snap, several masked men suddenly appeared, ensuring the woman could not run. The woman's eyes suddenly filled with knowing terror. It's you again. You attacked me, sealed me away. Where the hell is my family? Indeed, my love did, Mishiro chimed in. Likely, he left the other either dying or dead. Worry not. Soon, you'll join them. What? Please don't hurt me. I won't tell anyone. She begged with despair. Sorry, ma'am, this is cruel, but you must pay for the sins of our clan, Ashira assured her with a cruel and maniacal smile. It should start now. A voice in your head that slowly gets louder. What should start? Wait, what are you saying? I'm not. No, please stop. No please. Ah, she suddenly burst out in screams. She collapsed on the ground and writhed wildly as she screamed in pain and terror. Ikam and the others did not flinch. The men surrounding her stepped back and continued unaffected. Ikam's group of degenerates were content with this. In their minds, the Uzumaki deserved no less. They had done this before too many victims. It meant nothing to them. As suddenly as the screams started, they stopped, however. Ikam stood and unsealed a robe, chucking it towards the woman. The woman kicked up with ease and caught it. She wrapped herself up as she chuckled. Her tone had changed, containing an edge of malice and lunacy. It had been missing before. Damn bastard, thought you were going to leave me dead. Those two were fucking monsters. Considering such, and the fact you're infuriating. You're lucky to be alive right now. Even luckier that your bloodline makes you valuable. If any others could survive the process, we'd replace you. Ikam informed coldly. Don't be like that, boss, I'm a woman again. I could even be yours if you wished. The woman said as she posed suggestively. Mishiro suddenly appeared in front of her, glaring darkly. Ikam scoffed at such. Lifuzu was insane, and his constant body hopping had not helped much. Mishiro was insanely devoted to him and known to be jealous. They were lucky Ikam tolerated such. Stop the games, Lifuzu, Mishiro warned. Lifuzu laughed at such wantonly. Sorry, I've died so much that I can't even remember my original gender. But man, I love being a woman the most. She started to stretch shamelessly, exposing the curves of her new body to the group. Ikam could care little. Michiru was furious to see her reveal herself to Ikam, and Ashira, the old-fashioned man he was, looked away from her as if embarrassed for her. Anywho, I know you well enough not to bring me back unless convenient to ya. Another death mission by chance. Doubtful. I am sending you and Ashira on a quest, after all. I could scarcely afford to lose two valuable soldiers at once. Ikam answered with a smirk. I need the two of you to assist the Sound. Specifically their leader Orochimaru of the Sannin. We are to aid him. While an ally, I had doubted you cared much for his safety. Certainly not enough to get involved in what sounds to be a complex situation. Ashira asked with a raised brow. I never liked that snake. Michiru chimed in. Can we not just let him and his pathetic men die? It would be amusing, but my ally is useful in many ways. We share common enemies and an understanding only men of our stature could achieve. I cannot afford to leave the mist right now, but you two are to do so and aid him in any way you can. Lifazu, you are permitted to die if it allows him an advantage. Ashira, you are not to perish as I will be preoccupied and unable to save you. Oh joy, I was hoping I'd get to face death again, Lifazu complained with a hand on her hip. Understood, sir, Ashira offered simply. Ikam smiled. It was almost time for him to move again. Obito's POV, Hidden Sound Base, Land of Fire. Tensu was a lanky man with thinning hair much past his prime. He was an unremarkable man if not for his occupation. Yet Tensu ran with a desperation inside of him that felt alien to him now. It reminded him of his days as a missing shinobi on the run. Running with all his might, terrified of being caught. Yet he was sure it was for nothing. He had the odd feeling he wouldn't survive today. His life had been changed, and Hidden Sound had been recruiting through the black market, offering significant sums to any man willing to work without questions. That was something Tensu was unaware would be a life-defining moment. Signing up had been simple. The work was more accessible and profitable than most crime. Sure, it was morally bankrupt. But so were most professions, criminal or otherwise. At least Tensu hadn't claimed to be a good person like most posers. At first, it was simple and straightforward. Guard here, patrol there, rough these people up, and kill some intruders. It was not the most incredible work, but it was within reasonable expectations. Tensu had worked hard, loyally, and never asked questions. Such led to him quickly rising in the station where he had been placed. Eventually, Orochimaru himself made him an offer personally. Became the boss of one of his hidden labs, protected it with his life, and ensured his experiments were carried out. It sounded like a cushy upgrade, almost too good to be accurate, but one Tensu took nearly instantly. The job had taken an immediate dark turn. Sure, it was hidden incredibly well, but Tensu wasn't sure how anyone unaware would ever find it, especially with it mostly underground. So Tensu doubted he would ever have to risk his neck for it. Better yet, the scientist, workers, and bodyguards present all ensured his running it was purely a metaphor. The experiments had been the trade-off Tensu supposed. The only part that had made the money-focused man ever hesitate. The screams of victims tortured for the most mundane of study. Capturing the defenseless, knowing the fate waiting for them, was worse than death. It had turned his easy job into a haunting one. Experiments were undoubtedly a word for it. But to Tensu's apparently ignorant eyes, it seemed more like tasteless, soul-shattering, old-fashioned torture. It was like a scary story that was dramatically told to kids that had come to life. Men were dissected alive, forced to starve, and drugged with experimental and often detrimental chemicals. There seemed to be no limit to the horrors committed. All done by scientists forced or coerced by his leader. Tensu cared little, though, he was much too deep to return now. He had found peace with it, drank during the night to forget the screams and deny any guilt he felt. But now he felt nothing but terror. 2 men, it had only been 2. Yet they had broken in and quickly began slaughtering the men inside. Tensu ran desperately through the halls. Screams, cries, and names of jutsu echoed off the wall as the defenders tried to fight them off. What had Tensu ever done to deserve such? He was not that bad of a guy. He burst through the double set of doors towards the emergency exit. There were several terrified scientists and grim and focused enforcers present. Ignoring such a thing, Tensu attempted to run through the group to escape, but 2 enforcers caught him and forced him to stay. Hey, we need to fucking run. There are 2 killing machines in there. Let's fucking leave. Tensu pleaded as he attempted to pull himself free. But even a single enforcer was similar to Tensu. He was helpless to leave. The lead scientist and Orochimaru's favorite in base. An absolute bastard named Rin stepped forward. While intelligent and the favored one of them, Rin was far from combative and seemed just as scared as Tensu. Yet his words proved the difference between the two. Orochimaru asked us to face the threat head on and repel them. We cannot afford to risk this base. Rin recited. Come on, don't be stupid, you damn egghead. Tensu snapped. He's lying. He's hoping we can soften them up. Sacrificing us. His words were cut off when one of the enforcers hit him hard in the side. Tensu could hear his ribs snap from the blow. He dropped to his knees and began to cough up blood. Our master has spoken, the large man offered coldly. A scream of pain ended the argument. The stone exit hall of their base was lit with candles, offering a terrifying atmosphere as the group waited. Suddenly, 3 glowing red eyes stared from within the darkness. Itachi and Obito Uchiha marched into the hall facing the group. The same enforcer who had snuck Tensu roared an order upon seeing them. Everyone, kill them, half for each. It was foolish they had fought their way to them. Indeed, they, like Tensu, realized the folly of such. But to his horror, enforcers and scientists alike charged with screams of desperation. Tensu felt a small trinket of hope as they did. 20 enforcers, all Chunin level, and 20 scientists armed with various weapons. They would pose a threat to any shinobi within such a confined space. The left group charged for the man with a single glowing Sharingan. The man casually strolled towards the mob of men, who quickly bodily surged into him and must have literally buried him in bodies, unleashing blows upon their downed foe. Tensu nearly cheered. Perhaps this was a reasonable effort. His eyes slid to the right group, and the budding hope died as soon as his eyes landed on them. Each and everyone stood utterly still as if frozen. Worse yet, the men each were screaming out in terror as the horror approached. Itachi was not nearly as handicapped as them. And with brutal skill, they marched through the group, thrusting kunai into each of their chests. Each died quickly and likely painlessly, yet each death filled Tensu with terror. Should have just left. Those who lack the Sharingan only see what I wish, Itachi remarked as he finished his grim task. Tensu stood and tensed as he prepared to fight for his life. But a whistle brought a shiver of terror through his body. Obito sat on top of the pile of bodies. Somehow, they were completely unharmed and freed, instantly defeating them all. Tensu whimpered as he collapsed again. Itachi and Obito approached the man casually as they discussed amongst themselves. Man, it feels like it's been forever, Tachi. Obito dramatically complained. This is only the most recent base we've taken over. Itachi countered. We've been swamped. Not what I meant. Obito complained again. Anyway, do the thing. Tensu, sensing what was coming next, felt it was best to interject. Just tell me what you want to know. I'm a squealer, I swear. Tensu promised. Itachi walked up silently, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and lifted him up to look him in the eye. Please, no need for torture. I'll talk and only speak the truth. I know you will. You'll have no choice. Itachi replied. I will find out everything you know and don't know. If you're lucky, you'll live. No, please. Tensu pleaded. Tsukuyomi. Itachi countered. There was no malice in his voice, yet no mercy. Tensu was unsure where he had gone, but suddenly, he was on a cross, his hands and feet nailed to it. Tensu knew somewhere deep in his mind that it was genjutsu, but it felt so natural that he screamed out regardless of the waves of pain that came from each limb. My, this may prove too much for you. Itachi sounded. Tensu focused on the man deliriously through the pain. To his horror, there were hundreds of him, each wielding what seemed to be a dull tanto. You will tell me everything. But first, I will subject you to this for 24 hours. Itachi informed before one of him stepped forward and embedded his tanto into Tensu's leg with a powerful thrust. His vision went white as he howled in pain. Please, Tensu begged, I'll tell you everything. You will. Itachi nodded. But this will ensure you suffer for your sins and tell the truth. Tensu admitted to knowing Orochimaru's location after 25 stabs, told of his limited understanding of his abilities after 50, and told him anything and everything by 100. By 120, the man had gone silent and merely sobbed. Itachi, confident the man was broken and therefore truthful, freed him. Tensu sobbed in the real world as his body radiated in pain. He did not suffer long as Obito, with a frown, thrust a kunai into his chest. At this point, it felt familiar there. XX. Obito's pav. Obito felt shame and fury as the pitiful man beneath his blade died. It was a quick and primarily merciful death, but it had been too late. Obito had suffered the effects of that genjutsu. Lesser men stood no chance of surviving its effects with sanity intact. You could have been more gentle. The guy seemed shell-shocked. Probably drove him insane nearly instantly. I tortured him. Such would only make sense, Itachi replied evenly. I admire your sense of morality, my friend, but remember that these men facilitated the horrors we witnessed. They deserve no mercy. We shouldn't take lives so lightly, Obito said bitterly. Though I suppose we have no choice. I'll make sure Orochimaru suffers for this personally. We'll have to catch him first. Unfortunately for him, we now know his location, Itachi confirmed. I assume you know the presence that has been following us. Was hoping they'd try their luck while we hit the base, Obito admitted. I was tempted to go confront them. Should we hit them before we take out the snake? Itachi hummed as he walked by his comrade towards the light shining from the exit of the subterranean base. No, We can't risk the Sannin potentially leaving the base while we do so. Besides, if they make a move on us, we shall simply take care of them. Perks of being badass tilde. Obito sang. Sounds like a plan. Tachi tilde. Grow up. Naruto's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. As Naruto stepped into the arena's light, the total weight of the moment settled onto him. He wore a golden scarf wrapped around his neck as he marched in. It swayed in the wind as he did so. Although it sounds arrogant, the matches were mainly fun before now. Perhaps competitive, but never severe. He had enjoyed fighting such unique people, conquering the drama between them, and finding a way to triumph. Yet there was no doubt that this fight would be different in Naruto's mind. Even the crowd seemed aware that the next match was to be observed closely. There was a dull roar of chatter, almost certainly people discussing their bets or their favorite to win. Even his mere emergence caused a burst of noise. Not applause, the audience seemed firmly against him as a Jinchuriki, but since Gaara was also such, it was likely the spectacle of such. Sasuke's and Fu's bout had shown them what it took to defeat a Jinchuriki. So, for two to clash is a treat. Naruto was determined to give them as they wished. Gaara was a unique case, someone he doubted he could win over with his words. It seemed Gaara was obsessed with power. Naruto wondered if it was due to him believing Jinchuriki was superior. Gaara appeared in the arena with a mere gust of wind. Naruto expected nothing less and matched his glare with his own. Kakashi sensed the tension building between the two. Naruto could see he seemed hesitant. Kakashi likely feared for Naruto facing Gaara. Naruto couldn't resent him for such. Gaara seemed content to enjoy the moment. No longer hiding his presence, he seemed to radiate a wave of intent to kill. It washed over Naruto, and slowly, the arena was in waves. Those like Naruto and Kakashi stood firm, somewhat flinching at the action but not of fear. Some civilians in the audience screamed out in terror. Others fainted on the spot. It likely would have been worse, but Naruto felt his pride flare. He wouldn't let Gaara terrorize him or anyone else. He had no intent to kill but every intent to be the victor of this match. Naruto allowed his confidence to show with ease. An aura of his own subconsciously activated and clashed with Gaara's. Unlike the Suna shinobi, it was peaceful yet competitive. A contrast to the violent malice of Gaara's. The two auras left the crowd safe but tense as they allowed their mere presence to clash with each other. Now, nay tilde. Kakashi chided lightly. No need for the killing intent. You're not the only killer present tilde. Behave tilde. Gaara chuckled happily as he suddenly stopped it, and Naruto followed his lead. Forgive me, human, I merely got absorbed in the moment. Naruto Uzumaki, today is the day. I will test your worth. If you are a liability to our ascension, I will slay you where you stand. Fret not, Uzumaki, today will be one for history. Kakashi and Naruto blinked in sync. Kakashi walked over to the blonde and lowered himself to his ear. If you want to surrender, I wouldn't think less of you. This guy is some sort of psycho. Kakashi whispered playfully, yet Naruto could detect earnest concern in his tone. Nah, Naruto whispered back with a smile. Guy needs someone to knock him into place. Besides, we're apparently brothers. Reet tilde, Kakashi said with mock understanding. With a twirl, he turned to address the crowd, his voice booming as the crowd roared, approving of the match to come. Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara of the Sand begins. Now, Kakashi puffed away with that. Why do you care if your so-called brothers and sisters are strong or weak? You resent humans for being divisive and cruel yet intend to judge your supposed own kind. Sounds like a hypocrite to me. No better than those who take advantage of the weak. Naruto rebutted with a frown. He smiled for a moment when he saw Gaara lose his own smirk. But it remained shortly after as he chuckled. An amusing point, Uzumaki, but I recognize that power in this world is all that matters. The very world is full of humans who resent our superior existence. We cannot afford to be weak. Should any of us prove to be, I will offer them mercy by killing them before someone else does. Perhaps their replacement will prove to be a better option. I recognize it is cruelty, but it is necessary cruelty. I cannot afford to be the brother of a weakling. Gaara replied fanatically. We aren't any different than the rest of humans. Naruto snapped with a growl. At impressive speed, he had Riptide drawn and even flowed with Charka. You call us different to make yourself feel better about society rejecting you. Ever consider proving them wrong? Oh, I will, Naruto Uzumaki. I'll prove them and you wrong. Gaara promised menacingly. He seemed upset at Naruto's words. Now shut up and fight before I kill you. As soon as he finished, he raised his hands dramatically. A massive wall of sand raised behind him. Easily the size of a two-story building, it rose into a wall before it started to surge toward Naruto like a tsunami. Sand tsunami. The wave was more significant than the one he had used against Kiba. It tore any obstacle in its path from the ground and crushed it within the constantly motion sand. This is merely a trifling from me, Uzumaki. Your humanity is a weakness. Now scramble for your pitiful life. Gaara roared as the wave was within several feet of the blonde. Sasuke's POV contestant section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. It was a shame Sasuke had to wait for his turn. Sasuke was confident Gaara would have proved a difficult opponent, perfect for his goal of building infamy. Naruto was a bit more of a toss-up. He didn't seem to show everything he had in store, but also used the little he had shown to defeat some solid opponents. Considering the lack of challenges either had received, it was for the best that he got to witness this. They would struggle and clash in what was sure to be a showstopper. In the process, they would expose their entire kit. Sasuke felt slightly ashamed, but it was less than honorable. But it was a small cost to ensure his plan went smoothly. It took him a lot of work to determine who would win. Gaara seemed to be the betting favorite, and it was easy to see why. From his research into him, Sasuke discovered a mission record that was nothing less than shocking from a genin. 22 C ranks, 14 B ranks, and an A- rank on record. 2 of the B rank and the A rank were completed solo. It painted a grim picture of a monster who shouldn't have been sent to the exams. A familiar practice from Sasuke's experience. History had shown that it was not uncommon for one of the villages to send an overqualified genin to the Chunin exam. They would dominate and gain their village quite the boon. Sasuke the Kazekage had made a plan to do so. Could Sasuke truly see Naruto Uzumaki stand before such a man? Naruto wasn't someone he knew well. From what he heard, he was a goofy, unreliable shinobi. These exams were actual, but they had clearly estimated him. Naruto had made the work of Tenten, Kuretsuchi, and Samui easy. While Sasuke bet he or Gaara could do so, it suggested Naruto was a powerful shinobi. He certainly seemed confident, standing unflinchingly toward a wave of death. Indeed, the idiot didn't think he could block or deflect such. It must have weighed literally tons. Sasuke knew he must avoid such a thing, so why did Naruto face it? Sasuke sensed Naruto was similar to him, not in personality, not entirely anyway. But the same is true of the sense of drive, he sensed it in the blonde. Naruto would go as far as he would in his goals. But would it be enough? Naruto's POV Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto breathed in deeply as death approached. The sand made a shockingly loud sound as the small pellets surged forward and consumed anything in front of it. He lowered his center of balance and sheathed Riptide as if not planning to attack but draw his blade. His left hand was in a hand sign, and his right clutched to the blade at his back. He allowed chakra to flow wildly. The wave was mere inches away. Even with considerable speed, Naruto was sure he could not dodge it. It didn't matter. Though, he was ready now. Time to show one of his new tricks, a technique he created using all his teacher's aid. Naruto whispered as he initiated the technique. Draw of the Maelstrom. Slicing Storm. He drew Riptide quickly, and as he did, the wind spun around the blade as if a twister had formed. As he slashed, the storm was unleashed. With a boom, countless wind blades surrounding a much larger one flew forward into the wave. Despite the speed and mass of the sand, it offered little resistance to the attack. Naruto watched pridefully as the cutting force and power punched through the wave, splitting it into 2 parts. It failed to reach Gaara, who smiled on the other side of the collapsing wave, the split allowing the two to eye each other. The sand crashed around the two. Now, the center of the arena had become a large ring of sand surrounding the two. You'll have to do better than that, Gaara, Naruto said with a smile, excited to finally begin this long-awaited fight. This human won't be going down easy. Gaara chuckled wildly. Anything less would be disappointing, brother.